Chapter 1, Money, Woman, I and number 039, am not interested. Boy, do you want a hero to save the United States? On a speeding tram. A few colorful hooligans who dye their hair. Holding a fruit knife. Surrounded a black-haired boy in the middle. Go away now, you can still get a little life back. The black-haired boy's voice was full of chill. Ha ha ha. I'm so scared. The lead yellow arrogant laughed. He didn't take the warning of the black-haired boy at all. Lin Bei shook his head helplessly. If it wasn't for the woman behind him, he would be able to easily solve these chores in less than 5 seconds. However, since they are bent on seeking death, no wonder he made a heavy move. Lin Bei has already set the death penalty for these hooligans. MD, I stabbed him. Seems to see the disdain in Lin Bei's eyes. Huang Mao became angry from embarrassment. Waving a fruit knife, he stabbed towards Lin Bei. See this? Everyone on the tram closed their eyes unbearably. Ever since weirdos have increased, these rascals have also become more and more arrogant. Theft and robbery from the beginning developed into the current public QJ, killing people in public. This young man who is righteous, I am afraid it is dead. But what they didn't expect was, facing the sharp fruit knife, Lin Bei did not retreat but moved forward. A straight punch. As a result, it was sent first. The leading yellow fur is like a cannonball hit. It was blasted out of the entire carriage far enough. Not waiting for others to recover. It was another fist like a gust of wind. Within 5 seconds, the hooligans who had just been invincible just got down. But Lin Bei didn't even sweat. Amazing! Chuan Maiko exclaimed, her beautiful eyes flickering. Just now, she was surrounded by these hooligans. When almost desperate, the black-haired boy suddenly rushed out and protected her behind him. Now, these hooligans were defeated in 2 more strokes. It was like a knight protecting the princess. My name is Chuan Maiko, thank you for saving me. What's your name? Where are you from? How old is this year? These words almost blurted out. As soon as he finished speaking, Kawamiko's face flushed. It's not a blind date. It's weird to ask in such detail. See this? The men on the tram looked jealously at Lin Baitu. This Chuan Maiko is a great beauty. Lin Bei. Lin Bei nodded, but didn't say where he came from. Because he is not actually a person in this world. About 7 days ago, he suddenly traveled from the earth to this world, and won the 10,000 Realms appreciation system. As long as others say thank you to him, he can get a gift box from the opponent. The quality of the gift box ranges from low to high. Black iron, bronze, silver, gold. The higher the quality of the gift box, the higher the value of the ability or item that can be opened. He saved Chuan Maiko, in fact, for the gift box. Ding! Received Kawamiko's sincere thanks and received a silver gift box. Lin Bei's eyes flickered slightly. Unexpectedly, this Chuan Maiko would burst out a silver-level gift box. It seems that this Kawamiko is not easy. Till this moment, the highest level gift box Lin Bei received was the silver gift box. The first silver gift box he received, Lin Bei still remembered clearly. A thank you gift from Brother Long, the richest man in City B, 1 billion in cash. At that time, receiving these billions of yuan, Lin Baiqi was not light. Money, money. Do I need money for Lin Bei? Lin Bei opened the system space unhappily. The space of 10 cubic meters is filled with piles of gold and banknotes from various countries. It is conservatively estimated that there are 10 billion. Since Lin Bei crossing, I have received the most thanks. It's money. If it is an ordinary world, it seems not bad to use the money to be a god, marry more than a dozen wives, and pretend to be slapped everywhere. But the problem is, Lin Bei clearly knows the world he is in. Called One Punch Man. One Punch Man is a broken world of superpower. Wolf, tiger, ghost, dragon, god. Weirdos and heroes of all levels. It's like gods and demons are fighting each other on this land. Fight each other. Ordinary people without superpowers basically live by hanging their heads on their waistbands every day. Take a sip of hot water. All of them may be scalded to death by the sudden mutation of the hot water monster. In such an unreasonable world. Money, is there a fart? Fortunately, in addition to money these days, Lin Bei. It's not nothing. Open the people panel. Host, Lin Bei. Constitution, 1, the human limit is the unit 1. Storage space, 10 cubic meters. Collection capacity. Karate black belt Gao Wu's karate combat skills sprinter Lin Tai's developed calf muscles. Collected nearly 1,000 gift boxes in 7 days. Hundreds of abilities stack. Lin Bei's physical fitness has reached the limit of the human race. The little hooligans who harassed Kawamiko. Even with a knife, he couldn't do a single move in front of Lin Bei. But this is not enough. Lin Bei's eyes were hot. Use his current power to deal with a few rascals. Maybe it's easy to do. But once a weirdo appears. Not to mention the first-class god-level existence of Poros. Even the weakest wolf-level monster, many of them can defeat him now. He must become stronger. Lin Bei secretly clenched his fist. That, Lin Bei Jun. If you have time, I know there is a coffee shop nearby. Chuan Maiko teased the messy hair in her ears, her cheeks flushed and hot. This was the first time she was in front of so many people. Take the initiative to invite boys on a date. Heard this? The men in the tram are going crazy with jealousy. So sour. This kid is lucky. If I could also date such a beautiful beauty, it would be worth the death. Under the jealous gaze of a crowd of men, Lin Bei stood up and smiled slightly. The tram, it's at the stop. After speaking, Lin Bei took a step forward, step by step off the tram. It only left a cool back for everyone. Everyone in the tram was petrified. Didn't this boy hear Kawamiko's words? Impossible. They all heard it. This means she was rejected. After Kawamiko slowly recovered, a pretty face flushed immediately. Half is shy, the other half is angry. She was ignored. Could it be that her Kawamiko is so ugly that people don't even want to take another look? Chuan Maiko stomped her feet and gritted her teeth secretly. Lin Bei, right? I remember you. Chapter 2, One Punch Man, City Z. Get out of the station. Lin Bei smiled slightly. Of course he knows if it continues to develop between him and Chuan Maiko, maybe some wonderful stories will happen. However, he didn't come to Z City specifically for the sake of picking up girls. City Z. It is the most dangerous city in the world of One Punch Man. Lin Bei is very clear. It won't be long. Mosquito plagues, meteorites, weirdo associations, and other terrifying disasters will sweep City Z. Even the top S-rank heroes regard it as a restricted area of life. However, if not so, how could he come here from Q City deliberately? Lin Bei made a fist gently. In 7 days, hundreds of abilities stack up. Let his power easily reach the limit of human beings. But after this, no matter how many ordinary people he acquires, the strength has not grown a bit. This is the limiter, the limit of human power. If you want to continue to grow stronger, he only has the ability to acquire heroes or weirdos. To break through the restrictions. Speaking of the number of weirdos and heroes, where can you compare to City Z? The voice did not fall. There was a scream of horror from the street. There are weirdos. Run away. Men, women, and children all screamed and fled around. This is, someone has mutated into a weirdo. I saw the old man who was still leaning on crutches and moving slowly, throwing away his crutches and running fast. Not only that, but there is even more to remind Lin Bei. Run, boy. As expected to be City Z, the people's escape experience is also very sufficient. Lin Bei nodded, thanking the old man for his kindness. Only, how could it run? He traveled all the way, just to find the weirdo. Lin Bei raised the corners of his mouth, chuckled lightly, and walked over step by step following the commotion. At this time, in the park not far from the station, one upper body is a crab. The lower body is a human crab, weird, waving his tongues and laughing. Anyone who laughs at my looks must die. In front of it, a young man with blind eyes was sweating profusely. It's just a kid's joke. As for murder. Hearing this, the crab monster suddenly became angry. Joke. This nasty little devil drew two on my body with a pen. My crabs can't wipe them off. Only then did I see that behind the young man, there was a bear kid with a long chin hiding. Whoever dares to stop me, I will kill whoever. Crab weirdo wielded huge crab claws with a hideous face. At this critical moment, a handsome, black-haired teenager broke into their field of vision. The young man put his hands in his pockets, and the corners of his mouth provoked an arc of sarcasm. In this way, step by step, he walked in front of the crab monster. There's another kid. The tall crab weird wielded the crab claws and quacked. Do you want to die too? Death? It depends on you. Lin Bei smiled disdainfully, when I am in a good mood and don't want to die, just get out of me. Actually, two people here plus a monster. Lin Bei knew each other. The blind fish-eye youth is no one else, but the protagonist of One Punch Man. Mr. Saitama. It's just that this was 3 years before the plot officially started, and he is still an ordinary person now. It hasn't become stronger, and the hair is still alive. That bear kid with a chin actually has a lot of background. He is the grandson of the tycoon Alni. As for the crab weird, it seems to be raging, but in fact, among the weakest wolf-level weirdos, they all belong to the bottom of the list. Even if Lin Bei doesn't make a move, Saitama will kill it. Speaking of it, it is precisely because Saitama saved Alni's grandson from the crab monster. Algoni founded the Heroes Association. The era of heroes has begun. Put it this way. This crab freak really deserves great credit. Boy, you are looking for death. Perceived the disdain and sarcasm in Lin Bei's eyes. The crab freak suddenly became angry. But just when it was ready to do it, Lin Bei shot it. No fancy moves, just a simple and straight punch. Boom! A punch that reaches the limit of the human body is like a thunder. The crab freak flew out like a cannonball. The carapace was shattered and the crab yellow crossed. Just one punch. Crab weirdo, pawn. Lin Bei sneered and slowly retracted his fist, but weird, don't underestimate humans. Chapter 3, One Punch. A punch, a second kill. Saitama's eyes widened in surprise as he watched the crab freak who was silent. He had seen it with his own eyes how powerful this crab monster was. With a wave of the crab claws, the concrete floor can be broken easily. A crab carapace is so hard that it can't be broken by a bullet. But in front of this delicate boy, he couldn't even resist a punch. You must be a superpower. At this time, the tycoon Alni had not founded the Heroes Association, and the heroes were all called superpowers. Saitama believes that Zhang Yi must be a superpower. Only superpowers can do such a thing. Lin Bei grinned, no, I am a human. Humanity. Saitama's eyes widened and he couldn't believe it, how can human beings have such power? Lin Bei did not answer, but instead asked with a smile. Why not? Tyson punched 450 kilograms, nearly half a ton. Bolt can run 100 meters in 9.49 seconds. Edward took 1,484 kilograms and remained unharmed. Human beings have never been a weak race. Lin Bei, who has reached the limit of the human body, knows this better than anyone. Host, Lin Bei. Physique, 1. Strength, 1000 kilograms. Speed, 20 meters per second. Fighting ability, 1500 kilograms. Have such a powerful force. Face the ordinary wolf-level weirdo like the crab weirdo. Lin Bei is naturally true. Unfortunately, this power has reached the limit of mankind. Or the limiter, gene lock. Whatever you like, whatever you want. In fact, it's not just human beings, every creature has its own genetic lock. Only because of different species, the upper limit of gene lock is different. After encountering a gene lock, if you want to continue to improve your strength, you generally have to change your species. For example, the unicorn of the House of Evolution, the world's strongest biceps king, and even the monster cells of the Monster Association. They are all similar methods. That is, from human to weird. Only Saitama. He is the only exception that broke the human limiter. With the body of a mortal, the strongest person comparable to the gods. Lin Bei came to Z City this time and he considered a large part of it. It is to see if there is a chance to acquire Saitama's ability. It turned out to be lucky. As soon as he came up, he met Saitama. Lin Bei thought secretly in his heart, next, he only needs to have a good relationship with Saitama, and slowly figure it out. Lin Bei-jun, please accept me as a disciple. Puff, Saitama suddenly fell to his knees. Lin Bei was shocked. He did not expect that Saitama would actually worship him as a teacher. To be the teacher of the strongest? It sounds pretty exciting. However, Lin Bei thought about it and shook his head. Saitama, you don't need a teacher. Although accepting Saitama as an apprentice is indeed very popular. However, Lin Bei is very clear. I can't teach Saitama by myself. What he is good at is opening up, not being a teacher. No, if you don't agree, I won't get up. Saitama gritted her teeth and couldn't kneel down. Why are you doing this? Lin Bei couldn't laugh or cry. Obviously you can become the strongest in the world by your own efforts. Why do you have to worship him as a teacher? Because before that, I had been confused, couldn't find a job, and didn't know what to do. I didn't think of it until I saw you, Lin Bei. My dream when I was young was not to be an office worker, but to be a hero who beats the villain away. A hero like you, Lin Bei-jun. Chapter 4, My Apprentice is Saitama. These words. It was originally when Saitama defeated the crab monster. Self-awakened inner monologue. I didn't expect. The arrival of Lin Bei turned into Saitama's worship of him. Lin Bei is not a hypocritical person either. Now that he has changed Saitama's destiny. So, just follow through to the end. Get up. Lin Bei Kyokyu stretched out his hand. From today, you will be my apprentice of Lin Bei. Thank you, teacher. Saitama flushed with excitement, and bowed deeply. Ding! Accept Saitama's sincere thanks and get a diamond gift box. Lin Bei grinned. Worthy of being the protagonist of One Punch Man. One explosion is a diamond gift box that has never been seen before. What else can be said? The system, plus the silver gift box I got before, open it for me. Ding! Open the silver gift box and get an expert piano performance. Unexpectedly, the woman named Chuan Maiko was still a pianist. Unfortunately, it's useless. Playing the piano can kill the weirdo. Lin Bei curled his lips, but did not take it seriously. The highlight is Saitama's diamond gift box. The gift box shining with diamond light slowly opened. Ding! Get unlimited growth talent. Lin Bei's pupils shrink slightly. Unexpectedly, luck was so good. Saitama's most important ability was extracted for the first time. At that moment, Lin Bei only felt lightened all over. It is as if there is an invisible shackle. has been unlocked. The sudden heat flow, like a volcanic eruption, exploded all over his body. The strength of the builder Old Black, the speed of the parkour master Xiao Fei, and the strong fighting ability of a fitness expert. These Lin Bei previously acquired abilities. At this moment, because the limiter was lifted, it all broke out in one breath. Strength, speed, endurance, it climbs quickly like a rocket. Call. When the heat flow all disappears, Lin Bei let out a long breath. Involuntarily reached out and grabbed the steel handrail in the park. Squeak! The hard steel was lightly grabbed by Lin Bei, and it was crushed into iron mud like tofu. Released his hand, Lin Bei smiled satisfied. Host, Lin Bei. Physique, 2.5. Strength, 2000 kilograms. Speed, 30 meters per second. Fighting ability, 3000 kilograms. The strength has doubled, and the speed has increased by 0.5 times. The overall strength is at least 3 times stronger. Lin Bei believes. At this time, he has no opponents among the wolf-level monsters. More importantly, Saitama's talent is infinitely enhanced and has no upper limit. In other words, as long as he completes 100 sit UPS, 100 push UPS, and 100 squats every day, plus 10 kilometers long run, it only takes 3 years at the longest, and he can have power comparable to a god. Coupled with the system, this speed may be faster. Even better. Because the system turned on the limiter, he still won't lose hair. Thinking of this, Lin Bei looked at Saitama and became more satisfied. This apprentice, confiscated for nothing. Saitama scratched his head embarrassedly. He obviously did nothing. But, Master, what are we going to do now? Saitama looked excited. I can't wait to start getting stronger. Lin Bei had a strange face. You can't wait to be bald? If Saitama knew the price of becoming stronger was baldness, I wonder if he will be so excited. Not urgent. Lin Bei decided to slow down first. Wait for an opportunity to tell Saitama about the side effects of baldness. Listen to his opinion again. In the original One Punch Man, Saitama doesn't actually have a choice. This time, since Lin Bei has become his teacher, I will definitely give him this opportunity. As for becoming stronger, the big deal, Lin Bei will think of another way for him. Chapter 5, 3 billion, I bought. Chuanmei property. It is the most luxurious villa property in Z City. Those who can live here are either rich or expensive. The gate of the property alone is magnificent and extraordinary. Walking here, Saitama didn't even dare to show up. If it were not for Lin Bei, he would not dare to come to such a place. Welcome. The beautiful courtesy lady bowed her head to welcome with a smile. The whiteness under the deep V dress made Saitama's old face flushed. Teacher, let's go. Saitama blushed, uncomfortable. Lin Bei smiled and shook his head slightly. Saitama with hair is still too young. But such a small scene made him so flustered. In the face of absolute power. Money, what a shit. With a chuckle, Lin Bei took Saitama straight to the sales area of Chuanmei property. It is different from the welcome area. The sales area of Chuanmei property is like a high-end cafe. Very quiet. Guests only need to enjoy the coffee comfortably, and a dedicated real estate consultant will introduce the real estate to you. What's more terrifying is the beauty of a female consultant here. It turned out to be higher than the reception area. Boss Lee, these townhouses cost only 6 million yuan, and the prices are all right. Look. The beauty consultant smiles like a flower. We are introducing the villa to a rich middle-aged businessman with a big belly. Boss Lee bowed his head in thought. Although he has billions of net worth. But this time, I just bought a house for my little lover, which is convenient for cheating. 6 million is indeed very appropriate. But just when he was about to nod, Brother Li, they don't do it. A woman with glamorous makeup acted like a baby in Boss Li's arms. The townhouse has no privacy at all. Are you not afraid that I will be seen by others? Glancing at the white thigh roots of the coquettish woman, Saitama blushed and whispered. I'm almost watching it now. The glamorous woman glared at Saitama, reluctantly. Husband, you said this woman recommended such a cheap villa to you, do you look down on you? Upon hearing this, Boss Li couldn't help but his face went dark. Businessmen want a face. Even if the female consultant didn't mean that, these words must not be spread. Xiao Fan, what do you mean? Boss Li has a dark face. It's just a villa. Li Gui bought it. Give me a good one. Hearing this, the beauty consultant's face suddenly went dark. She recommends townhouses. I didn't see that the coquettish woman was just a mistress. For Li Gui's consideration, save him some money? As a result, she was scolded instead. Okay, right. The beauty consultant sneered and dropped the album. A luxurious manor-style villa is printed on the cover. This is our best manor house in Sichuan. The radius is close to 1 hectare, and the price is 3 billion. I don't know Boss Li, what do you think? Li Gui choked all of a sudden. He has billions of assets, but most of them are real estate. A working capital of tens of millions is not bad. 3 billion. You can't get it out even if you kill him. Other consultants who came after hearing the news rushed to the sidelines. Boss Li don't care, this manor is more of an exhibit in Chuanmiai, after all, the number of 3 billion. The words are not over yet. I bought it. A lazy voice suddenly came from the side. Lin Bei stepped out of the crowd. Everyone present was stunned. Li Gui was also taken aback, who said so loudly. A 3 billion manor, just buy it? Waiting to see the talking was just a teenager in ordinary clothes. Li Gui was suddenly out of breath. Go, which hapless kid is talking nonsense here? But a mere 3 billion is worth my Lin Bei nonsense. Lin Bei sneered disdainfully, and said contemptuously, if you can't afford it, please get away. Lin Bei is not interested in wasting time with this Li Gui. Is preparing to pay the bill. Ta-da-da. A tall and handsome young girl. Stepping on high heels, come in styles. Miss Kawamiko. The consultants exclaimed in exclamation and bowed their heads respectfully. Chuanmiai property is called Chuanmiai property. Just because. The daughter of Chuanmiai property's owner is Chuanmiai Zi. Chapter 6, Goodbye Kawamiko. Lin Bei raised his brows and recognized Chuanmico. It's the tram. Lin Bei felt strange before. Where can ordinary girls play the piano? It turned out to be the rich lady, who went to experience civilian life. But Lin Bei didn't take it too seriously. It doesn't matter who Kawamiko is. Without power, it's just a mortal. Miss Kawamiko. Li Gui was taken aback, and quickly lowered his head. Although he has some small money, compared with Chuanmico's family, he is just a drop in the bucket. Not worth mentioning. Kawamiko nodded indifferently. After understanding what happened, he ordered the beauty consultant. Giving Mr. Li a 98% off VIP card is considered a plea. Received the VIP card. Li Gui was flattered. Chuanmiai's VIP card, not everyone can get it. Although it is only a 98% discount card, it is also a status symbol. Ms. Kawamiko, you are so kind. Li Gui humbled his head and smiled. Then the conversation changed. Actually, there is absolutely no gap between me and Chuanmiai. It's all this kid who instigates discord. Li Gaiman turned his head and stared at Lin Bei viciously. He did not dare to trouble Miko Chuan. Don't you dare to trouble Lin Bei? Li Gui sneered and took out the phone. Hey, Lao Tian, bring me 10 people to Chuanmiai property. Let them bring good guys. Hanging up, Li Gui grinned evilly. Boy, if you can't spend the 3 billion, just wait for the rest of your life in the hospital. Lin Bei chuckled and directly ignored Li Gui's threat. Does he need to care about the ants' clamor? It's you! Chuan Maiko exclaimed. When she saw Lin Bei, she instantly remembered what happened in the tram this morning. Why, Miss Kawamiko, do you know this kid? Li Gui was a little nervous. If this Lin Bei is someone Chuan Miiza knows, then he can't afford to offend. Do not know. Chuan Maiko gritted her teeth. Although Lin Bei rescued her in the morning, but when she grew up, Kawamiko invited a boy to a date for the first time, but she was rejected in public. What a shame to throw it home. Now that I think about it, Chuan Maiko is still a little bloody. This is all caused by this wicked Lin Bei. But this time, you have fallen into my hands. Kawamiko's mouth provoked a sly arc. This time, she must let this damned guy also taste the shame. I heard Chuan Maiko denied it. Lin Bei didn't care either. He didn't intend to establish friendship with Kawamiko. He rescued Chuan Maiko just for the gift box of system rewards. Li Gui immediately became proud again, staring at Lin Bei with a grinning grin. Boy, if you can't afford to pay, just kneel down and call me grandpa. Maybe I am in a good mood, I will spare you. Heard this, Saitama swallowed and looked flustered. Master, how can we have so much money? Or, I'll help you stop them, you run. Lin Bei was moved when he heard this. Although this Li Gui is just an ant, he cannot threaten him at all. However, Saitama really treated him as a master. He patted Saitama on the shoulder. Lin Bei chuckled. From now on, as long as I am here, you don't have to be afraid of anything. 3 billion? For Saitama, it may be a huge sum of money that I dare not even think about. But for him, Lin Bei, it's just a bunch of numbers. There are tens of billions of gold stacked in the system space alone. Interestingly, Chuan Maiko, this girl, put a pear on the side. Come beg me. As long as you beg me, I will help you with a gesture. But what she miscalculated. Lin Bei didn't even take Li Gui's threat to heart. Once again ignored. Chuan Maiko's eyes widened angrily. Okay, I'll see how you put out the 3 billion. Lin Bei ignored the angry Chuan Mitzi. Walked straight to the beauty consultant. Are there anyone else near this manor? Lin Bei asked aloud. The beauty consultant was shocked, nodded quickly and said. Only Ms. Chuan Maiko has a manor next to her. The manor that Lin Bei fancy is designed by a master. The set that Kawamiko currently lives in is a twin design. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. He bought the villa for cleanliness and to hide secrets. This manor really met his requirements. Pretending to be decent, Li Gui held his arms to the side and sneered, I don't believe you can spend 3 billion. Lao Tian had already arrived with his thugs. As long as Lin Bei can't put out the 3 billion, he will let Lin Bei know what to provoke and who should not provoke. Buy it. Li Gui grinned and laughed arrogantly, if you have money, you can buy it. Ignore a certain noisy flea. Lin Bei smiled and nodded to the young beauty consultant. Very well, I bought this manor. Chapter 7, 3 billion and 30 tons of gamble. It's a dead duck with a hard mouth. Li Gui stared at Lin Bei, he sneered, if you can put out 3 billion, I, Li Gui, will eat a ton of today. Kawamiko also shook her head straight aside. She didn't expect it. Lin Bei turned out to be such a person. People who can easily come up with 3 billion people. Not without. But those people, Chuan Maiko basically knows. Lin Bei is definitely not among them. In fact, even if Lin Bei asked her for help, she would not care. But it's so messy. It's so lackluster. Chuan Maiko showed disdain. However, it was because Lin Bei saved her once in the morning. At that time, she will still save Lin Bei once. But after this time, She and Lin Bei are clean. The beauty consultant was also embarrassed. Although Lin Bei helped him frustrate Li Gui, she was very relieved. But, 3 billion. Mr. Lin, don't make a joke anymore. Okay. Lin Bei frowned slightly. The beauty consultant lowered her voice. Thank you for helping me out. But Li Gui is cruel and cruel, there is a back door over the toilet, you should run from there. Lin Bei was stunned. The beauty consultant said anxiously, why are you still stunned? Run. Ha ha ha. Lin Bei laughed suddenly. Everyone present was shocked. Why, this kid is crazy. Li Gui stared, boy, don't think that you will be silly, I will let you go. So, you all thought I was bragging. Ignoring Li Gui, Lin Bei glanced around. There is no need for everyone to answer. He already had the answer in his heart. Master, I believe you. Saitama gritted his teeth and shouted. Although he also knows how big a sum of money 3 billion is. However, he believed in Lin Bei. Lin Bei smiled slightly. Very good, that's enough. Lin Bei smiled and turned his head and looked at the beauty consultant. First of all, I am not helping you out, please don't be affectionate. The pretty face of the beauty consultant turned red. Secondly, I do want to buy that suite. Please do the formalities for me. Finished. Lin Bei sat down on the sofa while the old was there. The beauty consultant was trembling with anger, and then gritted her teeth for a while. Okay, I don't know which bank Mr. Lin is going to transfer from. No transfer. Lin Bei grinned, I want to pay in cash. Ha ha ha. Li Gui laughed loudly, you really laughed at me. The first time I heard about 3 billion cash payments. Do you know how big a sum of money is 3 billion? Even transfers. 3 billion, but also notify the bank in advance to confirm the identity. 3 billion in cash? If you use a truck to load it, I'm afraid you will have to load several cars. Boy, stop struggling. Li Gui sneered and said, honestly kneel down and kowtow 3 times, call out Grandpa Li, and I will let you go. Hearing this, Lin Bei's eyes flashed. Did you just say that? As long as I put out 3 billion, you will eat a ton of shit. What's wrong with me? Li Gui laughed arrogantly, if you can come up with 3 billion cash. Don't say it is a ton, 30 tons, I will eat it. Well. Lin Bei turned his head and looked at Chuan Maiko. I will trouble you to be a witness about this matter. Although Chuan Maiko didn't believe that Lin Bei could spend 3 billion. But for the sake of saving her, she is still willing to help with this small favor. Li Gui's complexion changed immediately. Kawamiko testified, if he really loses. No, it's impossible. Li Gui's eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth and roared, I don't believe it, you can make 3 billion out of thin air. Chapter 8, these 30 tons, you are sure to eat. Change. Is that what you said? Lin Bei smiled slightly, flipped his wrist, and suddenly there was a half-human suitcase in his hand. Open the suitcase. Stacks of cash are neatly placed together. This, what's going on? Everyone present opened their eyes wide in surprise. Li Gui even opened his mouth and screamed hysterically. How is this possible? This is black art, black art. Saitama grinned from the side. With your mouth open so big, it looks like you have a good appetite. Hearing this, Li Gui's face suddenly turned black. If Lin Bei really put out 3 billion cash, he will eat 30 tons of shit. Impossible. Li Gui roared ferociously, I don't believe it, how can anyone in this world carry 3 billion cash with them? I haven't lost yet. Li Gui's eyes were red, this box is only 100 million at most, and there are 2.9 billion left. Li Gui hasn't finished speaking yet. Snapped. Another suitcase was thrown on the ground by Lin Bei. Then there was another one. After a while, 30 suitcases were neatly placed in front of everyone. In every box, there is exactly 100 million cash. How is this possible? Li Gui was stupid and muttered to himself in disbelief. How can anyone go out with 3 billion with them? If you tell him there is still gold worth tens of billions in Lin Bei's space, don't know what he would think? Lin Bei sneered. You lose. Li Gui was sweating profusely and looked at Chuan Maiko for help. He doesn't want to eat shit. Chuan Maiko slowly shook her head with a strange expression. No matter how bizarre this bet is, as long as she bears witness in the name of Kawamaiko, she must complete it without compromise. In other words, these 30 tons of shit, Li Gui is set. I am done. Li Gui's Huang wailed and knelt down on the ground, and a puddle of yellow water poured out of his crotch. This guy was scared to pee. Lin Bei cast a glance at Li Gui with disdain, then looked away. If it wasn't for Li Gui, he wanted to die. Lin Bei didn't bother to step on such ants. Quickly, Chuan Miai's people dragged Li Gui like a dead dog. Counselor Fan, should I take me to see the house? It's getting dark. Lin Bei buys a house, of course he wants to live. The beauty consultant just recovered from the shock just now. Wait a minute, according to the regulations, you can get a diamond VIP card when you buy this property. Before she finishes introducing the benefits of diamond VIP, Lin Bei waved his hand. No need. He doesn't even care about money. Where else would you care about VIP? The beauty consultant was taken aback again. She has worked in Chuan Miai for so long and has seen many. Like Li Gui, a wealthy man with a net worth of tens of billions. But she had never met Zhang Yi like this. Even Chuan Miai's diamond VIP is not in the eye. To know. Chuan Miai's VIP card is not a discount card used in hair salons. It is a status symbol. Li Gui was ecstatic when he got an ordinary VIP card. Not to mention the highest grade diamond VIP card. It can prove you is one of the top humans in the world. If Lin Bei knew what the beauty consultant thought, will certainly disdain a smile. Diamond VIP, a status symbol? The top human? In the face of absolute power. This is just a broken card. Chapter 9, Bra, the Steaming Bear. Look at the huge manor from a distance. It's like a castle, grand and elegant. As Lin Bei and others approached, before the neatly trimmed lawn, more than 20 lovely maids stood in 2 rows, all bending over, revealing the white gully. Welcome the master home. Saitama flushed, looking around with a guilty conscience. Lin Bei also had doubts. Are they? They are the exclusive maids of this manor. The beauty consultant explained with a smile. Since the construction of this manor was completed 3 years ago, these 20 or so maids have already moved in and are responsible for the daily maintenance of this manor. Everything is just for today, your arrival. 3 billion buys more than just a house. More service. The beauty consultant smiled proudly. Trust me, they can meet all your life needs. The host. The leading maid raised her chest and smiled sweetly at Lin Bei. I am your head maid, Shizuka Suzuki. Lin Bei was silent for a while, and said coldly, you have been fired. The smile on Suzuki Shizuka's face instantly solidified. Reluctantly pulled out a stiff smile. Master, is there anything wrong with Suzuki? No. Lin Bei shook his head, then looked at all the maids present. You are all fired. At this moment, everyone present was stunned. I want to ask, why? Suzuki Shizuka looked dull. The other maids were also confused. They waited for 3 full years, all for today. But as a result, he was fired on the first day? Lin Bei did not explain. Because there are too many secrets in him. Except for Saitama, he can't believe anyone yet. These maids are obviously not in the trustworthy range. But Mr. Linear, a manor of this size, if it is not taken care of by someone, it will be deserted soon. The beauty consultant looked embarrassed and tried to dissuade Lin Bei. Of course Lin Bei also knew this. For example, the lawn under your feet, if there is no special person to mow it every day, it will become an ugly wasteland in a month. But I will solve this by myself. These maids, Lin Bei must be dismissed. Although I don't know why Lin Bei insisted. But Saitama nodded affirmatively, I can also take care of the teacher's daily life. See Lin Bei's attitude so determined. The beauty consultant was not good to say anything, so she sighed. Send the maids away. But the head maid Suzuki Shizuka did not leave. Before I leave, I want to introduce this villa to the owner. Suzuki Shizuka resisted tears. This is my last insistence as the maid. Lin Bei didn't care either. He also needs to get familiar with this villa. Seeing Lin Bei's agreement, Suzuki Shizuka burst into laughter immediately. There are a total of 130 rooms the size of this villa. Suzuki Shizuka walks through the manor like a butterfly. Use the fastest speed to introduce this manor to Lin Bei. 10 minutes later. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. This villa really suits his wishes. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Suzuki Shizuka wiped her tears and apologized, I'm sorry, I have lived here for 3 years. Sometimes I can't control my emotions. Ding! Receive the sincere thanks from Suzuki Shizuka, and get the black iron gift box. Open the gift box and get a pair of Suzuki Shizuka's bear panties. The cute bear look a little messy, as if Suzuki Shizuka just wore them. There was silence for a while. You can stay. Lin Bei suddenly said with a slightly weird expression. Suzuki Shizuka was taken aback, then overjoyed, and bowed deeply moved, Thank you, Master, I will definitely work hard. Ding! Get a bear bra from Shizuka Suzuki. Get a set together. Lin Bei smiled helplessly. What is the system doing? He left Suzuki Shizuka only because of her sincere gratitude and won his initial trust. It's not to get the little bear inside. And why is this still steaming? Chapter 10, Socially beat Chuan Maiko. Lin Bei's decision to leave Suzuki Shizuka was sudden, though. But Kawamiko doesn't care about this. When she was just in the sales area, she hadn't recovered. But this time, she wanted to understand. Lin Bei must be a superpower. Moreover, it is still a rare space superpower. After realizing this, Chuan Maiko immediately became vigilant. Take billions with you. Still a rare space superpower. It's really such a coincidence. Just saved her on the tram? And in the afternoon, I met her by chance at Chuanmei property. This is clearly a deliberate attempt to approach her. Unscrupulous plot. Maybe, those rascals are all actors that Lin Bei is looking for. Want to play a hero to save the beauty. That's right, that's right. Kawamiko nodded repeatedly, thinking that she had found the truth. She has always been a straightforward temperament. Immediately questioned loudly. Lin Bei, who are you? What are you trying to do with me? Okay. Lin Bei frowned slightly. I don't know what this Kawamiko is going crazy. Master, I'm going to prepare dinner. Suzuki Shizuka escaped into the kitchen with vision. As a maid, she dare not listen to some things. Lin Bei smiled slightly. I am more satisfied with this sensible little maid. But what am I trying? Lin Bei frowned, this is obviously my home, should I ask you for this sentence? Amount. Chuan Maiko choked. Saitama scratched his head and smiled, Teacher, it's almost time for dinner. I think Miss Chuan Maiko wants to eat rice, right? Chuan Maiko really has a murderous heart. She is the daughter of the dignified Chuanmei property, does she need to spend money? As long as she let go. Those who want to invite her to dinner can go from City Z to City A. Really mad? Kawamiko took a deep breath and calmed down. Trying to say with a cold face. Lin Bei, I advise you to stop using these little tricks. I don't know how many criminals have tried to get close to me these years. What means have I never seen? Maiko, I'm not a fool. There was silence for a while. Saitama, teacher, she said you like her. Okay. Lin Bei nodded. Then, the two people hugged their stomachs and leaned forward and backward with a smile. What's so funny? Chuan Maiko flushed with shame, and an inexplicable sense of shame rose in her heart. Lin Bei smiled slightly. Miss Kawamiko, you feel too good about yourself. Saitama wiped the tears from his laughter with his hand. Although I don't know who the teacher likes, it must not be you. Why? Chuan Maiko was not convinced. She wants to have good looks, a figure, and a family. Why can't Lin Bei like her? Because teacher, he has never looked at you more. Saitama chuckled. Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. Saitama is not interested in Kawamiko at all. Or, on the way, so many beauties. Saitama has never faked colors. Think about it, these vulgar fans are not in the eyes of the teacher? The vulgar fan. Chuan Maiko is going crazy with anger. This is the first time anyone dared to comment on her like this. Enough, Saitama. Lin Bei couldn't seem to listen anymore, and snorted in dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Kawamiko was immediately happy. This guy Lin Bei really likes her. No, as soon as I saw her being bullied, I immediately helped her. But suddenly, Lin Bei's conversation turned. If we keep on talking like this, we will have dinner. As he said, Lin Bei Ko Chuan Maiko smiled slightly. Ms. Chuan Maiko comes from a prominent family. There are some rough tea and light rice at home, so I won't leave you to eat. Finished. Saitama, what are you doing in a daze? Open the door to see you off. Kawamiko was so dizzy and pushed out by Saitama. Then, boom! The big door slapped her face fiercely. After a while, Kawamiko came back to her senses in disbelief. She was actually kicked out? Just because of a meal, the daughter of the Tang Tang Chuan Miai group was swept out? Call. Chuan Maiko panted heavily. Resist the urge to get angry. It must be a trick to catch up. Yes, I can't be fooled, I rushed in now, and I was in the arms of this fellow Lin Bei. Hey, do you want to do this, Miss Ben? Chuan Maiko believes that as long as she is a little reserved. In a few days, Lin Bei will definitely come to the door. In the door. In fact, Miss Chuan Maiko is not bad. Saitama scratched his head. Aren't we going too far in this way? Lin Bei smiled and shook his head. A rich lady like Chuan Maiko is not bad in nature, but she feels too good about herself. Thinking the whole world is around her, every man is interested in her. You have to experience more severe social beatings to grow. We are doing this for her too. Saitama nodded again and again. The teacher is worthy of being a teacher, and every random movement contains deep meaning. He has a lot to learn. Chapter 11, Kawamiko and Number 039, S Perfect Revenge Plan. The next day, early in the morning. On the lawn in front of the villa, Lin Bei looked serious. Are you sure you won't regret it? I will never regret it. Saitama looked serious. In order to be a hero like you, I am willing to pay any price. Lin Bei thought for a moment. Any price for this should include hair. And so, special training begins. First, 100 push UPS, then 100 sit UPS and 100 squats. Finally, the 10 kilometers long run. But this is just Saitama's training standard. Lin Bei's training volume is 10 times that of Saitama. Hey! 996, 997, 998. Lin Bei can feel it. In high-intensity training, every muscle of oneself burns, recasts, and then becomes stronger. The training of Lin Bei and Saitama did not end until the sun went down. Saitama was tired and paralyzed. Although Lin Bei still has spare energy, it is not easy to train 10 times the amount. But it's all worth it. Host, Lin Bei. Physique, 10. Evaluation, Tiger level, medium. In just one day, Lin Bei's strength increased fourfold. The system evaluation has reached the Tiger level. If you use the hero level to evaluate, it is a B-level hero. There are already many heroes who can't reach the height in an exhausted life. And this is just Lin Bei's improvement in one day. Although Saitama was not promoted by Lin Peking University, he barely reached the threshold of a C-rank hero. Taste the sweetness in the next few days. Lin Bei and Saitama's training is even crazier. The power is getting stronger. But what they didn't notice was, in the sky, there is a drone that has been staring at them closely. In a manner almost identical to Lin Bei's. Kawamiko looked haggard. These days, she has been spying on Lin Bei with a drone. Can be a whole week. Don't say that Lin Bei came to her on the initiative, and didn't even mention her. In other words, she has always been passionate about herself. Lin Bei doesn't like her at all. The discovery of this made Kawamiko really ashamed and annoyed. Shame is my own wishful thinking. What is annoying is, she chew on Miko, what is wrong? Lin Bei, this nasty guy, why do you look down on her? Chuan Miko gritted her teeth unwillingly. No, she has never suffered such a big loss in her life. She decided. She must make Lin Bei unable to extricate herself from falling in love with her. Then, he dumped him mercilessly. This is her perfect revenge plan for Kawamiko. According to the current situation. Let alone make Lin Bei fall in love with her. They may not meet more than one hand in this lifetime. Unless she found a legitimate reason to approach Lin Bei. Suddenly, Chuan Miko remembered the identity of the superpower of the Lin Bei space system. And some time ago, my dad told her about gatherings of superpowers and organizing heroes associations. He must be interested in this. Thinking of this, Kawamiko immediately picked up the phone. Hello, Dad. Good girl, why are you free to call me today? There was a strong man's voice over the phone. Why, I can't call you if I'm fine. Chuan Miko groaned in dissatisfaction. Okay, I was wrong. The man on the phone immediately lowered his head to admit his mistake, smiled and said, let's go, what's the matter? It's actually nothing. Chuan Miko's face blushed, it's the superpower banquet you mentioned last time. Can you give me a few places? Super banquet. The man was a little puzzled. I remember, didn't you hate going to these banquets before? Chuan Miko flushed, and said ashamed, in short, just leave it alone. Of course she was ashamed to say. She actually went to get close to Lin Bei. But who is on the other side of the phone? The owner of Chuanmei Property, the world's top wealthy businessman. Ups and downs in the business sea for decades. How could Chuan Miko's careful thought escape his ears? However, he did not ask directly. But after hanging up the phone, he found his secretary. Go and check. Who is going to the super banquet with Miss? It's not that simple to want to be my son-in-law of Qingxian Chuan. Chapter 12, Superman Banquet. After a hard day of training. Early the next morning, Lin Bei was woken up by Suzuki. What? You said that girl Chuan Miko is here. Master, I'm sorry. I didn't pay attention, and she broke in. Suzuki Shizuka was very guilty. As the chief maid, how could she put people in casually? It's okay, you are not to blame. Lin Bei can see Suzuki Shizuka's performance these days. Such a big manner. Relying on her alone is indeed too busy. It seems that recruitment is also on the agenda. However, before that, let's go and see that girl Chuan Miko first. Come here so early. I don't know what moth this woman is going to make. Super banquet. Yes. Chuan Maiko smiled triumphantly. There are a lot of superpowers in this party. You must be boring to train at home every day, right? How do you want to go? Kawamiko waved the invitation card in her hand, triumphant. Please beg me if you want to go. Linbei ignored the proud Chuan Maiko, but keenly discovered a problem. How do you know that I train at home all day? Chuan Maiko's smile instantly solidified. A pretty face instantly rose to a red apple. I guessed it. Anyway. Always staying at home, the improvement of strength will definitely be slow. Boys should go out more. Chuan Maiko didn't know what she was talking about anymore. Annoyed into anger, do you want to go? Linbei actually wanted to tell Chuan Maiko. The speed of his strength improvement is not very slow, but very fast. If I remember correctly, the training ended last night. His systematic evaluation has already broken through the tiger rank. Touched the ghost floor. But after staying in the house for a long time, he really wanted to go out for a walk. Super power party? It sounds interesting. Then go check it out. Seeing Linbei nodded in agreement, Kawamiko couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He quickly added, this invitation is mine. If you want to go, you must come with me. This little thing. Of course Linbei didn't care. Chuan Maiko was ecstatic in her heart. With her charm of Kawamiko, only one date is required. Can't it take a little, Linbei? But at this moment, Saitama walked out of the room sleepily. Teacher, it's training time. Linbei smiled slightly, no training today. Let's go to the super banquet. Chuan Maiko's face suddenly turned black. Why, can't you bring one more person? Linbei frowned slightly, in that case, then I too. Can. Chuan Maiko's smiling face is more bitter than bitter gourd. This banquet, their Qingxian family is one of the organizers. Let alone one person, even 10 people will do. It's just that there is a big light bulb like Saitama. How can she show her charm and capture Linbei's heart? Linbei smiled slightly, not paying attention to Chuan Maiko's careful thoughts. Smiled and nodded towards Saitama. This trip may give you insights. The S-class hero in One Punch Man. Some should be famous now, right? I don't know if I can see the number 1 blasting. Thought of this. Even Linbei began to look forward to it. After all, under Saitama, the strongest hero is Blast. Saitama shines even more. What he dreams of most is a hero like Linbei. Can see so many heroes at once. Of course he is very excited. Only Kawamiko was alone, crying silently in the corner. Is the light bulb me? Chapter 13, You rich people just like to play low-key. The luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom glides slowly down the street. It's like an aristocrat, patrolling his territory. Sitting in the co-pilot, Saitama looked around curiously and couldn't help but exclaimed. This car is so handsome. Then turned his head and looked at the driver beside him. Uncle, how much does this car cost? Is 1 million enough? You can't buy 1 million. The driver reluctantly laughed. Contempt in my heart. I don't know where the young lady got these 2 hillbillies. As soon as I got in the car, I yelled. He even spent 1 million to buy Rolls-Royce. It's ridiculous. 1 million for a tire is almost the same. This car is really good. Linbei also nodded approvingly. In the car. Rolls-Royce is Linbei's favorite type. Noble, low-key, luxurious. It can be called the aristocrat of luxury cars. The teacher knows so much. Saitama scratched his head and smiled. I'm like me, I can only say it is awesome. Or, teacher, would you buy one too? Upon hearing this, the driver smiled contemptuously in his heart. The two hillbillies don't even know how much money, but they want to buy a Rolls-Royce Phantom? I really don't know how high the sky is. Also. Lin Bei nodded in agreement. Although the two of us don't need it, Suzuki can use it when she goes out to buy groceries. The entire estate occupies 1 hectare, which is too big. With a car, Shizuka Suzuki will be able to go out to buy food in the future. The driver was stunned. This tone is too big? Purchasing a Rolls-Royce specifically to get the maid to go shopping? Use Rolls-Royce to buy vegetables? This bragging, it's absolutely amazing. The driver believes. As long as a slightly sane person, I am afraid that what Lin Bei said is true. But the next second. Lin Bei, you want to buy a car? Kawamoko's eyes lit up and she quickly said, do you need my help? I know a Rolls-Royce car dealership and can get the car in 3 days. Okay. Lin Bei nodded and didn't care. For him, whether it is a car or money, these are just trivial things. There is no need to waste too much time. Saitama also gradually got used to Lin Bei's attitude towards money. 3 billion villas. Lin Bei bought it without blinking. Not to mention driving a Rolls-Royce to buy groceries. That is to buy 10 more cars to take out the garbage. Not surprising. Gudong. The driver swallowed. Today he finally knows what it means to be a real person. He knew how powerful and wealthy the Chuan Maiko family was. I didn't expect. These two guys, who looked like hillbillies, turned out to be so big that Chuan Maiko took the initiative to indulge. Now think of it. Fortunately, he just had a bad attitude and didn't say anything bad, and there was a remedy. Lin Xiao, I am Miss Chuan Maiko's driver, Lao Cheng. While wiping his sweat, the driver said with a flattering smile, when you use the car, you can just say a word at any time. Lin Bei didn't care about Lao Cheng's sudden good to himself. But, old Cheng, are you a little weak in your body? Lin Bei looked puzzled, otherwise, how come you have a cold sweat on this hot day? Lao Cheng suddenly became a bitter face. Why? I am not scared by you. You rich people just like to play low-key. Play pig-eat-tiger. If this happens again a few times. Lao Cheng was not sure whether his little heart could stand it. Fortunately, in the end, Lao Cheng still sent Lin Bei and the others to the venue of this super banquet. The most luxurious hotel in Z City. Gabriel 5-star Hotel. Chapter 14, It and number 039, S too cheap to beat him. Tall, white angel sculpture. A lifelike standing in front of the gate of the Gabriel Hotel. The Rolls-Royce Phantom just stopped. A young man in a white suit immediately greeted him with a flattering smile. Miss Kawamoko, we haven't seen each other for a long time. I saw someone coming. Kawamoko frowned in disgust. Li Tianlong, who told you I was here? Miss Kawamoko joked. The Gabriel Hotel is also my family's property anyway. As he said, Li Tianlong smiled affectionately, what's more, I have always been concerned about the movements of Ms. Chuan Maiko. Chuan Maiko, who listened to this numbness, felt like vomiting. This Li Tianlong and her also met at a banquet. Since then, it has been like a piece of disgusting brown candy that has been stalking her. Are you disgusting? Kawamoko has always been an outspoken temper. Unexpectedly, Li Tianlong was not at all angry, and he smiled and nodded, it doesn't matter, I believe Ms. Chuan Maiko, you will see my sincerity one day. In fact, since meeting Chuan Maiko, Li Tianlong made up his mind. At all costs, we must get her. You know, although their Li family also has some money, it can be compared with a top chaebol like the Kawamoko family. Not worth mentioning at all. As the only daughter of the family, Kawamoko is the most favored. As long as you can get her, it is almost equivalent to owning half of the assets of the Qingxian family. It can be said to be a step up. For this reason, Li Dashao even deliberately went to learn piano that he didn't dare to be interested in at all, just to do his best. While helping Chuan Mitzi to open the car door, Li Dashao smiled flatly. Knowing that you are coming, I specially bought a special Steinway for 30 million, and I can ask you for advice later. Heard this? The contempt on Chuan Maiko's face almost overflowed. A large part of the reason why she hates Li Tianlong so much. That is, Li Tianlong always likes intentionally or unintentionally reveal wealth in front of her. In terms of money, can 100 Li Tianlong be richer than her? I really don't know the so-called. By comparison. Although Lin Bei is also very rich. But Chuan Mitzi could see that Lin Bei didn't even put money in his eyes. Never deliberately show off wealth. So to speak. Lin Bei, this guy is really special. Thinking of this, Kawamiko couldn't help but blush. But at this moment. Hey, can you still go in? Lin Bei frowned coldly. He came here to attend the super banquet. But I didn't come to listen to the nonsense of young Master Li. Chuan Maiko smiled bitterly. It's not just money, but Lin Bei actually didn't even care about her. But the more this happens, the more Kawamiko cannot admit defeat. She must have Lin Bei fall in love with her. Then complete your revenge plan gorgeously. Sorry, Lin Bei-jun. Kawamiko apologized gently. When this matter is over, I will definitely compensate you. Young Master Li's face turned black. Just now Chuan Maiko scolded him as disgusting in public, but he didn't care. But why is there a man sitting in Chuan Maiko's car? Besides, what was this man called Kawamiko just now? Hey? You know, he has known Chuan Maiko for so long, and he can only call Chuan Maiko. Also add honorific title. And this Lin Bei. It turned out to be like calling someone down. Hey? Even more terrifying is. Chuan Maiko is still not angry. Call him Lin Bei-jun? Give him compensation afterwards? How to compensate? Isn't it compensated to go to bed? This bitch, slut. If I try my best to chase you, you will pretend to be a chaste woman. He didn't even look at me. When someone feeds you, you can't wait to fly onto someone's bed. Young Master Li was going crazy. He chased Chuan Maiko for so long. I have never seen such a gentle Kawamiko. Every time Kawamiko sees him, she is either sick or away. Once in front of Lin Bei, everything changed. Li Dashao gritted his teeth. He wants to see it. This Lin Bei, what is it sacred? But wait to see that what came out of the car was just a black-haired teenager in ordinary clothes. Young Master Li has a murderous heart. That's one, the whole body is no more than 500 yuan. Why did you beat him, young Master Li? Seeing that young Master Li looked ugly, a few of his dog legs leaned forward immediately. Xiao Li, how about finding a few people to handle this kid? Being not. Li Dashao still hasn't lost his reason. He didn't dare to do such a thing in front of Kawamiko. But this does not mean that he has no other means. Young Master Li grinned. Lin Bei-jun, right. I just discussed the piano with Kawamiko. It may sound a bit boring to a layman, sorry. I heard Li Tianlong calling his name directly. Chuan Maiko frowned slightly in dissatisfaction. But in order not to delay Lin Bei's time, he didn't say much. Lin Bei directly ignored Li Dashao. If there are any smelly fish, rotten shrimps, they must be in the eye. Wouldn't he be exhausted? Li Dashao thought he had taken out Lin Bei's shortcomings. Smile proudly. How could a kid who wears goods on the floor know the piano? By the way, the Steinway I just said is a brand of pianos. Li Dashao sneered. Mr. Lin Bei, don't you even know this? If it was just yin and yang. Now I'm just laughing at Lin Bei. MD, you guy is looking for death. Saitama is straightforward. shaking his fist, is about to teach this defiant young Master Li. Saitama. Lin Bei stretched out his hand to stop Saitama. Remember, this kind of roll is not worth your punch. The fist that can kill poros with one blow is rewarded to this Li Tianlong. Isn't it too cheap for him? After all, Lin Bei turned his head coldly. He didn't want to talk to young Master Li. However, since he wanted to die, that's no wonder he. See this? Saitama's eyes widened in excitement. Chuan Maiko couldn't help but cast a pity at young Master Li. This guy will definitely regret provoke Lin Bei. Because, the last guy who provoked Lin Bei. I'm afraid this will already live in a public toilet. 30 tons. I can't finish it for a while. Chapter 15, Knocking It Out. I don't have a son like you. Are you trying to say I don't understand piano? Lin Bei is not interested in wasting time with people like Li Tianlong. Open the door directly. I didn't mean it. Young Master Li chuckled slyly. However, if you think so, then I can't help it. Heard this? Lin Bei smiled contemptuously. A man, if he even said it, he wouldn't dare to recognize it. Then it's better to cut off the lower one. Heard this? Li Dashao's face flushed suddenly. Well, that's what I think, so what? Li Dashao gritted his teeth. I remember, there is no family surnamed Lin in the circle of City Z. Lin Bei does not deny it either. He never said it. He is a rich second generation like Li Dashao. Hearing this, young Master Li laughed immediately disdainfully. After a long period of trouble, it's really poor. Young Master Li grinned triumphantly. Boy, I will teach you a truth today. It's not your circle, don't squeeze hard. You still go home and buy an electronic piano to play. You and us are not the same kind of people. After speaking, young Master Li laughed arrogantly. Lin Bei nodded affirmatively. He does not deny this. An ant like Li Tianlong is certainly not a human being. But dare to gamble? Lin Bei grinned and chuckled. Just use the piano that you think is high class. Hey? What did you say? Young Master Li cut out his ears in disbelief. You who doesn't even know Steinway. Dare to compare piano with me? Do you know how much a Steinway will cost? If it breaks, can you pay for it? Lin Bei didn't argue, but smiled slightly. If it breaks, isn't it just what you want? Li Dashao was taken aback. That's right. If this guy Lin Bei breaks the piano in a frivolous manner, then he can be upright, in front of Chuan Maiko, to ruin this kid? Very well, that's it. Young Master Li laughed triumphantly. If you lose, kneel down and give me 3 beeps. Then what if you lose? Young Master Li's face turned dark. Although he doesn't think he will lose, but give you 1,000,000. Do not. Lin Bei shook his head slowly. If you lose, you will learn how to bark while crawling out of the hotel for me. Knocking your head or anything, just avoid it. Lin Bei smiled slightly. I don't have a dog son like you. You. Young Master Li's eyes widened, just about to get angry. Seeing this, the dog leg quickly grabbed young Master Li. Xiao Li, calm down. This kid uses the radical method. Young Master Li calmed down a bit, gritted his teeth and said grimly, good boy, you have a great mouth. However, this world depends on strength after all. I see how you die later. Li Dashao sneered and walked into the banquet hall. See this? Chuan Maiko looked worried. This time is different from the one at Chuanmei property. As a space system superpower, Lin Bei may be able to hide a sum of money in a different space. Can play the piano. Space superpowers can't do much. Or, forget it. Chuan Maiko gritted her teeth. After all, this matter was her trouble. There is no need to shame Lin Bei. Nothing to do with you. Lin Bei smiled and shook his head. Since Li Dashao ridiculed him, this matter was not just about Chuan Maiko. This is a provocation to Lin Bei. It just so happened that during this period of time, I was a bit bored to practice. Just take this young Master Li to have fun. Sister Chuan Mei, don't worry. Saitama grinned and said, think about it, teacher, when did he do something uncertain? Dare to fight the teacher? Saitama snorted disdainfully, what we should worry about is the second generation of silly surname Li. Chapter 16, Lin Bei NB. The banquet hall of the Gabriel Hotel. Those who usually get in and out of here are guys who claim to be social elites and upper-class people. Basically, you have to wear a tuxedo to enter the door. But Lin Bei and Saitama, how do they know this? Came in sports shorts. If it weren't for Chuan Maiko's big name, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to get in. But even so, as soon as they walked into the banquet hall, Lin Bei and Saitama still attracted 99% of the attention of the audience. Is this the kid Li Xiao just said? It's so crude to come in wearing shorts. However, the young lady who can go to King Xuan's house can be considered as a step up to the sky, tusk. All the people present showed contemptuous looks. Lin Bei. Chuan Maiko was a little worried. Lin Bei smiled contemptuously and signaled Chuan Maiko to feel relieved. Who cares about the views of ants? At this moment, Chuan Maiko exclaimed. In the middle of the crowd, there was an exceptionally exquisite piano made entirely of crystals. Steinway's Crystal Love. Kawamako's eyes flickered. This piano can be called the crystal in the piano. Perfect is like a work of art. Only the toad sitting in front of it was really an eyesore. Kawamaiko, are you happy? This crystal love cost me more than 10 million. It's all just for you. As Li Dashao said, he opened the piano cover numbly. Next, this wedding of my dream is dedicated to my favorite person, Miss Kawamaiko. Hum hum hum. The melodious piano sound rang. I have to say that Li Dashao is still a bit level. At least this wedding in my dream was played pretty well. In the banquet hall, many women have red eyes. Li Xiao is so romantic. If I could marry Xiao Li, how happy would he be? The man is handsome, rich in family, and so talented. Logically speaking, such a scene. No matter which woman. They must be moved in a mess. I don't know why. Kawamaiko listened to the sound of the piano and the surrounding discussion. She just wants to throw up. She knew exactly what Li Tianlong was. Greed of money, lust, little belly chicken intestines. It's a hypocrite. If there is a woman marrying him, let alone happiness, I am afraid I will have a nightmare for the rest of my life. Therefore, the wedding of this dream. It sounds so disgusting. Fortunately, this dream wedding is only a few minutes away. Chuan Maiko didn't really spit it out. Li Dashao was very proud. Although the difficulty of the song Dream Wedding is not high. But if you use it as a confession, it's a good one. Since he learned the piano. With this trick, more than 10 female students have been deceived. Therefore, I studied piano for half a year, but I didn't learn anything else. Just count this piece, he is the most familiar with it. This time it was an extraordinary performance without any mistakes. He didn't believe it. Lin Bei, this is a poor who hasn't even touched the piano. He can win. Lin Bei, if you are willing to bow your head and admit your mistakes, I don't mind forgiving you. Young Master Li looked down at Lin Bei aloft, with a disdainful sneer. Of course he was not going to forgive Lin Bei. I said this just to make Lin Bei feel sick. But Lin Bei ignored Li Dashao directly. Walked straight towards Crystal Love. This made young Master Li's face suddenly a little uncomfortable. But before he can speak, I don't know what to do. Xiao Li gives you a chance, but I don't know how to cherish it. Yes, that is, the toad wants to eat swan meat and does not see what he is. The women who were just wet by Master Li. Pointing to Lin Bei's scolding, the more scolding, the more unpleasant. Chuan Maiko almost couldn't listen anymore. But at this moment, Lin Bei already sat down in front of the piano. He raised his hands high. With only 3 sounds, everyone present was stunned. This voice. The women who just yelled at them all opened their eyes wide and closed their mouths involuntarily. It's different from the dream wedding. When Li Dashao played, they just felt at best, well, the melody sounds pretty good. But in Lin Bei's piano sound, there is an inexplicable force. When the piano sounded again, everyone present could no longer speak. The sound of the piano may be heavy or exciting. But no matter what kind of rhythm it is like a stormy sea, one shot on the hearts of everyone. This is a power that hits the soul directly. As the so-called layman watch the excitement, the expert watch the doorway. This is the 3rd piano concerto. Soon there was a bald middle-aged man who recognized the piano piece Lin Bei was playing. Xiao Bai wondered aside. Then this 3rd piano concerto, with the dream wedding that Li Dashao just played, which one is awesome? Nonsense! The 3rd concerto is recognized as the most difficult piano piece, and only real piano masters can play it. The bald man's eyes reddened. Compared with the 3rd concerto, the wedding in my dream is simply 1 + 1 for elementary school students. Which one do you mean? Chapter 17, Bark My Dog and Crawl Out. Although Xiao Bai, who was scolded inexplicably, was a little unhappy, she soon didn't care. Because this tune is really nice and shocking. Every beat seems to resonate with his heart. After listening for a while, he wants to give himself a mouth. Why did you ask such a stupid question just now? Compared with this song, Li Tianlong's dream wedding, is it a JB? Li Dashao has a sullen expression. Although he didn't want to admit it either. But Lin Bei's level was indeed beyond his imagination. Because the bald man who just spoke was the piano teacher he had hired at a high price. However, he was not the most surprised one. The most surprised is actually Kawamiko. For a long time, she thought that Lin Bei was just a rude who didn't know how to pity and cherish Jade. But now, the facts tell her she was wrong. Lin Bei's knowledge on the piano has surpassed her. It can even be called, yes, the top pianist in the world. When the last note falls, there was enduring applause throughout the banquet hall. Each of these applause seemed to be drawn on Li Tianlong's face. It hurts so hot. Didn't you just ask people to bow their heads and admit their mistakes? What's going on now? Dumb? Li Dashao gritted his teeth, desperately trying to say something. Wen Wu is the first, Wu Wu is the second to find a place. But for a long time, I just couldn't open my mouth. No way. Lin Bei's performance is like an invincible fist. Use absolute power. He directly beaten his performance into scum. Seeing this, Lin Bei dismissed it with a smile. Whether it is reality or music, only strength is king. The silver treasure chest opened from Kawamiko gave him direct piano mastery. In addition, his physical fitness beyond the limits of the human body. Lin Bei is already a piano master. It started when Li Dashao decided to compare him with piano. It was destined to be a complete failure. You lose. Lin Bei looked down at young Master Li coldly. I didn't lose, or didn't you say it? Li Dashao blushed and bit his head. He doesn't want to crawl out of his hotel. But at this moment, Chuan Maiko walked out coldly. Could it be that Xiao Li is planning to violate the gambling contract in front of our Qingxian family? Amount. Young Master Li choked. If Kawamiko didn't show up, he might still be able to flee in shameless ways. But once Chuan Maiko came forward, he took out the name of the Qingxian family. Don't mention him, Li Tianlong. It is the helm of their Li family. Li Tianbao is here. I have to climb out honestly. Young Master Li slowly bends down with bitterness and lie on the ground. Don't forget to learn how to bark. Saitama grinned, and kindly reminded, the call is unqualified, maybe I have to climb again. Vow. Li Dashao stared bitterly at Saitama and Lin Bei. The dog barked on one side. Using both hands and feet, he crawled out of his hotel. Ha ha ha. The banquet hall burst into laughter. Unexpectedly, young Master Li is really decent after learning from a dog. I think his dog barks better than he plays the piano. I just recorded it, and I will post it online later. Everyone laughed for a while. Many people came forward one after another, wanting to get acquainted with Lin Bei. If the previous Lin Bei was just a poor boy who was lucky enough to hold the thigh of the Qingxian family. Now Lin Bei. He is the youngest piano master in the world, plus young talents who are admired and maintained by Kawamiko. Go further. That is the son-in-law of the Qingxian family. With such a future prospect, we should not hurry up. Their society for so many years has been considered a fool. Although Lin Bei was disdainful, he was too lazy to bother. Let Saitama temporarily accept the business cards of these celebrities and elites. Wait for an opportunity and throw them all in the trash can. After putting away the business card, Saitama grinned. Sister Chuanmei, in fact, you just saved Li Tianlong's life. What? Saitama chuckled. Just when Li Tianlong was trying to fall back on his account, Saitama felt murderous in Lin Bei's body. Chuanmiko was stunned. Lin Bei smiled and waved his hand. This little thing won't kill people, it's fine to be disabled. What is the difference? Kawamiko suddenly couldn't laugh or cry. If you say that, I really saved that guy's life. It's nothing. Lin Bei waved his hand, chuckles disdainfully. With this kind of personality, I'm afraid I won't let it go. There are still many opportunities to abolish him. As long as he dares to come. To abolish him, for Lin Bei, it was just a matter of time. Hearing this, Kawamiko suddenly became worried, but this way, will you be in danger? Danger, rely on him. Lin Bei smiled disdainfully and only said 4 words. Any ants? Vow. Li Tianlong barked all the way and climbed out of his hotel. Such a scene. The entire hotel staff were stunned. They never dreamed that such a thing would happen. Young Master Li is crazy? What to look at? Be careful, I kill you. Get out of me. Incompetence furious for a while. Young Master Li's eyes were red, and he knelt on the ground, roaring up to the sky. Lin Bei, don't kill you. I, Li Tianlong, swear not to be a man. Not far away. Old Cheng, who was doing maintenance for Rolls-Royce, secretly thanked him. Tisk tusk, fortunately, my old Cheng recognized it early. Otherwise, I am probably the one who is kneeling and going crazy at this time. Chapter 18, You are thinking about fart. Solved Li Tianlong, an eye-catching reptile. Lin Bei has not forgotten the purpose of his going out this time. Unfortunately. He just looked around. Not to mention the most mysterious blasting. He didn't even see a famous S-rank hero. But it's not nothing. Because he accidentally saw an acquaintance. A gloomy black-haired youth leaned against the wall coldly. There is a cold light of disdain in the gold wire glasses. The House of Evolution, Dr. Kenos. Lin Bei recognized him from the crowd. This is the first evil organization leader to appear in One Punch Man. The genius scientist who created the House of Evolution, Dr. Kenos. Although Dr. Kenos and Evolution House played early. It's early on the street. But if it's about strength, Lin Bei thinks. The House of Evolution is not inferior to any evil organization in One Punch Man. There are not only many ghost-level monsters, such as Mosquito Girls, Armored Gorillas, Beastmasters. Top combat power, and even the dragon-class monster who can easily defeat Geno's Azura Unicorn. Even the 9th-ranked hero zombie man in the S rank. They all come from Kenos Laboratory. Without any exaggeration. 1 Kenos is equivalent to 10 S-rank heroes. Such talents, if they are not earned under their command. Isn't it a pity? But it is not waiting for Lin Bei to act. Someone came to him first. This is a very beautiful woman. Even Chuan Maiko stared vigilantly. In front of this woman. Even she did not have much confidence. Lin Bei turned his head in doubt. His eyes shook slightly. The dark green dress wraps the devil-like figure with unevenness. The hem of the dress is slit up to the hip. A piece of snow white like milk is revealed. Except for this proud figure. What's more difficult is that there are sharp light green pupils under the neat black short hair. Fukuyuki from hell. Lin Bei subconsciously called out the other party's name. Hell Chugzhu was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled softly. Unexpectedly, Mr. Lin also knew my name. However, the word hell. Chugzhu was a little confused. Lin Bei chuckled. The blowing snow of hell. It's actually Chugzhu's hero code name. Now even the Heroes Association has just begun to organize. Of course Chugzhu didn't know. However, it is not too much to explain. When a violent wind passes through the border, the horror that is conceived is like hell. Lin Bei chuckled and said, "This is the blowing snow of hell." Hells, Fukuyuki. Chugzhu whispered softly and nodded, "Thank you, this is indeed a good name." Lin Bei was taken aback. Ding! Received appreciation from Hell Fugzhu, thank you gift as a golden gift box. Open the gold gift box and get a tiger level chanting power. Unexpectedly, just said a name. Just picking up the tiger level thought motivation. Lin Bei couldn't help but uttered, Chugzhu is a good comrade. Seeing this, Kawamiko's face turned black. She had never seen such an expression on Lin Bei's face. And it seemed that Lin Bei had known this woman a long time ago. Fubuki from hell. Chuan Maiko gritted her teeth. But she didn't wait for her to speak. Chugzhu spoke first. It seems that Mr. Lin also did a lot of investigations on me. Lin Bei frowned slightly, also. I know Mr. Lin is a hero of the Space Department. Fugzhu from hell smiled slightly, how about? Would you like to consider joining my Fugzhu group? Hero, Fugzhu group. Saitama's eyes widened curiously. I almost forgot to say it. Fubuki raised his head proudly, there will be a hero association soon to be established, and my Fubuki team is recruiting men. Before, Saitama still listened with gusto. But as soon as I heard. Haha. Saitama smiled disdainfully and turned his head directly. Just leave Fu Shui with a disdainful butt. What does it mean? Fugzhu from was angry and confused. Lin Bei smiled apologetically. The kid is stubborn, let Chugzhu laugh at you. Quickly, Saitama, just say anything. It's impolite to hold your to someone else. Hell Chugzhu's expression only slightly eased when he heard this. Oh. Saitama turned his head obediently. Fuyuki from stared at Saitama with a serious face. She needs a reasonable explanation for this matter. What I want to say is. Saitama poked up her suddenly and patted Fugzhu hard, laughing loudly. You are thinking about fart. Chapter 19, White Prostitution Blowing Snow. Everyone present was stunned. Ha ha ha. Chuan Maiko rolled around with a smile while clutching her belly. You, what did you just say? Chugzhu's pretty face flushed red, and asked in disbelief. I'm thinking, farting, eating. Saitama sneered every word, you want to recruit teachers. Heard this. Chugzhu immediately looked at Lin Bei with an anger, and asked, Lin Bei-jun, do you mean that too? Lin Bei smiled slightly. Saitama means, that's what I mean. You. Chugzhu's pair of light green pupils suddenly burned with anger. In Chugzhu's opinion, Lin Bei is just a space hero without combat ability. Lin Bei would be grateful for the recruitment of such a courteous corporal. Bow down under her pomegranate skirt and work hard for Fubuki. I didn't expect. It's so humiliated. Want to fart? When I think of these 3 words, Chuxu trembles with anger. I want to teach you a lesson. Chuxu roared every word. The whole person floated slowly. The invisible wind is blowing the black hair, and the snow blowing in is like the goddess of wind. Just now. The goddess is angry. Give a light wave. The invisible wind rolled up a chair and ran into Saitama like a train. Saitama was about to punch. Not urgent. Lin Bei grinned. It just so happened that he also wanted to try the new ability he had just acquired. Since Chuxu of Hell is the goddess of wind, then he can barely be a male god. The wind, listen to my orders. Lin Bei grinned and snapped his fingers softly. Crack! The chair, which was as swift as a train, stopped in midair for an instant, making an overwhelmed squeak sound. What? Chuxu was stunned. Her motivation for thinking was actually cancelled out? Lin Bei, isn't he a space hero? But now, she can't take care of these. This battle is related to the future reputation of her group. She must win. The invisible storm is surging, gravel, bricks, and even the entire Gabriel Hotel are shaking. Everyone in the hotel screamed in horror. It will take a few seconds. There will be a huge storm destroying everything here. Lin Bei, remember, all this is your fault. Hell Lan. Chuxu gritted his teeth and roared. But... Stop it. Lin Bei smiled slightly. It was another light snapping finger. The suspended gravel and bricks patter back to the ground. The Gabriel Hotel also stopped shaking instantly. Just snap your fingers. Everything is at peace. Chuxu opened her mouth wide in disbelief. She is currently the strongest move. It was easily offset. Such a situation she only met when facing her sister Tornado. In other words, Lin Bei is not only a rare space hero, but also a powerful superpower hero. This is really amazing. Compared to Chuxu, who was so shocked that he couldn't close his legs, Lin Bei was not very satisfied. Chuxu's thinking power is not as good as Tornado after all. Tiger, top level. Used to deal with miscellaneous fish, it is convenient and quick. Once the opponent reaches the ghost level, such an attack of thought power is simply tickling. But anyway, it's a free prostitute. What kind of bicycle do you need? Moreover, can't kill the enemy. Used to turn off lights, cut vegetables, and beat back. Not much better than the artificial mental retardation of Xiao AI. Life is a magic skill, it's done. Chapter 20, Challenge the World. If Hell Chuxu knew, her ability, in Lin Bei, could only be used to cut vegetables and turn off the lights. I don't know how she feels. But even if you don't know, Fuyaki's current mood is also very complicated. She must be unable to beat Lin Bei. But the problem now is, what should she do next? Is it to apologize outright, or to say something cruel and run away? Soon, Chuxu gave the answer. Lin Bei, your strength really exceeded my expectations. However, it is impossible to gain a foothold in the huge Heroes Association by playing alone. Chuxu raised his head and stretched out his hand towards Lin Bei. Trust me, joining the Chuxu group must be your best choice. What is Yuja and what is the Queen? That is even if you lose. You also want to be proud and confident of returning to a big victory. Kawamiko gritted her teeth on the sidelines. Why is this woman so shameless? Others have already rejected you once. Even Stalker refused to let go. But even so, Chuan Miko also had to admit. The way Chuxu had just spoken made her heart beat. In this world, there are always people like Chuxu. The whole body is full of charm and talent. No matter what she says, It's all so convincing. But you are wrong! Saitama yelled suddenly. Everyone present was shocked. I'm wrong. Chugzu raised her head proudly and smiled slightly. Tell me, where did I go wrong? I don't understand either. Saitama scratched his head in annoyance, and before everyone laughed, he suddenly turned his head and smiled. However, the teacher must know. Lin Bei. Chugzu's eyes dazzled. Convince this Saitama, whose head doesn't seem very bright. She has absolute certainty. But if it's Lin Bei. Chugzu is also rare, without full assurance. But just as she thought, Lin Bei would use any subtle language to refute her. Lin Bei only said 2 words. Powerful. Okay. Chugzu was puzzled. Lin Bei smiled slightly. When you are stronger than the whole world, everything is not a problem. Hiss. Heard this. Everyone present gasped. What kind of lofty ambition is this? One person, to challenge the whole world. I'm not looking down on you blowing snow. It is not to look down on the heroes who are sitting. Because I am not going to be your enemy, I am going to be the world. This is the first time Lin Bei has exposed his ambition. Ding! Dot. Trigger the only mission, enemy with the world. Be the strongest and defeat the world. Task reward, all the heavens and worlds are in your hands. Lin Bei didn't expect it either. He accidentally triggered the only task of the system. However, there is no difference. Anyway, he had planned to do so. Hell Fubuki was completely speechless. Although rationally, she thinks Lin Bei is bragging. Can be from the perceptual. She thinks Lin Bei is serious. This man really wants to challenge the world. Dumbfounded? Stupid woman. Chuan Maiko secretly happily on the side, although Lin Bei's words mean to look down on everyone. But Chuan Maiko has known Lin Bei for so long. Who has the closest relationship with Lin Bei? No need for her to say more, right? Saitama. That's right, it's under. Chapter 21, Dr. Kenos. I won't give up. Chugzu was shocked by Lin Bei's ambition. But she still insisted. Joining the Chugzu group is your best choice. Of course. Lin Bei also bluntly rejected her again. In this world, no one is qualified to recruit me. I won't give up. Just finished saying this sentence. Chugzu fainted with a puff. This girl is too aggressive. Lin Bei shook his head helplessly. Insufficient strength. Just force too much motivation. From falling to the ground in a coma, from the Kikiao bleeding to death. His body has already exceeded the limit of human beings by countless times, naturally it is not a big deal. But Chugzu girl, I'm afraid she has already reached her limit. Just kept gritted his teeth. Really want to save face and suffer alive. Lin Bei thought for a while, and nodded to Chuan Maiko who was aside, you take Chugzu home first. What? Chuan Maiko's eyes widened, and angrily, you actually let me take this woman home? Lin Bei frowned, then Saitama, take you. Forget it, let me take her home. Chuan Maiko interrupted Lin Bei quickly. Are you kidding me? If she brought the Hell Fuxu home, at least it would be in front of her, and it would be convenient for surveillance. But if Saitama takes her home, she didn't know what Lin Bei would do. Even if I hate blowing snow again, she can't take this risk either. But where are you going? Hearing what Lin Bei said, he didn't seem to be going home yet. Something private. Lin Bei's eyes narrowed slightly. He glanced at Kenos, who was still in the corner. It's different from heroes like Hell Fubuki. Dr. Kenos is the leader of the evil organization. And strength, and Fuxu is a world of difference. Although it is 3 years before the plot officially started, the Azura unicorn should have not been cultivated yet. But even the Beastmaster, Mosquito Girl's first-rate ghost level. It's already very dangerous. Watching Chuan Miiza take Chuangxiu to leave, Lin Bei began to act. Dr. Kenos, how are you? Lin Bei is straight to the point, without any polite plans. You really know me. Kenos pushed his glasses. Since you walked in here, your eyes seem to have been paying attention to me in secret. The weird thing is, I don't seem to have any memory of you, Mr. Lin Bei. Lin Bei smiled slightly. Maybe it's because you are too old, Dr. Kenos. Kenos' eyes narrowed. He is clearly his youngest time. But what Lin Bei said? Don't believe it yet. Lin Bei smiled slightly, and then said. Kenos, he was born a peerless genius. At the age of 15, because I couldn't bear the stupid humans around me, I decided to evolve all mankind. Create an ideal world with only smart people. Finally, when I was 75 years old, I discovered the secret to regaining my youth, and then created the House of Evolution. Lin Bei smiled slightly. How? Do you want me to continue talking? There was silence for a while. Kenos suddenly laughed nervously. Interesting, this world is like this, it is more interesting. It seems that you really know me well. Come with me. Kenos grinned mysteriously. Let you see, my genius will eventually change the creation of the world. Chapter 22, Apprentice, Mitosis. Grumbling. House of Evolution, 20 floors underground. In a huge nutrient tank that is more than 100 meters high. A unicorn who fell asleep was constantly breathing bubbles. Sure enough, this is it. Lin Bei really nodded like that. What? This time? Kenos, who had been quiet, was really surprised. If it is said that Lin Bei has a way to dig out the trajectory of his previous life. But this thing in front of. Obviously he didn't finish it, why would Lin Bei know? Unexpected profit? No, this is impossible. If you guessed it right, this is the Azura unicorn, right? Kenos. Although the finished product is very powerful, it failed. Lin Bei said lightly. Directly let Kenos run down. Failed. Kenos widened his eyes and roared hysterically. This is impossible. Whether it is power or wisdom. Azura Unicornus will be the most perfect human being. No, it's just a weirdo. Lin Bei interrupted Kenos coldly. You should understand this, right? After all, one punch is the famous limiter theory. It was Kenos who discovered it. As for the fact that Azura Unicorn is a failure, he could not understand better than others. Yes. Kenos collapsed to the ground in frustration. I also know that the Azura Unicorn is destined to be a failed work. But I really can't find any way to lift the human limiter. This question has no solution. Do not know why. In Kenos' heart, a strange thought suddenly rose. Be a fart scientific research. Might as well sell octopus balls. It is better to be an octopus to be a science. But at this moment, who said no? Lin Bei smiled slightly. In front of you, there are two humans who have lifted the restrictor. What are you kidding? Kenos laughed. Forget about Lin Bei. Combined with his previous performance, he still believes a little bit in his heart. But this Saitama looks dull. Can the limiter be lifted? Give me a break. Saitama, look down on me. If it wasn't for the teacher to see you, believe it or not, I blow your glasses. Kenos, haha. When the ghost-level beast king of my evolutionary house is vegetarian. Finding research hopeless. Kenos's funny attributes have risen straight up. But he still didn't believe it. I have researched a limiter that has failed for more than 100 years. Go out a corner. You can meet two superhumans who have lifted the limiter at once. Well, let's take a bet. Lin Bei raised a finger. If I really unlock the limiter, from now on, you will be my subordinate. Do research for me. Saitama smiled. Here comes the teacher again. Kenos frowned slightly. then what if you lose? I won't lose. Lin Bei grinned confidently. How about it, do you want to bet? Bet. Kenos grinned. Anyway, his research has been a complete failure. People who have lost to nothing. Even if you participate in a gambling game that does not make a profit, what's the harm? But how do you prove that you have lifted the limiter? Very simple. Lin Bei smiled slightly. If I lift the limiter, then my strength can grow infinitely. On the contrary, if I can't, it proves that I lied. Boom. 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 In the empty battle room, there was a louder noise. Kenos opened his mouth wide in disbelief. How is this possible? Strength, it is really increasing infinitely. Lin Bei fisted wildly. With each punch, the next punch will be faster and heavier. 5 of the force measuring devices used by the House of Evolution to test strength have been broken by Lin Bei. Now this dynamometer. It is the model with the strongest endurance of Evolution House. It can withstand the indiscriminate bombing of ghost-level monsters. But now, under the attack of Lin Bei's heavy punch, already on the verge of collapse. At last, with a bang, it exploded into a pile of parts. Lin Bei's property panel has also changed accordingly. Host, Lin Bei. Physique, 1568. Neon Motive Evaluation, Tiger Level, Top. Overall System Evaluation, Ghost Level, Top. In just a few days, Lin Bei's overall strength had reached the peak of the Ghost Level. As long as you go further, you can reach the Dragon Level. Saitama also broke through the Wolf Level and reached the Tiger Level, beginning. Kenos murmured in disbelief, how is this possible? How did you do it? Lin Bei said nothing. As a threat, Lin Bei believes that he should keep a low profile. As for Saitama, trust the teacher 100%. Saitama looks like a big brother instructing a younger brother. Be kind to Kenos, trust me, as long as you trust the teacher, you can do it too. Really? Did not expect. This guy Kenos was really fooled. Master is here, please be worshipped by the disciple. Kenos knelt down to Lin Bei with a puff. If you don't agree, I won't get up. Needless to say, this trick must have been taught by the master. Lin Bei sighed. It seems. Even a person with a high IQ will be deceived. And how could he not find out before? This guy Saitama has some talent for MLM. In a few words, Kenos was fooled. Could it be that the protagonist in the world really knows how to speak Dafa? Saitama Naruto? But no matter what, his apprentice. After all, there is still mitosis, and it changes directly to 2. Chapter 23, Master, Dawn and number 039, Tigo. 1 sheep is also driven, and 2 sheep are also released. Even Saitama accepted it. It's no big deal to take another Kenos. But why would you go to the banquet hosted by Chuan Maiko's house? Lin Bei was a little curious. Today's super banquet. I heard Chuan Maiko said that it was organized by several top families to prepare for the Heroes Association. In other words, the guests at the banquet are all invited superhumans. Hero of the future. Then, Kenos, as the leader of the evil organization, who was invited to go. Teacher, don't you know? Kenos looked puzzled. Didn't Miss Chuan Maiko tell you? For more than 100 years, Ms. Chuan Maiko's Qingxian family has secretly supported me. Heard this? Lin Bei suddenly realized. No wonder when watching anime in previous lives, he felt strange. Kenos is even more genius. One person can complete all scientific research tasks. Can be well known. Scientific research is very expensive. If no one supports him, where does he get the money? After a long time, it is the Kawamaiko family who has been secretly funding Kenos. However, these studies have no meaning. Kenos glanced at his previous research with disdain. Mosquito Girl, Beast King. And the Azura Unicorn who has not yet cultivated mature once. He firmly believes that these will be the direction of human evolution. But now. Haha. Kenos sneered. Compared with Lin Bei, it's just rubbish. Trust the teacher, and you will live forever. Kenos roared to the sky frantically. Saitama nodded appreciatively from the side. I am really worthy of being my junior, my comprehension is strong. Lin Bei. This child is not lightly brainwashed by Saitama. But this can indeed be destroyed. Although Lin Bei didn't mind using some evil means to improve his strength. But such an extermination research institute is too conspicuous. Heard this. Kenos started the self-destruct procedure without saying a word. Drip, drip. 5 minutes before the laboratory self-destructs. Lin Bei and others were just about to leave. Wait, let me out. A panicked female voice suddenly rang. I saw a fiery, half-human, half-mosquito woman knocking on the door of the laboratory in a panic. Mosquito Girl. Lin Bei recognized the Mosquito Girl at a glance. Really worthy of being a teacher. Kenos respectfully said, this laboratory is indeed a Mosquito Girl made from the fusion of a woman and a mosquito. Teacher. The Mosquito Girl was taken aback. When did Dr. Kenos have a teacher? However, this is not important. The important thing is that she must leave here immediately. Otherwise, once the base's self-destruction program is activated, even if she had ghost-level strength, she would definitely die. Kenos shook his head slowly. Your life or death is not up to me, it is up to the teacher to make full decisions. Teacher. The Mosquito Girl was taken aback. Immediately turned his head and looked at Lin Bei, showing a charming smile. Good brother, as long as you let me go, I will repay you well. While talking, the Snake Girl spit out her pink tongue. Sometimes wrapped, sometimes rolled, sometimes rotated. Just a tongue has 18 martial arts. It's silly to show Saitama. But can you cook? Lin Bei's voice was very cold. The Mosquito Girl almost did not bit her tongue off. Slowly shook his head blankly. Lin Bei's face immediately became cold. Then washing and mopping the floor, going out to buy vegetables, and mowing the lawn will always be the same. The Mosquito Girl was stupid. Is this person insane? Make her so sexy, beautiful Mosquito Girl. Go washing and cooking? Isn't that a servant's job? Then what do you think I want you to do? Lin Bei's eyes were cold. If not, the manor is too big. Suzuki Shizuka couldn't be too busy alone. He doesn't care about Mosquito Girl at all. Mosquito Girl looked incredulous. This man actually planned to let her be a maid as a dignified ghost. It's crazy. Even more frantic is. Don't want to do it, do you? If you don't want to do it, just stay here. Lin Bei smiled disdainfully, turned and left. I do it, I do it. The Mosquito Lady immediately put on a flattering smile. Master, don't go. Chapter 24, I am not the king of beasts, I am a pet cat. Suzuki Shizuka can also relax slightly after accepting the Mosquito Girl. But Lin Bei hasn't taken 2 steps yet. Master, I can also be a maid. An orangutan wearing a steel armor also learned from the Mosquito Girl, and glared desperately at Lin Bei. Vomit. Saitama spit out all the food overnight. Steel orangutan. Lin Bei raised his eyebrows. This is also a familiar guy. But do you think you are like a maid? There was silence for a while, and the steel gorilla scratched his head. I think you may need a security guard. Also, take another 2 steps. Wait, my Beastmaster can also be a security guard. The acquaintances are really one after another. The Beast King, a fusion of lions and humans, is also a ghost-level monster. But I already have security. Lin Fei pointed to the steel gorilla. Sorry. The steel gorilla smiled and scratched his head. These years, job competition is fierce. What work is there, what work is there? The Beastmaster racked his brains. Dip, there is still 1 minute to complete the self-destruct procedure. At last. I got it. I can be your pet. Beastmaster resisted the shame and sneered, doesn't everyone like to raise cats and dogs now? Okay. Lin Bei nodded. But... aren't you a lion? Saitama looked confused. Who said I am a lion? Who said I am a lion? Who am I in a hurry? I am clearly a cat. The Beastmaster pinched his thigh fiercely, meow. Steel orangutan, mosquito girl. At this moment, they suddenly realized that they were so lucky. Boom. The self-destruct program starts. The terrifying pulse of energy raised the land of evolution to the ground. At this time, in the Twin Manor. Suzuki, I found some help for you. If you have any problems, just ask them. Suzuki Shizuka. Although she had known that Lin Bei was not an ordinary person. But she still didn't expect. Just go out. Lin Bei brought back a scientist, plus 3 weirdos. Finish the order. Lin Bei turned and left the manor. He is going to see Fuxu next door. Sichuan's Chuan Maiko did something wrong with the moth. Fuxu, this girl, although her strength is low. But her sister named Dragon Roll is a real dragon-class powerhouse. Lin Bei just left. Human, don't bother me if it's okay. The steel gorilla sat down on the sofa and started watching TV. The Beastmaster even opened his hideous mouth. Little girl, go and prepare me a barbecue for 100 people. Otherwise I will eat you. The mosquito girl licked Suzuki's face and smiled, your blood must taste very good. Help! Suzuki Shizuka shivered with fright. At this moment, I just forgot to say it. Lin Bei, who had clearly left, suddenly went and returned. His eyes were cold and he said, if Suzuki loses a vellus hair, I will maim you and send you to the zoo. Lin Bei's voice is obviously very flat. I don't know why. The mosquito girl and the beast king couldn't help feeling a deep chill in their hearts. It's over, they are going to be killed. Good dong. The steel gorilla swallowed and tiptoedly turned off the TV. Sister Suzuki, I'll help you mop the floor. And me, I'm going to mow the lawn. The Beastmaster scrambled and escaped. The mosquito girl looked around and was about to cry. She knows nothing. Suzuki Shizuka smiled softly and said softly, come to the kitchen with me, and I will teach you how to wash the dishes. As a maid, you have a lot to learn. Chapter 25, This man is not controlled by you. I said it before. The manor where Lin Bei lives and Chuan Maiko's are twin designs. The Lin Bei building is called Yang Yuan. Chuan Maiko's building is called Yin Garden. Although the names are different, the layout is basically the same. But what Lin Bei didn't expect was, Old Cheng, why are you stopping me? Lin Bei looked puzzled, could it be that Fuxu had something wrong with her? No. The driver Lao Cheng shook his head quickly, the lady is already asleep. Oh, all right. Lin Bei also plans to use blowing snow to catch the tornado. Turn off the lights with the S-level power. Must be more interesting. I'll go in and take a look. Lin Bei is about to go in. Old Cheng stopped in front of Lin Bei with a wry smile. Mr. Lin, you really can't go in now. What happened? Lin Bei was a little confused. It's Master Bowen, he's here. Old Cheng was sweating profusely. Master Bowen, the brother of Ms. Chuan Maiko. Qingxian blog post. The eldest son of the Qingxian family, the next head of the Qingxian family. But what does this have to do with me? Lin Bei raised his eyebrows slightly. What Qingxian a cat, Qingxian a dog? Simply inexplicable. Old Cheng was stunned. He didn't know whether Lin Bei was really stupid or fake. But he was so distracted. Lin Bei. The gate of the manor has been opened and entered. What? Lao Cheng wailed desperately in his throat. Everything is over. Push open the door of the manor. In addition to Kawamiko in the living room, there was indeed a young man who was 3 points similar to her. Want to come? This is the Qingxian blog post. Lin Bei didn't care either. Go straight to the front of Chuan Maiko. How is Chuxiu? I just woke up once, and now I am asleep again. Chuan Maiko blushed, her expression a little unnatural. Okay. Lin Bei nodded. In this case, Chuxiu should just need to sleep for a while. When she wakes up, let me know. Finished. Lin Bei is about to leave. And many more. Qing Xianboan stood up from the sofa, squinted slightly, and said coldly, Are you Lin Bei? Lin Bei didn't reply. Just looked at him with a foolish expression. No, you still ask? Okay, very good, really bold. Qing Xianboan said coldly, but you shouldn't, you should never, play with my sister's feelings. Okay. Lin Bei was confused. When did I play with Kawamiko's feelings? Brother. Chuan Maiko flushed with a pretty face, and stomped her feet in a hurry. You shut up. Qing Xianboan glared at Chuan Maiko. When I look back, I will settle the account with you girl. For so many years, no one has ever dared to insult our Qing Xian family so much. It doesn't matter if you play outside, you even asked Chuan Maiko to help bring Xiao San home. Heard this. Lin Bei was irritated. It's been a long time. King Xuan's family thought he was in love with Chuan Maiko. Chuxiu is the third party. The donkey's head is really wrong. See, Lin Bei denies. Qing Xianboan narrowed his eyes and asked loudly, Then you dare to swear, you have nothing to do with that Chuxiu. Okay. Hearing this, Lin Bei's expression sank. Let him swear? Ha. If it's not for Chuan Maiko's face. When Qing Xianboan said the first sentence, Lin Bei can take off his head and kick the ball. An ant. What qualifications does he have to swear? With a sneer, Lin Bei ignored a certain ant directly. Preparing to leave. I know you have some special abilities. But the tree attracts the wind. Too sharp is not a good thing. Qing Xianboan said in a meaningful way, Someone is already watching you, so do it yourself. Ha. Lin Bei smiled contemptuously. Take a step and leave directly. There are always frogs at the bottom of the well who think they have seen the sky. The extinction of ants. For the dragon in the sky. It's just insignificant dust. Lin Bei didn't take King Xuan's so-called warning at all. There was silence for a while. Brother, I really have nothing to do with Lin Bei. Okay, I know. Qing Xianboan nodded slightly. Amount. Chuan Maiko was taken aback, you know. Okay. King Xuan's blog post nodded. From the moment he walked in, I knew it. Chuan Maiko looked puzzled, if that's the case, then why did you deliberately go just now? Enraged him. Qing Xianboan smiled softly, if you don't try him, how can you know if he is qualified to marry my sister? Qing Xian family, don't be a son-in-law. Heard this. Chuan Maiko's pretty face immediately flushed. Brother, you hate it. Ha, my sister has grown up too, she is not the same guy she used to be, she has a man she likes. The siblings laughed for a while. But King Xuan's blog suddenly smiled bitterly, Sister, I advise you, it is better to stay away from this man. Why? Chuan Maiko was taken aback. Call. Qing Xianboan let out a long sigh and raised his slightly trembling hands, he is not an existence you can control. Just. He was shocked by Lin Bei's momentum. At that moment, he was like an ant. Trying to spy on the dragon. With just one glance, he was scared. They do not exist on the same level at all. Bafang bit her red lips. Kawamiko looked stubborn. No, I won't give up. Chapter 26, Lin Bei, I want you to die. Lin Bei, I want you to die. In a luxuriously decorated villa, Li Tianlong knelt down on the floor with a mad look, constantly roaring to the sky. Lin Bei, I want you to die. Who can think of it? The first young man in Z City, Li Das Hao. It's so crazy. Learning how to bark, crawling out of his hotel, had too much impact on him. The doctor shook his head slowly. Mr. Li, Mrs. Li. I'm afraid that there is no hope for medicine for symptoms like Xiao Li. Upon hearing this, the lady dressed in jewels hurriedly took the doctor's arm and cried. Doctor, isn't Tianlong helpless? The doctor pondered for a while. To use an old saying, if you are sick, you have to take care of medicine. Simply say goodbye. The doctor turned and left. Li Tianbao. Tianlong is still your son. He is like this, you still don't want to avenge him. Are you still a man? The lady screamed hysterically, tearing the man's clothes beside her. To shut up. Li Tianbao slapped the lady to the ground. Women, long hair and short knowledge, do you know a fart? Li Tianbao started from scratch. It has accumulated such a large family business in decades. Wandering around for dozens of years. When did you suffer? Li Tianlong is his son, and it is now like this. Of course he will not let it go. But this matter cannot be made clear. Li Tianbao snorted, then Lin Bei doesn't know how to hook up with the only daughter of the Qingxian family. Move him clearly, Qingxian family won't just sit back and watch. Then what shall we do? After being slapped, the lady panicked. You don't need to worry about this. Li Tianbao waved his hand, his eyes narrowed, I will find an expert to solve this matter. Drip, drip, drip. The phone rang 3 times and was picked up. Li Tianbao, I didn't expect you to call us again. Hear this voice. Li Tianbao swallowed in fear. I have business to entrust you. Are you not in the mood to reminisce about the old? Also. There was a strange laugh on the phone. In order to prevent you from forgetting, kindly remind. Every time we charge, it is half of your total property. I know. Li Tianbao wiped the sweat from his face. Who is the opponent? Lin Bei, a poor boy who has just awakened his abilities. Okay, you will receive his body tomorrow. Do. Hang up the phone. Li Tianbao was completely drenched. If it is not necessary. He really didn't want to deal with these monsters in Ninja Village anymore. But in order to avenge Tianlong, only these monsters can guarantee foolproof. At the same time, in the forest more than 100 kilometers away, a man with green hair and black hair, 2 ninja costumes, is fighting with more than 100 people. Do not. To be precise, it was a massacre. The speed of these 2 people is extremely fast, killing people, and even having time to chat. Unexpectedly, Li Tianbao, a coward, would dare to contact us. Hehe, the money stored in him should also be recovered. Who are you going to deal with? A super ability person named Lin Bei. I heard that I defeated Fuyuki. Oh? That sounds great. However, it's just not bad. The green-haired man stopped and smiled proudly. After all, I am Wind of the 37th issue of Golden. That's true. The black-haired man nodded and put the sword into its sheath. No one can survive under the sword of my karma frim. The voice did not fall. Puff puff. Dozens of heads rose into the sky. This is a sharp knife that can't even catch up with death. Ha ha ha. Wind and Karma Freddy are sticking their waists. The smug laughed. We are invincible. Chapter 27, The Power of Security Guards and Pet Cats. Hey! Lin Bei gasped heavily. As soon as he returned from Chuan Maiko's house, he immediately rejoined training. At the time of Evolution House, he has reached the strength of Ghost level, top. He hoped that within 3 days, he could break through the Dragon rank. But at this moment, Kang Kang Kang. Someone knocked on the door of the training room. Come in. Lin Bei frowned slightly. Follow his instructions. Training time. If there are no accidents, you can't bother him. Open the door. Beastmaster and Steel Orangutan. Bah, and put 2 lumps of things thrown in front of him. What is this? It should be an intruder. The steel chimpanzee scratched his head. I was mopping the floor, and seeing them sneaky, I caught them in. I'm cutting the grass. The Beastmaster quickly stretched out his claws to show that he was not lazy. Unexpectedly, when I heard these words, those 2 lumps of meat immediately became excited. Hearing that voice, it seemed to be saying, how is this possible? Lin Bei Tut was amazed. Really tenacious vitality. The human form is no longer visible, and there is even consciousness. Who are you? It's Wind from the 37th issue of Huangjin. Not Karma Freddy. It took a long time before Lin Bei heard what these 2 pieces of meat were talking about. Wind, Karma Freddy. Lin Bei was taken aback. These 2 people are not ninjas from Ninja Village? Moreover, they should have a lot of roles. Follow the plot. They will be 3 years later. Only when the weird association comes on stage will you receive your lunch. Why did you come to him? Heard this. Wind and Freddy burst into tears immediately. They thought. Just took an ordinary assassination list. I didn't expect. They were caught directly without even entering the door. One said he was a security guard at the gate. As a result, the high combat effectiveness was simply terrifying, and Freddy couldn't survive 2 moves in front of it. The other is even more. He even said he was a pet cat. As a result, Wenda was scrapped with 1 paw. What a joke! Wenda roared with tears. The ninjas of our ninja village, you can kill and not be insulted. Killed by a security guard and pet. They are just being ghosts, and when they reach hell, they can't hold their heads up. Other ninjas. I was killed by the S-rank hero Flash, and I was disappointed. Ghosts, it's a pity, I will try to win it back in the next life. Some stranger, I killed more than a dozen A-level heroes, and in the end I was besieged to death by all S heroes. Ghosts, awesome, a role model. Finally, it was Wind and Freddy's turn. Ghosts, then how did you die? Freddy, I was beaten to death by the Lin Bei's security guard. The ghosts were silent. What about you, Wenda? Wenda blushed. I was beaten to death by Lin Bei's pet cat. The steel gorilla scratched his head, but I am really just a security guard. I am really a pet cat, too. The Beastmaster pinched his thigh. Meow. Wind and Freddy convulsed violently. Roar up to the sky. Li Tianbao, we won't let you off if we are ghosts. Can use ghost, top, level monsters as security guards and pets. You said it was just a kid who just awakened with motivation? Damn it! The 2 screamed desperately for a while, but nothing happened. The Beastmaster and the Steel Orangutan both looked cautious. Boss, are we too heavy to attack? It's okay. Lin Bei waved his hand. He already knew who was behind the scenes. If he remembers correctly, Li Tianlong's father is called Li Tianbao. Chapter 28, Live with Hell Fubuki. Knowing that it was the Li family secretly playing a ghost, Lin Bei did not rush to retaliate. This kind of ants is not worth his special treatment. Encountered next time. Stomped to death, that's it. Except for this matter. Hell Fuxiu, who had been in a coma for several days, finally woke up. Wait for Lin Bei to receive the news. When I arrived next door, Kawamiko and Fuyuki had already quarreled. I warn you, you'd better stay away from Lin Bei. Chuan Maiko grinned, like a female leopard protecting food. Ha ha! Chugzhu smiled disdainfully. Lin Bei, he will be my snow-blowing person sooner or later. It's obviously mine. Mine. You shameless bitch. You idiot rich girl. Open the door. Fukuyuki and Kawamiko have really fought together. Pull clothes, tear hair. The battle is fierce. Exposed large areas of snow-white skin, dazzling people's eyes. Lin Bei suddenly appeared. Both girls were taken aback. Chuan Maiko immediately blushed and stood aside. A face of shyness. Chugzhu was startled at first, but soon Shuebai raised her neck proudly without caring at all. He didn't even bother with messy clothes. These two girls. A Xiaojiabiu, a royal sister queen. The ring is fat and thin, each has its own advantages. The only thing in common is, I see you all thinking about fart. He Lin Bei. It's not the kind of guy who can't walk when he meets a woman. I won't give up. Kawamiko blushed, and secretly clenched a fist, no matter how difficult it is, no matter whether his brother supports it or not. She must make Lin Bei fall in love with her. See here. Chugzhu nodded and made a decision. In this case, that starts today, until Lin Bei changes his mind. I live here. Heard this. Kawamiko's eyes widened immediately. You shameless big-breasted woman, stop dreaming. I won't let you live in my house. Chuan Maiko can't wait to send Chugzhu away now. How could she live here? Unexpectedly. Hehe, when shall I live in your house? Chugzhu grinned, showing 8 white teeth. I'm going to live in Lin Bei's house. What? You want to live with Lin Bei-jun, with, cohabiting together? Chuan Maiko was struck by lightning, and her words were unfavorable. After a while, he recovered, and gritted his teeth secretly. You shameless woman, stop dreaming, it is impossible for Lin Bei-jun to promise you. The voice did not fall. Lin Bei nodded, yes. Chuan Maiko immediately petrified. Actually, I agreed. Is this still the straight steel man, Lin Bei-jun? Suddenly, Chuan Maiko was not convinced. This Fuxu, what is better than her? Kawamiko looked up and down to blow snow. Suddenly, froze. They seem to be really different. One is apple and the other is papaya. Really? Do men like big ones? Is the difference in treatment between C and D so big? Chuan Maiko was indignant. Decided to eat 5 papaya in one go tonight. Actually this thing. Lin Bei was well thought out. He didn't care about the big or small, living with Chugzhu or something. The important thing is, as long as you firmly grasp the bait of Fuxu, you are not afraid that you will not be able to catch the big tornado fish. In addition, Suzuki Shizuka is really too busy. Never mind that there seems to be a mosquito girl who can help. But in fact, the mosquito girl survived this day and did nothing to help her. As Suzuki Shizuka said, Mosquito girl wants to change from a killing machine to a qualified maid. There is still a long way to go. It would also be a good thing if you can help with housework with more than one blow snow. In other words, you want to live in my house, yes. However, our Lin family does not raise idlers. Chapter 29, Maid Yuki. Looking at Fuxu, who was in a maid outfit, making Lin Bei's bed. Kenos was a little guilty. Teacher, is it too dangerous for you to make Chugzhu a maid? Danger. Lin Bei didn't understand. Her sister Tornado. Kenos swallowed. I have collected information on sisters Chugzhu and Tornado before. Her sister, she's just a madman for her sister. If you let her know, Chugzhu is here as a maid. Can imagine. The Tornado will be furious, and then razed to the ground. Lin Bei nodded. Kenos' worries also make sense. But now he is not afraid of tornadoes. Character, Lin Bei. Physique, 2200. Thought power, Ghost, lower position. Comprehensive evaluation, Dragon, lower rank. However, after a few days of cultivation, Lin Bei's power had quietly broken through the Dragon rank. Although it was only a lower rank of the Dragon rank, there was still a gap between the peak combat power of the Dragon rank in the Tornado comics. But don't forget, this is 3 years before the anime plot officially started. At this time, the Tornado only had the strength of the mid-level Dragon. Such a gap. If it really fought, Lin Bei is at least sure to guarantee undefeated. In addition to Lin Bei, Saitama's strength also improved. Promoted from the lower position of the Tiger level to the upper position of the Tiger level. Crossed the entire Tiger level in one breath. The progress is gratifying. The only problem is, teacher, my hair loss problem is very serious recently. Saitama points to his hair, which is visibly thinner. It seems very puzzled. Ahem. Lin Bei coughed dryly. This kind of trivial matter is not important. The important thing is that you have become stronger. That's enough. That's true. Having said that, Saitama's mood immediately improved again. If it can become stronger, what does it matter if you lose a few hairs? But one thing this morning. Saitama scratched his head. Teacher, the Hero Association you were following has been established, and now we are recruiting heroes. Heroes Association. Lin Bei's eyes narrowed. Once the Hero Association is established, it also represents many heroes who have become famous in later generations. All will appear one after another. The strongest people in the world will gather in the Heroes Association. If you want to be the strongest in the universe, this is an excellent opportunity for Lin Bei. Yes. Chugzhu didn't know where it suddenly appeared. As long as you join the snow-blowing group, Lin Bei, we will definitely be able to make a big career in the Heroes Association. Lin Bei directly ignored Chugzhu. This girl will recognize the facts one day. Just now. Go to the Heroes Association. City A. A tall and jade-colored building stands in the middle of the city. This is the Startup Hero Association. At this moment, it has been a whole day since the Heroes Association issued the recruitment order. Those who can come to apply still blocked all the surrounding streets. At this moment, 2 luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantoms drove slowly side by side, attracting many envied eyes. Who is this? The ostentation is too big. With these 2 cars together, there should be several million, right? Idiot, it costs tens of millions for a single one, and several millions in the car. Old Cheng was a little embarrassed. Mr. Lin, this is already blocked. I'm afraid I can't get in by car. Okay. Lin Bei nodded. In this case, stop here and let's walk over. Thank you. Old Cheng Lin Bei Ko nodded. This matter is regarded as I owe you a favor. Lao Cheng was flattered. Mr. Lin, you are so polite to do things for you. Okay. Lin Bei waved his hand and got off the car directly. He acts in the north without being polite. Chapter 30, I have money. Down, down. Lin Bei led Saitama and others, just got out of the car. It caused quite a stir. The vast majority of people come here to apply for heroes, in fact, it is for that generous salary. In other words, if you can't be a hero, it is also a good choice to be a bodyguard for the rich. In fact, recently, many wealthy businessmen take the opportunity to come here to solicit their men. They are all already familiar with it, desperately selling themselves. What is as long as 998, the top strong will bring it back. One blows harder than the other. But Lin Bei, who is familiar with the plot, can see these miscellaneous fishes that have never even appeared in their names. At this moment, a muscular man in a yellow vest said ha and lifted a large piece of stone that was half human. Boss, I am a tiger in a vest. Top ghost level powerhouse, only 100,000 per month. Lin Bei did not expect the first plot character seen in the Association of Heroes. It turned out to be a vest tiger. After 3 years, this vest tiger is just a C-rank hero. Now he even dared to brag about himself as a ghost-level powerhouse. Sure enough, I really like to be clever. Such a person is destined to not become a strong one. Lin Bei scorned and ignored this guy. Unexpectedly, the vest tiger seemed to notice Lin Bei's disdain. What do you mean? Dare to look down on my vest tiger? Lin Bei ignored it. He just took Saitama and others straight to the Heroes Association. He has no time to waste time with these ants. But the tiger in the vest seemed to think Lin Bei was afraid. Not only didn't shut up, he even followed behind Lin Bei, sneered again and again, I want to see what masters you can recruit. Saitama couldn't listen anymore, and sneered disdainfully, you idiot, we are here to apply for a hero. Heard this, the vest tiger laughed. Conscript hero. Then you should now roll to the back of the team, and wait in line for 3 days and 3 nights. People who come to apply for heroes. It's already been queued out several streets. Or do you think that the Heroes Association is yours? Just jump in if you want to jump in the line. The tiger in the vest laughed triumphantly. Lin Bei and the others looked strange. Anyway, Chuan Maiko's family in the Heroes Association really seems to have a share. In this way, it seems correct to say that it was opened by her house. However, for such a small matter, there is no need to go through the back door. With the strength of the Lin family, what's the fear of an upright test? As for the question of queuing, Lin Bei smiled slightly, don't worry, I have the ability to make money. Unexpectedly, I heard this. The vest tiger, who had been following Lin Bei and the others, laughed louder. Superpower. Which one can come here without any superpowers? Ha ha ha, I really laughed at me. Have to say, the tiger in this vest is almost like a fly. Obviously nothing can be done. But I just want to disgust you all the time. But of course Lin Bei would not be affected by such a naive approach. I'm talking about money ability. Lin Bei chuckled disdainfully. Take out a box with the size of a human head from the system space. Threw it on the ground with a bang. The box opens. It was full of gold bricks with a big palm. Gudong. The crowds in line swallowed desperately. The eyes of the tiger in the vest looked straight. Lin Bei smiled slightly. No matter who it is, as long as one position comes out, one piece of gold can be taken away. First come first served. Chapter 31, the S-rank hero is also true. This word came out. The team in front of the entire Heroes Association is boiling. It takes less than 5 seconds. There is a large space in front of the gate of the association. Lin Bei and others all stood in, more than enough. As for those who gave up their positions, they all happily left with the gold bricks. Line up for a day and you can get a gold brick. The jealous eyes of the vest tiger turned green. For people like him who are greedy for money, a golden mountain was placed in front of him, but he could not move. This is more uncomfortable than killing him. You are vicious. The vest glared at Lin Bei viciously. I thought Lin Bei was deliberately angry with him. Otherwise, the fool would take so much gold to change a position. But in fact, Lin Bei never paid attention to this guy from beginning to end. There is one person. It attracted Lin Bei's attention. When he just used the ability to use money, she was the only one in the front row of the whole team who was unmoved. Did not give up position. Master Water Tree. Among One Punch Man, a rare fitness girl. Has a toned body and sweet appearance. She is a rare sunshine girl. What makes Lin Bei curious is, why didn't you get the gold just now? The main general Mizuki gave a bright smile that he took for granted, because I came to be a hero. It's my turn. The Master Mizuki smiled and waved, then turned and walked into the Heroes Association. Watching the back of the Master Shuishu, Linbei grinned. Sure enough, the Heroes Association is not all rubbish. It is precisely because there are people like the Lord Zhang Shuishu. It only makes sense to come to the Heroes Association. Go, let's go in too. Linbei grinned. Take Saitama and others into the Heroes Association. Once in the door, Linbei found out. The system of the newly established Heroes Association is obviously not perfect. It is different from the testing system 3 years later. Nowadays there is not only no written test. The reserve heroes who came to participate in the assessment were all huddled together in a mess, like a bathhouse. No wonder. A guy with a bad personality like a tiger in a vest can also fish in troubled waters and become a hero. He curled his lips in disdain. Linbei is preparing to take the test. Hey, are you guys bullying my brother outside? A muscular man in a black vest stared suddenly and stopped Linbei and the others. Who is your brother? Saitama has some doubts. Vest Tiger. The Vest Black Hole sneered and said, I am his brother, the Vest Black Hole. Ha ha ha. Saitama clutched her belly and laughed, it's just changing the vest to black. What does it have to do with black holes? Hearing this, the face of the tiger black hole turned black immediately. Grim Road. You really have angered me. Oh? So what? Linbei chuckles disdainfully. Everyone knows. In One Punch Man, as long as the hero of the Vest series is nothing but scum. That's right. Including Vest S level Vest. How about it? The Vest Black Hole grinned, if you don't compensate us with a box of gold right away. I promise, I won't pass your hero test. After a long period of trouble, it was for money. Linbei immediately dismissed it with a smile, if you can do it, then you can try it. Not to mention the black hole of the mere B-level vest. Even the venerable S-level vest came. Linbei is also true. Chapter 32, targeted by Bangwu. The first test is weightlifting. Have nothing to say. Among Linbei's group, Chuixu, the weakest in strength, got a full score with his mental motivation. The second item is the long jump. Still full marks. A dozen physical fitness tests were completed in one go. The Vest Black Hole did not act. Until Linbei began to prepare to run. He. The black hole of the vest quietly took a bullet-like stone from his pocket, grinning grinningly. Wait, the moment Linbei is ready to start. He would secretly use this stone to attack Linbei's back heel. With his strength. This stone is like a bullet at all. Not surprisingly. You can punch Linbei's ankle in one fell swoop. By the time. Not to mention running. In the second half of Linbei's life, I am afraid that even walking will be a problem. Ha ha ha. The black hole of the vest laughed triumphantly, the fate of offending their vest brothers, that's it. The 100-meter run test, please Linbei, get ready. Linbei walked onto the runway with a relaxed expression. With his dragon-level strength. This kind of physical fitness test is just a cut scene. As for the threat of vest black holes, he didn't even care about it. Preparation. The referee is preparing to issue the order. Linbei's ankle suddenly itched slightly, as if he was bitten by a mosquito. Is it a pebble? Linbei turned his head in doubt. At a glance, I saw the panicked vest black hole. How is this possible? Gudong. The black hole in the vest swallowed droolingly. Muttered to himself incredulously. In fact, he doesn't do this kind of thing once or twice. He is very clear. How powerful is the one just now? Let alone human. Even the steel plate was shot through. I don't know why. Linbei didn't even get the oily skin broken. It didn't break the defense at all. Damn it! The vest black hole hasn't even recovered. Lin Bei had already finished running. I don't even know when, he has already walked behind him. Good idea. Lin Bei smiled and patted the shoulder of the black hole in the vest, however, it's just a little bit weaker. Gudong. The black hole in the vest swallowed desperately, not daring to move. At this moment, he deeply felt the fear of death. He finally knew. What kind of existence did he accidentally provoke? No, you can't kill me. The black hole in the vest widened and panicked. I just accidentally missed it. If you kill me here, the Heroes Association will not let you go. Did not expect. Heard this. Lin Bei had a playful smile, and actually left without saying a word. Hey, hey. Lin Bei left. The black hole in the vest immediately slumped to the ground, breathing heavily. In just a few seconds, he was already sweating all over. That man. It's horrible. He thought he was dead. Fortunately, this is the Association of Heroes. Lin Bei dare not do it. However, the vest black hole has made up his mind. He wants to leave here immediately, leave City A, and run away. But before he stands up, boom! A shot put suddenly flew over like a cannonball. Blast the black hole of the vest into a big watermelon. There was a panic scream. Lin Bei apologized and smiled at the shot put referee. I'm sorry, I just got stronger. Shot put referee. Is this Nima a bit bigger? At this time, it is directly above the Hero Assessment Center. There is a room with single-sided glass. It's here. By lowering your head, you can see the entire assessment site clearly. A handsome middle-aged man who resembled Kawamiko by 3 points was sitting in the center of the room. Qing Xian blog post that had a relationship with Lin Bei. Standing honestly behind him. In this way, the identity of this middle-aged man. Naturally it goes without saying. It was Chuan Maiko's father, the head of the Qing Xian family. King Xuan Chuan. Mr. Bangu, what do you think? King Xuan's eyes widened in surprise. Qing Xian Chuan, who always said one thing, turned his head unexpectedly. Seriously asked the opinion of a silver-haired old man next to him. Who is this old man? If Lin Bei was here, I'm afraid he would recognize it immediately. The old man beside Qing Xian Chuan. It is the future S-rank hero, Silver Tusk Bangu. Obviously, what happened just now? Both Qing Xian Chuan and Bangu had already seen it. The strength of this Lin Bei is unfathomable. Bangu admired, at such a young age, he already has the strength of a ghost or even a dragon. The future is limitless. It is good. Qing Xian Chuan laughed loudly, his eyes flickering. But Bangu's face suddenly became heavy. This son is too murderous and needs some polishing to become a useful man. Heard this? Qing Xian Chuan cautiously said, in this case, I don't know if Master Bangu can make a move. Bangu smiled helplessly. Mr. Chuan, rest assured. Old man, although I am a little older, I can deal with such a hairy boy. It's not a problem to think about it. Speaking of which, Bangu's body involuntarily rising up a strong momentum. This is the arrogance of the top powerhouse. Bangu at this time is 3 years younger than in the plot. The Hungry Wolf did not rebel against the division. Whether it is spirit or combat power, Bangu at this time is at its peak. But Lin Bei will do this. I don't know that I have been targeted by Bangu. Of course. Even if he knew, Lin Bei would probably not care. Do not challenge the strong. How to become stronger? He, but wants to become the strongest man in the universe. Poros, meow meow. Chapter 33, Fight. Hero Identification Test. Mr. Lin Bei. Tested by the Heroes Association. The test result is 80 points. Ranked 368th in C level, I look forward to your future activity. How could the teacher only have a C grade? It must be a mistake. Both Saitama and Dr. Kenos were indignant. To know. Such as Mosquito Girl, Beast King them. At the very least, they got a B-level hero evaluation. How could the strongest teacher only have a C grade? Lin Bei didn't look surprised. He killed people at the meeting. The Heroes Association did not list him as a wanted criminal. They have already surprised him. As for the hero level? Laugh. Lin Bei smiled contemptuously. The real strong, who cares about that kind of thing? If he wants, can be upgraded to S grade at any time. However, that doesn't make sense. Exposing his strength too early, on the contrary, will cause him to receive too much attention and become restrained. But what Lin Bei didn't expect was, someone is already watching him. You are Lin Bei, right? Do not know when. Bangu, with his silver hair soaring into the sky, quietly came to Lin Bei and the others. Bangu. Lin Bei recognized the famous Silver Fangs at a glance. In the Association of Heroes, it is not unusual to meet Bangu. But Bangu took the initiative to say hello. This is quite intriguing. Lin Xiaohu don't need to be nervous. Bangu chuckled, the old man is absolutely harmless. Just as soon as I see a powerful junior, I can't help but want to make one or two friendships. If someone else said this, Lin Bei would only sneer. But with Bangu's character, it is really possible to do such a thing. So, you just helped me. Lin Bei bowed his head in thought. Kill people in the hall of the Heroes Association. Even if he pretended to miss, he couldn't be sentenced so lightly. I want to come now. Sure enough, Bangu shot secretly. Speaking of which, Bangu also sighed. Although the black hole in the vest is hateful, it is not guilty of death. Young man, you are really cruel. It's so called to stay a line in doing things. Not waiting for Bangu's tirade to finish, Lin Bei stretched out his hand to stop it. I owe you a favor for this matter. But if you want to use this to preach to me, then you don't have to. Lin Bei sneered. He acts in the north and does not need others to teach. Not to mention what to do to stay a line. It's just a joke for a fool. Thuxins. Only power. Hearing Lin Bei's words, Bangu seemed to have expected it. Not angry either. Just smiled and nodded. It seems that I can't convince Lin Xiaohu. In this case, is Xiaohu Lin interested? How can I do anything with this old man who is over 50 years old? Bangu smiled and squinted his eyes. If you can't persuade you, then persuade you. He is not a hero who is good at speech. Just don't know. Lin Bei, do you dare to challenge? Lin Bei's eyes narrowed slightly. He wouldn't underestimate him because of Bangu's silver hair and the appearance of a grandfather. In fact, even among a dozen powerful S-rank heroes, Bangu is definitely one of the few. The real dragon power. But is Lin Bei a timid generation? If you want to fight, then fight. What about Silver Fangs? Watching me hit you all over the floor. Lin Bei's brows spread out slowly, grinning wildly. Come to fight. The voice did not fall. Lin Baishan Zhousheng surged into a terrifying aura. As if a plume of smoke, straight into the sky. Chapter 34, I just started. Anonymous Mountain. One Heart Dojo. In the center of the wide wooden dojo, Lin Bei and Bangu stood opposite each other. Bangu's disciples whispered. I didn't expect that someone would dare to challenge Master. Haha, this Lin Bei is really reckless. I think he will be easily defeated by Master Bangu soon. Fart your m. Saitama yelled, my teacher is the strongest. Wait and see, your Silver Fangs will definitely be beaten by the teacher. Kenos, Beastmaster, and others also joined the scolding war. See this? Lin Bei grinned. You deliberately choose the battle location in your gym, shouldn't you just want to find a group of spectators? Bangu's eyes narrowed. Lin Beijun's perception is really sharp. I do have other ideas. Although it was because of Qing Chuangxuan's commission, Bang Gu began to notice Lin Bei. But with his identity and strength, if he didn't want to do this by himself, Qing Chuanxian would not be able to force Bang Gu. In other words, Bang Gu really appreciates Lin Bei. In Bang Gu's view, Lin Bei is simply a rare piece of unparalleled jade. Without any martial arts skills, the combat effectiveness has reached such a point. If you follow him to practice for several years, Lia Shui in broken boxing, it is almost easy to surpass him. Flowing water rock broken fist will also carry forward it. Qing Chuanxian intends to recruit Lin Bei. He Bang Gu, why didn't he want to accept Lin Bei as a disciple? And so, Bang Gu grinned lightly. Lin Beijun, do you want to gamble with the old man? Lin Bei was silent by default. Isn't this the trick he uses to fool people? Did not expect. It was actually used for Bang Gu first. Bang Gu's game is also very simple. If he wins, Lin Bei will worship him as a teacher and practice Lia Shui in crushing fist. If I lose, Bang Gu grinned, you can make a request at will. Heard this, everyone present suddenly exclaimed. As a martial artist, what I said on the stage, never regret it. In other words, if Lin Bei wins, even if Bang Gu commits suicide, Bang Gu can only do so. This can be seen. How arrogant is it to dare to say such a thing? Obviously, Bang Gu didn't think he would lose. However, he does have arrogant capital. Before the real strong appeared, Bang Gu is indeed the top existence in the world. But when you meet Lin Bei, you are destined to lose. Lin Bei smiled slightly. If I win, I don't have any excessive demands. As long as you say something. Thank you for your advice, Saitama-sensei. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone present took a breath of air. Bang Gu crazy. Lin Bei is more mad than him. This sentence is simply hitting Bang Gu's face. But Bang Gu was not angry. He just smiled and nodded. Young people, it's good to be arrogant. However, it is necessary to recognize your own strength. After speaking, Bang Gu raised his hands. Like Tai Chi, a weird circle is drawn in the air. Be careful. See this. Lin Bei's eyes narrowed. He knew that Bang Gu was going to be real. If he guessed correctly, this starting style is exactly Lu Shui Rock Broken Fist. As soon as the fist is shot, it is like a stream of water, coming from all directions towards Lin Bei. If it is an ordinary person, under such an offensive, I'm afraid it will be instantly defeated by hundreds of punches in 1 second. But is Lin Bei an ordinary person? A body that surpassed the limit of human beings thousands of times gave him extraordinary strength, speed, and dynamic vision. In the eyes of ordinary people, it is as fast as a broken fist of flowing water and rock. In front of Lin Bei, it was just a slow snail. No skill required. Just play fast and break tricks with strength. Drive me! A roar. Lin Bei fist to fist abruptly blasted the fist of flowing water rock. How is it possible? He actually broke the flowing water rock fist. Everyone present exclaimed. Bang Gu couldn't help but look surprised. To know, Lia Shui in crushing fist is not actually an offensive fist. It's a defensive fist. But in front of Lin Bei, it was so vulnerable. It seems that I underestimated you. Bang Gu frowned slightly, his hands slightly changed. Whirlwind Iron Slash Fist. Unlike Lia Shui in Broken Fist, Whirlwind Iron Zhan Fist is an extremely aggressive offensive fist. What is particular about his immortality? Good job. Lin Bei laughed, without fear at all. Fist to meet. Only 1 second. The two fisted nearly 10,000 times in the air. Whether it was Lin Bei or Bang Gu, they had already exerted the terrifying power of the dragon class at this time. Let alone help. All the people present could not even see clearly. At last, the two separated in the air. Hey, hey! Bangu was panting heavily. I have to admit that he really underestimated Lin Bei. But after all, he won. Lin Bei, it's over, you lose. Bang Yulang laughed loudly. If he is just a little embarrassed now. Lin Bei was already seriously injured. In that clash just now, he hit Lin Bei hundreds of punches in a row at least. Speak the truth. Lin Bei could still stand now, he felt incredible. What makes him even more incredible is... And... Lin Bei grinned and showed a grinning smile. Old man Bang, I've just started. Chapter 35, Defeated Bang Wu. Character, Lin Bei. Physique, 2361, plus. Thought power, Tiger, top. Overall evaluation, Dragon, Part 2. The N sign appears for the first time in the system, which means it. Lin Bei's strength is growing rapidly. Different from boring training. When fighting Bangu, Lin Bei could clearly feel that every cell in his body was cheering, and every piece of flesh and blood was jumping for joy. They, eager to fight, eager to become stronger. Do not know why. Facing such Lin Bei, Bangu took a step back involuntarily. Fear? How is this possible? He used martial arts to enter the Tao, and he spent his entire life. When was he afraid? Do not make jokes. Bangu roared. Flowing Shuiyin crushing fist in one hand, whirlwind chopping iron fist in the other. Both offensive and defensive. Bangu has already shown his full strength. Ha ha ha, good coming. Lin Bei laughed wildly, without fear. Not only didn't step back, but rushed straight up instead. Fully urge the energy. Even use mind power to accelerate oneself. Boom! Lin Bei and Bangu are the two. It was as if a comet hit the earth, slamming together. Fist to the flesh and blood fly. Everyone present looked stupid. Such a fight! Even in their dreams, they did not dare to think about it. So strong. The young hungry wolf looked shocked. He never thought that someone could be as powerful as Lin Bei. Boom! Lin Bei and Bangu separated again. This time, Bangu also had many wounds on his body. Lin Bei is even more terrible. There was almost no good piece of meat all over the body. But even so, Lin Bei still straightened his back, full of fighting spirit. Hey, hey! Heavy gasps echoed in the air. Neither Lin Bei nor Bangu rushed to do it. It's like the last calm before the storm. At last. Lin Bei, are you sure you want to continue? This trick may kill you. Bangu looked serious. The next move, even he himself was not sure. He hoped that Lin Bei could surrender. Unfortunately, in Lin Bei's eyes, there was a fire burning. Only two words were said. Come to fight. Boom! At that moment, Bangu moved. Like a silver lightning, it went straight to Lin Bei's head. Jiaoyi a long killing punch. This punch. But Bangu's strongest punch. It can be said that since Bangu mastered this punch, no matter what kind of enemy you face, once used this trick, it has never been defeated. The terrifying dragon tooth fist is like a real dragon. Open your mouth and swallow everything. But Lin Bei refused to give up and broke his fist with his fist. What dragon teeth, not dragon teeth. Do not make jokes. Lin Bei yelled at the sky and threw his fist straight. Drive me. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Lin Bei, who is a human being, actually challenged the dragon. Boom! There was a horrible bang. Just the aftermath of the battle shattered the entire gymnasium. Waiting for everyone to crawl out of the ruins. I only saw the last scene that shocked people's hearts. A straight fist. Bangu, who smashed his dragon's teeth, will cross the martial arts for nearly 100 years. Fist flew out. Bangu, lost. How is this possible? How could the master lose to such an unknown guy? This Lin Bei, is it a monster? The martial arts masters in Yuxindaoking were all horrified. For so many years, Bangu is an undefeated banner in the martial arts world. But today, this flag is down. Chapter 36, Disciple Bangu, Teacher Xia Lin Bei taught. Character, Lin Bei. Constitution, 5000, in the Dragon. Thought power, Tiger, top. Comprehensive evaluation, long, middle. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction. This battle. It directly raised his strength to a notch. Besides, I lost. Get up from the ruins. Bangu looked bitter. He never thought that he would lose to Lin Bei. Fortunately, he promised Qing Xianchuan with an oath. Now, it's really slapped. Even more embarrassing is, he also owed Lin Bei a bet. Master, you can't admit defeat. Chalanzi panicked. Other apprentices have also discouraged Bangu, but the first master recognized in the martial arts world, is the face of their Yuxindaoguan. If you really call Lin Bei a teacher, where are their faces from now on? Seeing this, Lin Bei grinned. He also wants to see, how would Tang Tang Bangu, the Silver Fangs, deal with this matter? Bangu, because you helped me in the Heroes Association, you can breach the contract. Hearing this, all of Bangu's disciples immediately overjoyed. Master, Lin Bei said the same thing. Why don't we just to shut up? Kalanza hasn't finished speaking yet. Bangu shouted angrily. It's not a shame to lose. If you don't believe it, that's really shameful. After speaking, Bangu turned his head and looked at Lin Bei. Respectfully bowed deeply. Disciple Bangu, Teacher Xia Lin Bei advises. Ding! Receive Bangu's sincere gratitude and a platinum gift box. Open the platinum gift box and get the flowing water rock smashing fist, the whirlwind iron slashing fist, and the fang-tooth dragon killing fist. Lin Bei was slightly taken aback. Unexpectedly, Bangu really gave him a gift. See this scene. All the people present were also petrified. Bangu's apprentices opened their mouths even more. Their master actually worshipped Lin Bei as a teacher. What are they? Lin Bei's disciple? Do not make jokes. Almost every one of them is a lap older than Lin Peking. Be an apprentice to such a hairy boy? MD, if that's the case, I won't do it. The bitter bug was the first to stand up and threaten to leave. I didn't expect. Bangu didn't even mean to stay. Lin Bei smiled disdainfully, I don't have a wasteful disciple like you. If you want to get out of here. In Lin Bei's view, although Bangu is strong, but when it comes to educating apprentices, there is really no talent. Having opened such a large gymnasium, it has recruited a large number of students. But the result? No one can fight. The only hungry wolf that could be beaten was turned into a human weird. Finally, Bangu had to clean the portal himself. It can be said. In education, Bangu was quite a failure. As for the reason for his failure, it's actually very simple. He really wanted to carry forward the Liashui in Broken Fist. So the apprentices recruited are all mixed. Let alone compare with Lin Bei. Saitama, Kenos, these two external apprentices, are really bullying. But even compared to the Atomic Warrior who is also an S-rank hero, the quality of the apprentice is from heaven to earth. 3 apprentices of Atomic Warrior. Ihian, Sickle Ferret, Drill Samurai. They are all top A-level heroes. Whether it's temperament or strength, they can all be alone. And so, the principle of accepting disciples is simple. 5 words. Not much more expensive. It's because Bangu gave him a generous gift. Lin Bei didn't mind doing him a small favor. Kick out all these unqualified wastes. Chapter 37, The Matter of Accepting a Disciple, Once Reborn, and Twice Ripe. The bitter bug was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that he was just saying hi. He was actually kicked out of Yuxin Gymnasium by Lin Bei. But he still doesn't give up. Hehe, what are you? Kokong smiled and said, Bang Gu is my teacher. Why did you kick me out of Yuxin Gym? The words are not over yet. Lin Bei, this is my teacher. Bang Gu's complexion was flat, and he said frankly, I will be a teacher for a day, and a teacher for life. His words are mine. Hiss. Heard this. Everyone present couldn't help but took a breath. If we said earlier, Bang Gu called Lin Bei his teacher. All you lose is face. Now. Bang Gu, this is the real game. Even Lin Bei was a little dumbfounded. He made that request just to knock a thank you from Bang Gu. How confused. Take another apprentice? Lin Bei intentionally refused. But Bang Gu's attitude was very determined. He knelt down with a puff. If the master doesn't agree, Bang Gu won't get up for a day. Lin Beiren are stupid. Don't think about it. This must be the ghost of Saitama again. Turned. The guy Saitama hid with a guilty conscience. Lin Bei couldn't laugh or cry. Does he have to do this every time he accepts an apprentice? It has become a corporate culture. But now, it's done. Lin Bei gave a wry smile, and quickly helped Bang Gu up. Bang Gu is old enough to be his grandfather. Keep him on his knees. What does it look like? As for accepting disciples, it's not the first time anyway. As the saying goes, one is raw and the other is cooked. This is the third time. Lin Bei said that he is used to it. Since you can't resist, enjoy yourself. Lin Bei officially accepted Bang Gu as his disciple. Then, the first thing Lin Bei did was kick out all the trash disciples collected by Bang Gu. Again. With these disciples, Lin Bei cannot afford to lose this person. The huge Yuxin dojo. In the end, only the Hungry Wolf and Chalanzi were left. Hungry Wolves, needless to say. Although Chalanzi is a little less talented, but loyal to Bang Gu, Lin Bei is also taking care of his apprentices' emotions. After all, they are all grandpas in their 70s. Always leave him some thoughts. But what Lin Bei didn't expect was the reason why Bang Gu came to him. There are other reasons. Actually, Qing Chuanxian of the Qingxian family found me first. Become Lin Bei's apprentice. Bang Gu sold King Chuangxuan without burden. If I remember correctly, there is a drone monitoring this place about a kilometer away. At this time, in a luxurious villa more than 1,000 kilometers away from the Yuxin dojo. Qingxian Chuan looked dull. Even if he has been in business for dozens of years. Never thought of it. This incident will develop into what it is now. The confident Bang Gu failed to tame Lin Bei. It turned out to be tamed by Lin Bei. A master of martial arts in his 70s, he immediately became a teacher. This world is simply crazy. What's even crazier is Lin Bei seems to have discovered his drone. At a terrifying speed. Quickly approached his screen. Even Qingxian Chuan thought for a while. Lin Baihui came directly out of the screen and beat him up. Hey, Qingxian Chuan, right? Lin Bei uses the drone as a camera. Started a dialogue with Qing Chuanxian. I know you are watching. Lin Bei thought for a moment, for Chuan Maiko's face, I won't care about you this time. But if there is another time. Boom. Military-grade drones. It was directly exploded into fireworks. Gudong. Qingxian Chuan swallowed. Have to admit. He was really scared just now. This Lin Bei is really terrifying. It completely exceeded his expectations. Originally, he was thinking about using Bang Gu to polish Lin Bei's temperament, and then take it for his own use. Worked for the Qingxian family. But now it seems. This plan is simply deadly. Precisely. If there is no Chuan Maiko, that Lin Bei might really kill him. There was a long silence. Qing Xian Chuan couldn't help sighing, times have changed. Whether it is money or status. At that moment, he couldn't bring him the slightest sense of security. This era belongs to the strong. And Lin Bei is the strong one among the strong. It seems. The strategy of treating Lin Bei must be changed. Qing Chuan Xian thought for a moment. Call me the boy Bowen. Chapter 38, Really an Old Driver. After Lin Bei's drastic reforms. Even with Bang Wu, there are only 3 people left in Yuxin Dojo. Naturally there is no need for existence. Bangu immediately said that he would return to City Z with Lin Bei. Said it is convenient to listen to master's teaching. In fact, he was trying to figure it out. Why is Lin Bei so strong? Lin Bei didn't care either. The manor is so big. Not to mention the 3 Bangu hungry wolf. Just come 10 times again, then I can live completely. Come out. Accepted an apprentice from Long Dian. Plus an apprentice whose future potential is close to God. It is also full of harvest. When the 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms returned to the manor, it was completely dark. The car hasn't stopped. Suzuki Shizuka greeted her. Master, a guy who claims to be your friend came to visit. I didn't dare to let him in. He has been waiting at the door for hours. Lin Bei was taken aback. Friend? He is a traveler, where is his friend from here? Not to mention, know that he lives here. Lao Cheng braked and just stopped the car. Chuan Maiko exclaimed. Brother! Lin Bei took a closer look. Squatting in front of the gate. It's not Qing Xian Blog, who else can it be? See this! Lao Cheng's surprised eyes were about to stare out. He is old. I have been a driver in King Xuan's house for decades. What kind of wealth and power the Qing Xian family has? Others don't know. He knows it best. Not to mention the young master of the Qing Xian family, Qing Xian Bowen. It was him, a small driver of King Xuan's family. Where to go? Whether it's a wealthy businessman or an official, don't you be cautious about it. But now, the eldest young master of the Qing Xian family, the next patriarch of the Qing Xian family. Qing Xian blog post. He squatted at the door like this, like a watchdog. Give Lin Baishao the door for hours. Gudong. Old Cheng swallowed hard. Since he knew Lin Bei from the hillbilly to the children of the hermit family, he repeatedly raised Lin Bei's position in his mind. But it turns out, not high enough. Old Cheng couldn't even speak, he wanted to cry without tears. This Lin Bei? Who the is it? His heart really can't stand it. Leaving aside the broken old Cheng. Qing Xian blog post squatting for several hours at the door. See Lin Bei. Not only was there no dissatisfaction on his face, but he greeted him very diligently. Mr. Lin, I'm glad we met again. Lin Bei was speechless. What he remembered correctly. The last time they met, they seemed to be scattered. But look at Kawamaiko. Waiting with him for a few hours, it was considered sincere. If you have anything, come in and talk about it. Lin Bei opened the door and let Qing Xian blog in. Thank you Mr. Linear. Qing Xian blog is grateful. Actually, when I came today, he was ready to eat closed doors. Lincoln let him in. It's already a surprise. Old Cheng. He doesn't know what to say anymore. There is only one thought in my mind. From now on, don't offend Lin Bei. Lin Bei was also a little surprised. Did not expect. This Qing Xian blog post looks calm and quiet. Privately, it turned out to be crazy. Ding. Received the usual gratitude from King Xuan's blog post and got a silver treasure chest. Open the silver treasure box and obtain expert drag racing skills. Don't say. Really an old driver. Chapter 39, 300 billion, okay. Walk into the manor. Haven't waited for the Qingxian blog to gain a foothold. Just talk about it. Lin Bei is straight to the point. He has never liked wasting time on trivial matters. King Xuan's blog post was slightly taken aback. Immediately, he bowed deeply and said sincerely, I came today to apologize to Mr. Lin on behalf of the Qingxian family. Okay. Lin Bei nodded and waved indifferently, if this is the case, then you can go back. Mr. Linear. Qingxian Bowen looked terrified, and just wanted to say something. Lin Bei waved his hand to interrupt. I said, this thing ends here. For the sake of Chuan Maiko's face, I will not pursue it anymore. However, if there is another time. Lin Bei snorted coldly. The terrifying killing intent swept the audience. Everyone was suddenly sweating, and their legs became soft. Even Bangu at Dragon Summit's complexion tightened and he was surprised. It took a while. Lin Bei has become stronger again. There will never be another time, absolutely not. Qingxian Bowen was in a cold sweat and quickly nodded to promise. So much the better. Lin Bei snorted coldly and condensed his murderous aura. Call. Everyone could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Qingxian Bowen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Finally entered today's topic. The Qingxian family apologized. Of course it won't be just such a dry sentence of sorry. Even if you are generous, Mr. Lin, and don't hold accountable, our Qingxian family cannot easily forgive ourselves. In order to express my apologies, 3 small gifts have been prepared specially for you. Small gift. Lin Bei raised his eyebrows slightly. He is not short of money, what gift does Qingxian family want to give? Of course. King Xuan's blog post quickly nodded, we know that Mr. Lin is absolutely extraordinary, and we don't like the smell of copper. So I have prepared something special for you. Hear this. Lin Bei was looking forward to it. Qingxian Bowen picked up the phone and dialed a number. Ali, bring in the first gift. Original. Qingxian Bowen had already stored the gift in Chuan Maiko's house next door. It didn't take a while. A convoy of trucks drove into the manor. Open the container. A huge capsule like a sleeping cabin. Presented in front of everyone. This is. Lin Bei is a little uncertain. Recovery capsule. Bangu exclaimed in disbelief. Recovery capsule. As the name suggests. The role is to heal. No matter what kind of injury. As long as there is a breath. Insert the recovery capsule. Then it will be able to recover. It is an extremely rare and useful life-saving item. Used in spiritual practice. It can also be called an artifact. Think about it. After a whole day of hard training, the body reached its limit. When there is no way to continue practicing, just use recovery capsules. Woke up at once. The state is instantly full. This is simply a cheat for practice. Bangu has always wanted to buy one for the disciples of Yuxin Dojo. Unfortunately, I have not been able to do so. One is unable to afford it. Recently, a recovery capsule sold at a price of 30 billion yuan. Bangu is a bit small. But 30 billion. Even if he took out all the coffins, it was far from enough. Second, there is no market in price. Even if Bangu can really come up with 30 billion, no one would sell it to him. Such a good thing that can save your life. Without a last resort, who would sell it easily? But now? Bangu glanced over. There are at least 10 trucks. In other words, King Xuan's family delivered 10 Lin Bei recovery capsules in one go. What kind of handwriting is this? Calculated on the basis of the lowest 30 billion, that is also a full 300 billion. Hiss. Hear this number. In addition to Lin Bei, everyone present couldn't help but sucked in air conditioning. In this way, Lin Bei's indifferent expression became more and more outstanding. Everyone smiled secretly. Boss, this is 300 billion, not 3,000. Can you give me some emoji? Lin Bei. Still calm face. King Xuan's blog post smiles wryly. This Lin Bei is indeed not an ordinary person. To know. Even the young master of his Qingxian family. I heard the figure of 300 billion. He was sweating and swallowed. But Lin Bei still looked as usual. In fact, from the beginning, Lin Bei hadn't heard what they said. He has been thinking about one thing. He seems to have heard of the recovery capsule. At last, I remembered. In the original One Punch Man, the ninja village where Sonic once lived. The founder of Ninja Village, the strongest ninja, after being defeated by the hero Blast, relying on this prop to save his life. Look like this. King Xuan's family, it was a bit of thought. Heard this. Everyone was really dumbfounded. The boss's thinking is far beyond ordinary people. 300 billion, it just took a little thought. King Xuan's blog post with a wry smile, as long as Mr. Lin is satisfied. Chapter 40, When Lin Bei's licking dog, don't regret. Lin Bei was quite satisfied with the first gift. Although he doesn't need it. But it is good for Kenos and the others. Lin Bei's mind. A complete plan has been brewed. Gudong. Do not know why. A piercing chill suddenly surged into everyone's hearts. Mosquito Girl, the Beastmaster glanced at each other, and suddenly realized that they might be out of luck. Next. It's the second gift. Qing Xianboan sneered, bring people up. There was a pop. One man and one woman. Two guys who were like pigs were thrown at the feet of Lin Bei. This is. Lin Bei frowned slightly. This is Li Tianbao. Qing Xianboan pointed to the fat man like a rich businessman and said, the two of them are Li Tianlong's parents. Lin Bei raised his eyebrows slightly. No wonder, he thought these two guys were familiar. With that, Qing Xianboan kicked Li Tianbao hard. This guy not only hired a killer from the ninja village, but also wanted to assassinate Mr. Linear. Last night, I wanted to fly away overnight. Lin Bei yawned boredly. He didn't care about this kind of ants. Escape or not? What's the difference? But King Xuan's blog post could not help but secretly startled. Although Lin Bei did not speak. But his attitude speaks for itself. This means the two ninja village assassins that Li Tianbao was looking for had probably been easily solved by Lin Bei. To know. The killers in Ninja Village are all top masters. But Lin Bei is so calm. Qing Xian blog, how can you not be surprised? If you let Qing Xianboan know. Lin Bei didn't even make a move. Only the Beastmaster and the Steel Gorilla solved the two killers. Do not know either. What would King Xuan's blog post think? But King Xuan's blog post was quickly seen. Lin Bei didn't care about Li Tianbao's life or death at all. Waved quickly. Let his men drag the wailing Li Tianbao and his wife. There are 3 gifts in total. The first one is still in line with Lin Bei's wishes. It's a bonus. For the second case, Lin Bei obviously didn't care. It's a point reduction. This means success or failure, in one fell swoop. Qing Xianboan swallowed, and carefully took out a bronzing invitation card from his pocket. This is the third gift the Qing Xian family has prepared for you, Mr. Lin. Lin Bei opened the invitation. Pinnacle Hero Banquet, discuss the world's major events. There is only one sentence in the entire invitation. The content is also very clear. It's different from the super banquet that was a little trouble last time. This time, only the top heroes can participate. See this? Lin Bei couldn't help but smiled knowingly, and said lightly. Qing Xian family, have a heart. Heard this? Qing Xianboan's eyes suddenly lit up. In fact, Their Qingxian family is more than intentional. It is simply doing everything possible to please Lin Bei. The first gift. The 300 billion recovery capsule is more than just a show of sincerity. It shows even more. Lin Bei can use the wealth of Qingxian family at will. The second gift. Taking action against Li Tianbao not only helped Lin Bei solve a hidden danger, also showed the power of Qingxian family can be used by Lin Bei. The last gift. It's even more thoughtful, just like it. It can be said. King Xuan's house? The cause of dog licking has been done to the extreme. Otherwise, how could he be a watchdog for 5 hours at the gate of his dignified young master of the Qingxian family? However, all this is worth it. King Xuan's family has been affirmed by Lin Bei. Qingxian Boan was moved to tears. Licking Lin Bei, he does not regret it. When a licking dog, he does not regret it. Because of him, his father Qingxian Chuan, the entire Qingxian family, all believe. When Lin Bei's licking dog. At the end of the lick, I really have everything. Chapter 41, Still the forest, the atmosphere is a bit awkward. There are no worms or birds. This dense forest seems to be dead. Suddenly, a hoarse voice sounded. Golden 37th issue of Wind and Karma Fire Freddy. They haven't contacted us for a week. There was silence for a while. They are dead. A strange voice sounded. It's like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Suddenly stirred up 1,000 waves. Dead. Who killed it? Is it Flash? Do not. The weird voice slowly shook his head. These two guys took an assassination mission and were killed by a guy named Lin Bei. Lin Bei? Never heard of it. Hehe, Wenda and Freddy were actually killed by such a little-known person. It's really two wastes. There was another heated discussion. At last. Still the weird sound rang. So, what should we do? Kill that Lin Bei. The reputation of the ninja cannot be damaged. Almost all the voices were in unison. Although they didn't want to avenge Wenda and Freddy, these two wastes. But for the reputation of the party, Lin Bei must die. Who will do it? There was silence for a while. With a burst of GG weird laugh, two men in black ninja costumes walked out of the forest. This matter, leave it to us in the 21st issue of Horror. The man whose entire face was pierced by a scar he grinned. My crazy mad, let him know. What is fear? One day later, Lin Bei's practice room. Kang. The Beastmaster and the steel orangutan opened the door and dropped two corpses with weird faces. Ninja again. Lin Bei's face hurts. Confiscate this time. The steel gorilla scratched his head, but they said at the beginning what kind of ninja village they are, 21st period of Horror. This is called Casio, this is called Maid. Maid? Oh shit. Lin Bei really wanted to curse. Ninja village. Of course he knew. If I remember correctly, there are 44 episodes in Ninja Village. Until the flashing flesh killed the entire ninja village. Just ended. Therefore, Sonic and Flesh. The 44th issue is also called The End. This means there are 44 episodes of these mindless ninjas. They will definitely come again. If this is a one-period killing, when will it be considered ahead? Is he still practicing? Lin Bei decided. From now on, a ninja like this. If you kill it, you will kill it. You don't need to come to me again. Oh. The steel gorilla and the Beastmaster scratched their heads. Then I'm going back to look at the gate. I'm going to mow the lawn. One day later, it was still the forest. The ninjas were silent for a while. Maid and Casio are also lost, what do you think? Deathly silence. MD, Mad, and Casio are also rubbish. This Lin Bei is not easy. We might underestimate him. Now what? There was another silence. An awkward atmosphere began to fill the air. At last. Someone can't help it. Afraid of a fart, but a nameless junior. Two fierce-looking men stepped forward. It's up to our relentless 40-second period to solve this guy. Is there anyone with us? There was silence for a while. A quiet man walked out. Never mind, let my phantom's phantom come with you. Chapter 42, Ninja, Run. Lin. On the manicured lawn. Chiang chiang twice. The Beastmaster doubled his claws. The steel wall that was a full meter thick was torn apart. This is the strength of the Beastmaster ghost level. Cutting steel and breaking iron is as easy as cutting tofu. But the problem is, even if it is easy to cut steel, cut it tens of thousands of times a day. Beast, too. Boss, please, please forgive me. The Beastmaster held his trembling claws, crying without tears. He will never forget. This morning, Lin Bei made a sudden decision. From today, I want to give you special training. Lin Bei was cold. Beastmaster, Mosquito Girl, and Steel Orangutan. I ask you three to reach dragon rank within 1 month. This is impossible. Then. The Beastmaster made it clear that it was impossible. There is a huge gap between the ghost level and the dragon level. It cannot be smoothed out in a month. But then. Lin Bei took out the recovery capsule. I said something that made the beast desperate. Extreme intensity training 23 hours a day, the remaining 1 hour with recovery capsules for recovery. Trust yourself. Everything is possible. Everyone present was stupid. 23 hours of extreme training a day. Not to mention the Beastmaster. That's a robot, it can't stand it. The robot will take 24 hours. Steel Orangutan. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 3 days, the Beastmaster couldn't remember how many steel plates he chopped. I can't remember how many beast claws I broke. It just waved its claws numbly. Shatter one steel wall after another. At the same time. This is Lin Bei's home. The 3 ninjas from the ninja village had quietly touched the Lin family manor. Secretly watching. It's so rich, there is such a big house. The violent Foss licked his lips with a look of greed. At this moment, a Rolls-Royce Phantom drove into the manor. It was Suzuki Shizuka who came back from buying vegetables. MD, even the maid who buys vegetables drives a Rolls-Royce. I can't help it. Destroyed Dre roared. As if rushing to thunder, he rushed towards the manor. Foss, who is also in the 42 period, naturally followed immediately. See this? Van Tem can only keep up. But ninja fights. What is particular about is silent. Even if the 3 ninjas were excited and angry. Nor will it enter through the gate. A beautiful harrier turned over and jumped into the lawn of the manor. They planned to hide themselves with bushes, and then. But just jumped in. Chiang chiang. The steel wall over a meter thick was torn apart in front of them. Gudong. Looking at the Beastmaster who claws a steel wall in front of him. The 3 ninjas couldn't help but swallowed. What kind of monster is this trademark? Fortunately, the Beastmaster was already numb at this time. They don't seem to be found. The 3 ninjas looked at each other, and they were very tacit understanding. Slib. Run more than 1,000 meters in one breath. Before taking a breath, they suddenly found out. In front of a hill. There is a silver-haired old man who seems to be teaching martial arts to 2 teenagers. Call. The 3 ninjas gasped. This style of painting looks much more normal. But at this moment. Okay, I will only demonstrate once. Jiaoyi Long kills punch. The silver-haired old man flew like lightning. Both fists turned into a mad dragon. Hit the hill in front of him hard. Boom. Hill. Exploded. The entire hill was blown away directly by a punch. The 3 ninjas don't know what to say anymore. This trademark. What the is it? First, the Beastmaster who smashed the steel wall with one claw. Then came the old man who smashed the hill with a punch. Is it a monster concentration camp here? Run! I don't know why. The three of them are the top ninjas and killers. Ordinary killing. They are all silently, killing people invisible and invisible. Don't talk about handsome. But this time, entering this manor is like entering a haunted house. Keep running. Not knowing how far they ran, the three of them found out. They actually be lost. MD, how big is this manor? Drake gritted his teeth. All trademark ran out of his breath, but he hadn't even ran out yet. At this moment, a maid carrying a basket suddenly passed by them. See this? The three ninjas looked at each other and immediately understood. The three of them are also somebody in Ninja Village. Come out. If he was so humiliated, and went back empty-handed, he would really not be able to lose his mind. At least. Also take away a human head to support the scene. Neither the Beastmaster nor the old man are rivals. This little maid can always be used for surgery, right? GGG. The three ninjas grinned and rushed out together. Little girl, take your life. Okay. The mosquito girl grinned and waved her hand into a swarm of hundreds of millions of mosquitoes. Are you talking to me? Chapter 43, A pretty boy is passing by silently. Damn it. Vantem ran, breathing heavily. The look was horrified. Foss and Dre in the 42 period were both dead just now. Who can think of that little girl who looked like a maid? It turned out to be a monster even scarier than the Beastmaster. Waved. It's the mosquitoes overwhelming. Both Foss and Dre were sucked into human beings in an instant. It's horrible. Thinking about. Suzuki Shizuka passed by silently carrying a basket. Another one. Vantem's eyes widened in horror. Infinite fear almost surrounded him. There is only one thought in my mind. Run. Phantom used the strength of the milk and ran away without looking back. Suzuki Shizuka. Ho-ha, ho-ha. Vantem gasped heavily. Happy in my heart. If not, he ran fast enough. God knows. What terrible monster will that lovely maid turn into? Anyway. The maid just now didn't chase him, right? Make sure Suzuki Shizuka is not chasing. Vantem couldn't help his legs soft. He collapsed on the lawn by the side of the road. This trip. It's so exciting. The danger of this manor is far beyond his imagination. Vantem decided. This time. If he can survive, he will find a decent job. Live better. But at this moment. A pretty boy passed by silently. Character, Lin Bei. Constitution, 6324, in the Dragon. Thought Power, Tiger, Top. Giaya Dragon Killing Punch, Dragon, Middle. Comprehensive Evaluation, Dragon, Part 1. Lin Bei walked along. While thinking in mind. Fight with Bangu Na. He raised his combat power from Dragon, lower, to Dragon, middle. Not to mention. Coupled with the Jiao Long killing punch sent by Bangu. Combine the two. Practice in a few days. His combat effectiveness has increased by another level. Reached the Dragon, top. However, once to the Dragon. He clearly noticed. There is a big gap between Long Shang and Long Dian. If nothing unexpected happens. It will take at least a month for him to reach the Dragon Summit. This distance is the strongest goal in the universe. But there is still a lot of distance. Thinking about. Okay. Lin Bei suddenly noticed. There seemed to be a ninja sitting on the lawn beside the road. Vantem's expression tightened. In fact, he had already noticed Lin Bei. Only the painful lessons of the previous few times. He dare not act rashly. God knows this ordinary-looking boy. Will it suddenly become a terrifying monster? Or observe first? But Phantom waited for a long time. The boy did not become a monster. Or smash the hill with a punch. Could it be that? Is this really just an ordinary teenager? Thought of this. Phantom's mind became active again involuntarily. This manner is so dangerous. There is the Beast King in the front, Bangu in the middle, and Mosquito Girl in the back. He is alone. I'm afraid I can't escape. But if he can kidnap this boy and take him hostage, isn't the chance of escape greatly increased? Thought of this. Phantom suddenly moved. Action is worse than heart. Phantom moved immediately. Base. The sharp bitterness hit Lin Bei's neck. Boy, rest assured. As long as you cooperate obediently, I will spare you not to die. Phantom gasped hard and said grimly. Say, where do you go to avoid those terrifying monsters? Lin Bei. Why do not you speak? Phantom pressed his hand slightly, gritted his teeth and roared, say, believe it or not I killed you. Lin Bei couldn't laugh or cry. If you are talking about the Beastmaster, Mosquito Girl, and Bangu, they are already here. Chapter 44, After taking Lin Bei, the collapsed Phantom. What? Phantom looked up. Suddenly turned into a shock. North. The Beast King, who was as tall as a hill, smashed the steel wall as he walked. East. Bangu led the Hungry Wolf and the Tea Orchid, walking slowly. West. The Mosquito Girl wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and also came here in style. Gudong. Phantom swallowed hard. Lin Bei discovered. His hand was shaking, and the knife couldn't be held steady. Don't be afraid, this young man. Lin Bei reminded with a smile. Don't forget, I'm still your hostage. Yes, yes. Phantom seemed to grab a life-saving straw. Nodding desperately. Panic grasped the knife in his hand. I have a hostage in my hand. Phantom yelled tremblingly. Trying to deter these three monsters with hostages. What is frightening is. Heard this. The three monsters did not stop, but looked at him with a very strange expression. It's like sympathy? What a hell! Why should you sympathize with him? Don't they care about the life and death of this boy? The host. The Mosquito Girl gave a deep smile to Lin Bei. Sister Suzuki said, lunch is ready. Okay. Lin Bei nodded with a smile. Phantom, who was holding the knife, hadn't recovered yet. Teacher, I plan to take the two of them out to experience. Look. Bangu asked Lin Bei respectfully and carefully. Also. Broadening your horizons is a good thing for hungry wolves. Lin Bei did not object. At this moment, Phantom finally recovered. He looked at the Beastmaster from the west. Meow. The Beastmaster learned to meow and became more proficient. Master, please forgive me. I'm just an innocent pet cat. The Beastmaster was crying. Lin Bei's face was cold, and he only said one word. Roll. See Lin Bei get angry. The Beastmaster wailed, picked up his tail, and ran away immediately. While running, one side did not forget to tear the steel plate by hand. No way. It's not a task. Don't even want his 1-hour break. Phantom completely lost the ability to think. The monster maid just called this young master. The terrifying old man called him master. The most outrageous is that terrible Beastmaster. It turned out to be just this Lin Bei's pet cat. Haha. Phantom has collapsed. Throwing Kumu aside, he sat down on the lawn. Just kill me. I've had enough. Phantom was always in tears, crying with his nose and tears. He regrets it. During a meeting in the forest. Why did he take the initiative to jump out? If I had known this Lin Bei was so terrifying. Let alone lose face. It was the other members of the Ninten party who spit on his face. He will never accept this task. Whoever loves will come. But now, it's all too late. He is dead. Thinking of this, Van Tem couldn't help but pee. Lin Bei was speechless. God knows. In just a few minutes. What happened to this ninja named Van Tem? But your name is Phantom, right? Amount. Van Tem raised his head suspiciously and stopped urinating. Lin Bei smiled slightly. As long as you cooperate with me, I will spare you not to die, how about it? Van Tem, how does this sentence seem familiar? But are you serious? Van Tem's eyes lit up suddenly. Can live, who wants to die? Lin Bei smiled slightly. I'm Lin Bei, I never lose faith in others. Chapter 45, Surrender or Die. Still a familiar forest, or a familiar atmosphere. Mysterious, but embarrassing. Phantom, why are you the only one to come back? What about Dre and Foss in the 42nd issue? Has the task been completed? For a time, everyone in the Ninten party was babbling. Van Tem swallowed. Dre and Foss are both dead, the young man named Lin Bei, the strength is far beyond our expectations. As soon as I heard this, everyone in the Ninten party suddenly resented. Damn it, this Lin Bei actually killed so many of us. No, we must find the place. Just when the ninjas are excited. Van Tem licked his lips. I think our ninja party should attack with all members this time. A day later, outside the Lin family manor. Still familiar grass. Still familiar observation angle. Dozens of people from the Ninian party huddled together in a mess. Humph. The 35th issue of Diablo Dake dismissed a smile. I see this Lin family manor, nothing special. I think so. Sky, the 5th issue, sneered. He also glanced at Van Tem if pointedly. I think it's just a wasteful excuse. Van Tem said nothing. In fact, one day ago, he also has the same ideas as them. But who can think of just this one, seemingly defenseless manner? Actually, it's true hell. I think of yesterday's experience. Van Tem couldn't help shivering, urinating up. Hey, coward! Diablo Dark sneered disdainfully, and rushed out. I want to see how terrifying this Lin Bei is. 5 minutes later. I'm wrong. I was full of confidence just now. The radiant dark duck. At this time, Lin Bei knelt down with a blue nose and a swollen face. Beside him, there are dozens of people in the Ninten party. Just like the mahjong tiles, the one kneeling is called a neat and tidy one. Good job. Lin Bei patted Van Tem on the shoulder with satisfaction. Yesterday, as soon as I met Phantom, he had such an idea. Instead of letting these ninjas come and die one by one, waste time. Then why not find a chance? Beat them all at once? Ever since, the desperate Van Tem became the 2nd and 5th boy. You adulterer, I killed you. Dark Duck was furious. I just wanted to do it when I jumped up. Buzzing. A swarm of black mosquitoes passed by. Diablo. A ghost-level ninja who graduated from the dignified ninja village. It just became a corpse. From the air, he fell off with a click. Gudong. The ninjas present couldn't help but swallowed. The mosquito girl licked her red lips excitedly, looking expectantly at the ninjas who were kneeling on the ground. She has a hunch. If she could drain the blood of these ninjas, she might can break through the ghost level and reach the dragon level. But Lin Bei did not order. She dare not act without authorization. Lin Bei gave Lin Bei a bitter look. The mosquito girl retreated to the side unfinished. Lin Bei smiled slightly and didn't care. Of course he understands the mind of the mosquito girl. But these ninjas have some value. Can't just feed her like this. But if they are really ignorant, it seems good to let the mosquitoes use waste. Lin Bei stepped forward to the ninjas and said coldly, "Surrender, or die." Chapter 46, Sister-Controlled Tornado Debut. Surrender. Or death. Gudong. The ninjas swallowed, dripping with cold sweat. It seems they have a choice. But actually no choice. Because once that adult wakes up from his deep sleep, it is also a dead word for us to betray him. Heard this? Lin Bei remembered it. Ninja Party, the group of ninjas, actually created the ninja village, the subordinates of the king of ninjas. In this case, I'm afraid it's not easy to convince them. Lin Bei thought for a while. We are preparing to use the mosquito's waste. A crisp female voice suddenly resounded throughout the manor. Lin Bei, come out and die for me. At the same time, just like an earthquake, the entire manor shook. That scene. It's almost like the end of the world. All the ninjas present were dumbfounded. What's the matter with this trademark? Listen to what you just said. Could it be that this Lin Bei's enemy came here? Look at the shaking posture of this place. Is there something more ruthless? Not waiting for the ninjas to recover, Chugxiu, who had been standing by, was pale. It's my sister. Your sister. The eyes of the ninjas were about to stare out. This beauty, who is your sister? The trembling tornado. It was not Baixiu who spoke, but Lin Bei. In fact, from the beginning, Lin Bei thought of it. A woman who can use her mind to make such a big move. Except for the tornado. Who else? In fact, after agreeing to Fuyuki's cohabitation request, Lin Bei expected such a day. It's just that I didn't expect it would be such a coincidence. Immediately, Lin Bei also flew into the sky with mental power. Lin Bei is here. The voice did not fall. A horrible thought force suddenly caught Lin Bei, trying to break Lin Bei's neck directly. Unfortunately, Lin Bei's power is more than 6,000 times the limit of mankind. It's not a display. Turning his head slightly, it was offset. Sure enough, I have some skill. With a clear female voice. A small figure. From the distant sky, he flew quickly. The short turquoise curly hair fluttered in the wind, and the petite figure was tightly wrapped in a pure black high-forked cheongsam. It looks cute and attractive. This is the trembling tornado. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes slightly. It's different from the Yusi Feng of the sister Hell Fuxiu. The tornado is the lovely temptation lowly wind. Of course. More importantly, the power of their two sisters. It also seems to be magical, inversely proportional to their figure. Fuyuki is a younger sister. Has a proud D-end figure. The motivation is just plain tiger, top. And tornado as the sister. Although only the petite body of A+. But it has the superpower of the dragon, top, level. Have to say. The sister's flower. It's really interesting. Hey, what are you guys laughing at? Tornado raised his eyebrows in dissatisfaction, waved his small fist, and threatened. Also, where is my sister? Tornado. Sure enough, it is a heavy sister control. Lin Bei grinned slightly, she is at my house. Damn, you actually live with her. The tornado gritted his teeth. She has been asking about the whereabouts of Chugxiu these days. Finally, I found Lin Bei's head. At first, she didn't believe that Chugxiu would live with a man. But now, the facts are in front of you. She also had to believe it. You must have forced her. Tornado's eyes became dangerous. Neon power is ready to move. At this moment, Chugxiu also flew up with mental power. Sister, it's not that Lin Bei threatened me, it was my request. And Chugxiu Chiao blushed, we haven't happened yet for the time being. Temporarily. That is to say, mouth may happen in the future? Tornado gritted his teeth. Make up one's mind. The hidden danger of Lin Bei must be resolved in advance. Lin Bei knows that the tornado is sister control. But I didn't expect it. It turned out to be so serious. This situation. He also had to stand up and speak for himself. Actually, I saved Chugxiu. Lin Bei smiled lightly. Tell me what was on the super banquet. With her state at the time, if it weren't for several days of resting with me, it would be dangerous. Speaking of, you should also say thank you to me. Lin Bei's eyes flashed. At the beginning, he left to blow the snow, just to draw the trembling tornado. And the trembling tornado. Thanks for this sentence. With his current strength. If you add the tornado's superpower to read, the comprehensive evaluation will definitely reach Dragon Peak. But... what? You hurt my sister. I will kill you. From Lin Bei talking about Chugxiu's injury. Tornado has lost its reason. Lin Bei was suddenly speechless. Looking forward to a proud sister-in-law will thank you. He is indeed thinking too much. But there is Fuxiu to reconcile in the middle. The two of them finally failed to fight. But... follow me back. Tornado grabbed Chugxiu's hand and was about to take her home. But... I do not. Chugxiu struggled to escape the tornado. Like a quail, it escaped thousands of meters in one go. I am very happy here, I don't want to go back. What did you just say? Tornado asked with a cold face, every word. The horrible thought power is surging, and the sense of oppression is almost solidified. I won't go back. Chugxiu almost gritted his teeth and roared out. All these years. Just because there is such a strong sister controlled by tornado. Chugxiu has never had friends. In the past few days in the Lin family, she not only met Kawamiko, Suzuki Shizuka, and Mosquito Girl. And Lin Bei. She didn't want to go back again. That's sick, no free home. Hehe, I see, you have already learned badly. Tornado sneered. Use mind power to directly set Fuxiu in place. Reached out and grabbed it towards Fuxiu. When I take you home, I will educate you again. Chugxiu closed her eyes in despair. In fact, she already knew it. She couldn't convince Tornado, and no one could stop Tornado. Her life. There is no way to decide on your own. But at this moment, there was a crisp sound. A figure stood in front of Chugxiu. Lin Bei. Grabbed Tornado's hand. Did you not hear? Lin Bei raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile. Chugxiu, she doesn't want to leave yet. Chapter 47, Believe in the forest and live forever. You want to stop me? A weird smile appeared on Tornado's face. Don't you know who I am? Of course I know. Lin Bei grinned. Aren't you, the trembling Tornado, the tsundere loli who is a serious sister-in-law, the liberal who hasn't worn the inside for many years, and the elder blasting rescued, so the uncle who yearns for it. Anything to continue. There was a slight smile on Lin Bei's face. Everyone present was stunned. Among them, Fuxiu from was the most shocking. Because Lin Bei said so much. Some of these things, even she didn't even know. Like being saved by blasting. However, this is not the important thing now. But Lin Bei, run away. Chugxiu was about to cry. In the impression of Fuxiu. Whether it is weird or human. As long as you dare to provoke Tornado, you will end up miserably. Not to mention. Fu Shui had never seen such an angry tornado. Call. Tornado was panting heavily, his chest undulating violently. Once let Lin Bei think. Did this girl grow from A and to B? Everyone present was stunned. This Lin Bei, why can he die like this? Because I won't die. Lin Bei turned his head, and Chao Chugxiu smiled slightly. Let's go, starting today, you can live here as long as you want. Lin Bei, blowing snow, burst into tears, and was deeply moved. But it doesn't seem to be the time to say this, right? Tornado, really angry? The grass-green short hair danced wildly. The horrible thought power rushed to the sky. Next second, a huge meteorite, accompanied by brilliant firelight, falling from the sky. Gudong! The ninjas kneeling at the Lin family swallowed. Is that a meteorite? Seems. Then are we dead? You shut your mouth, no one treats you as dumb. Ninjas, they are about to cry. What are the days on this day? Aside. Want to survive? Saitama grinned. If you want to survive, follow me and shout. Ninjas, hey! Believe in Lin Bei and live forever. The ninjas burst into tears suddenly. Now, they can only believe in Lin Bei. Lin Bei, come on! The ninjas shouted in unison, believe in Lin Bei, and you will live forever. Lin Bei decided. After this matter is over, we must teach Saitama a lesson. However, before that, Lin Bei raised his head. Looking at the meteorite falling from the sky, he dismissed it with a smile. That's it. It's not as big as the booger my Lord Madara rubbed, so I'm ashamed to pretend to be the star of the sky. No kidding. Lin Bei's eyes narrowed. The power that exceeds the limit of human beings more than 6,000 times is fully opened. Then use the mind to accelerate. Lin Bei, facing the meteorite falling from the sky, flew straight past. This battle. Progress, no retreat. Jia Long Shaquan. Lin Bei's double fists blasted straight out and roared to the sky. Drive me! In a trance. Everyone present seemed to see a real dragon rising into the sky. Roar and roar. Crush the meteorite in one bite. Ha ha ha, my teacher is really invincible. Saitama laughed and winked at the ninja on one side. Did you see? Believe in Lin Bei and live forever. The ninja froze for a moment, and muttered to himself. Is there such an evil? In fact, they are not the only ones who are shocked. Even Tornado's face showed a little surprise. In the past, she resorted to this trick. Not everyone can beat it. But no one has ever dared to confront the meteorite falling from the sky. Moreover, he won. It seems that I really underestimated you. Tornado squinted his eyes and said coldly, from now on, I'm going to start acting really. The corner of Lin Bei's mouth provoked a weird arc. Before the trouble is real, can you put on the inside? Chapter 48, Say thank you. I always wear underwear, you bastard. Tornado gritted his teeth. I do not believe. Lin Bei continued to die, grinning. Unless you let me see. You wanna die? Tornado pretty blushed. Immediately he raised his hands in anger and pressed hard. Boom. The horrible thought momentum fell. Every bone and muscle in Lin Bei seemed to be hit by a heavy mountain. Humph! Tornado snorted coldly, showing disdain. Little bug with sharp teeth and mouth, I want to run you over. Puff! Under the weight of this terror, there were spots of blood oozing out of Lin Bei's body. Master! Lin Bei Jun! Suzuki Shizuka and Kawamiko both exclaimed in exclamation. I just wanted to rush over. And many more. Saitama reached out and stopped them. Didn't you find out? Everyone present was taken aback. Saitama held his head proudly. My teacher, he is laughing. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and quickly turned their heads. Lin Bei was actually laughing. Under the weight of this mountain, he smiled faintly. Gudong! All the ninjas present swallowed, only feeling an unspeakable shock from the top of their heads to their toes. In this world, how could there be such a terrifying existence? People, Lin Bei. Constitution, 7700 Dragon, Part 1, Plus. Read Power, Cross the Teeth and Kill the Punch. Comprehensive Evaluation, Dragon, Part 1. Power. The steady increase. The smile at the corner of Lin Bei's mouth is getting bigger and bigger. That's right, that's it. Only fight with stronger masters. He can become stronger. Damn, you dare to look down on me. Tornado became angry from embarrassment. No more reservations, the motivation of thinking came out. Boom. A cloud of blood mist burst out of Lin Bei's body. Even if separated by 100 meters. Chugzhu can also be heard. Lin Bei's bones and muscles were wailing, creaking. Kin Lin Bei. They laughed louder. This time. Even Tornado couldn't help but raise a panic. This man. Is it a monster? 1 second, 2 seconds. Under the horrified gaze of Tornado, Lin Bei, in her mind field, slowly straightened his back. 8 white teeth were revealed, and he smiled slightly. It seems that I have adapted to your motivation. Do not make jokes. Tornado gritted his teeth and slapped his palms. He tried to shoot Lin Bei to death with his mind. Unfortunately, it's useless. Lin Bei smiled slightly. It's as if nothing happened. Step by step. Walk towards Tornado. What do you want to do? Faced with Lin Bei, who was pressing every step of the way. There was a rare look of panic on Tornado's face. Involuntarily took a step back. Chugzhu was stunned. She has never seen such a tornado. All the time. The tornado was in front of her. They are all invincible and fearless. But now, she is also scared? Lin Bei smiled slightly. Remove the powerful thought motivation. Tornado. It was just an ordinary girl. Of course she will be afraid too. Walk to the tornado. Condescending. Lin Bei was surprised to find out. Tornado, this girl actually really wore nene. White, printed with a small flower pattern. You win. The tornado turned pale. He bit his lip tightly and straightened his small chest. Just kill me. Kill you. Lin Bei smiled slightly. Why am I killing you? I just want you to say thank you. In fact, with Lin Bei's current strength, it doesn't matter whether there is tornado motivation or not. Only. This is what he deserves. The tornado was stunned. Immediately afterwards, an angry look appeared on his face. She can be killed, not insulted. After winning her, you still want her to say thank you? Killing, but also to punish the heart? Stop dreaming. Tornado gritted his teeth. In Tornado's heart, Lin Bei is a lustful person who deceived her sister. Even if she died, she would not. Before Tornado's words were finished, he blushed. Because Lin Bei suddenly picked her up, turned over, and put it sideways on his knees. The bodies of the two of them are close to each other. Feeling Lin Bei's fiery body full of masculinity, Tornado's body is also a little hot. Hey, what do you want to do to me, perverted? The tornado's voice trembled. The whole person was tense like a prawn. Doing what? Lin Bei smiled slightly and raised his right hand high. Gudong. Everyone present couldn't help but swallowed. My throat is dry. No way. That's a tornado. Lin Bei won't really fight it. Snapped. Slap severely. Everyone can even see the shaking like a pudding. The face of the tornado was like boiling water, instantly flushed. Immediately after. It is anger. She tornado. Was spanked in front of so many people? But before she struggled. Snapped. It was another slap. Tornado wants to struggle. But Lin Bei's big hands, like iron tongs, fixed her firmly to her legs. Then. Fuck. Chugzhu was stupid. She can't dream of such a scene even if she dreams. Saitama and others were also stunned. Kawamiko and Suzuki Shizuka flushed even more. What do you say about this scene? Both fragrant and inexplicably weird. How to say this kind of thing? I am afraid that only Lin Bei can do it. Chapter 49, The Tornado is a Shaking M. Say thank you. I thank NMB. Snapped. Say thank you. I thank N. Saitama pinched his chin. I guess it's already red. Nonsense, it's all swollen. Kenos curled his lips in disdain. Fools can see it. Tornado's hips are much rounder than before. Kawamiko and Suzuki Shizuka blushed, secretly shameless. I don't know why. They still couldn't help but want to watch. Exciting. Say thank you. Snapped. Lin Bei squeezed casually, and chuckled lightly, if you don't say thank you, I actually don't mind keeping it going. Honestly. It feels good. A pretty face of the tornado suddenly raised several red clouds. Say thank you. Lin Bei raised his palm again. Thank you. The insignificant whisper, just like the cry of a newborn kitten. But. Ding. Received a complicated thanks to Tornado and a platinum gift box. Open the platinum gift box and get the motivation, Long Diane. Lin Bei's eyes flickered slightly. He was not an accidental motivation for thinking. It's a tornado. That complicated thanks. What's the situation? Shouldn't it be anger or hatred of thanks? Complex. What means? Could it be that tornado is actually a hidden shaking M? Thinking of this, Lin Bei tentatively slapped again. Snapped. The tornado gave Lin Bei a grimace. Gudong. Lin Bei swallowed. He seemed to accidentally release something incredible. Let it go. Lin Bei was even clear from Tornado's face. Saw a touch of loss. What a hell. Lin Bei's scalp is numb. Chugzhu on the side also saw something weird. She knows Tornado best. Logically speaking. With the character of Tornado, I am not violent now. He should also gnash his teeth and find a way to kill Lin Bei. But now, blushing, she was like a bitter daughter-in-law. What's going on with this trademark? Lin Bei has heard of such a theory. The stronger the woman, after being conquered again, the easier it will become to shake M. Chuan Maiko and others were dumbfounded. Is there such a thing? At last. Still Saitama stood up and shouted. Xin Lin Bei, everything is possible. Lin Bei decided. Wait until this matter is over. Saitama must not be let go easily. But before that, let's fix the Dragon Scroll girl first. Tornado, what do you think now? Lin Bei decided. Let's ask for Tornado's opinion first. Maybe he was wrong and couldn't tell. Tornado may not be shaking M. Of course it's the same as Fubuki. Stay here. Tornado was blushing and shy. Lin Bei is sure. That's right. He must have turned on Tornado's shaking M switch. But forget it. Lin Bei gave a wry smile. Blowing snow and tornadoes. 1 dragon and 2 phoenix sisters flowers, it sounds cool. But the problem is, there are already several women in the family. If this is coupled with such a pair of sister flowers, isn't it going to be a mess of porridge? Nothing else. Lin Bei can see it now. The 2 girls, Chuan Maiko and Chugzhu, were already angry. Sister, why are you fighting with me for everything? Chugzhu gritted his teeth, angrily. My pleasure. Tornado triumphantly, if you have the ability, you can beat me. You. Seeing. The 2 sisters will get more and more quarrelsome. To shut up. Lin Bei shouted angrily. On the of these 2 girls, there was a fierce come. Result. Chugzhu gave Lin Bei a dissatisfied look. Tornado blushed and really closed his mouth. Lin Bei couldn't laugh or cry. However, the matter is now. He could only deliberately sullen his face and roar coldly. Tornado, you go home immediately for me now. Not waiting for Tornado to speak. Don't talk back. Lin Bei raised his hand and wanted to fight. Tornado Jiao blushed, then nodded bitterly. Okay. You must come to me. After finishing talking, the tornado flew away just one step at a time. Call. See the tornado flying away. Lin Bei could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. What a hell! Lin Bei didn't know why. He said it tomorrow morning. He is not interested in women. Not interested. But Miss Daughter, Maid, Royal Sister, Lowly, Sister Flower. Ugh! Lin Bei sighed long. I obviously just want to practice quietly. Become the strongest in the world. Everyone present. I don't know why, I suddenly wanted to hit someone. Chapter 50, 30 Ghost Level Powerhouses, set up a security team. The tornado thing. It can be regarded as over. As for what to do in the future, let's talk about it then. At this moment, the mosquito girl leaned up. Master, what are you going to do with these ninjas? Lin Bei slapped his head. I almost forgot. Previously, he was dealing with the ninjas in this ninja village. After the tornado so much trouble, Lin Bei was not in the mood to continue wasting time with them. Randomly waved to the mosquito girl. If they refuse to surrender, you can treat it as a snack. Mosquito girl's eyes lit up. The ninjas looked at each other. He knelt down one after another and knocked his head 3 times. We are all willing to surrender, we are all willing to surrender. They also want to understand. With Lin Bei's strength. What the founder of Ninja Village, the king of ninjas. He is in front of Lin Bei, is he a chicken neck? Believe in Lin Bei and live forever. The mosquito girl's face went dark. The cooked duck actually flew. Lin Bei raised his eyebrows, but didn't care much. Just that battle. Let his strength rapidly increase. Do not say that the pure flesh reaches the top of the dragon. Coupled with the dragon level thought power of the tornado. Lin Bei. Nowadays, it can already be called the Dragon Peak in the Dragon Peak. Among the heroes, I am afraid that only the legendary Blasting can compete with him. Under these circumstances, these ninjas, there is no big use. It is too weak to be used as guards and nursing homes. Lin Bei thought for a while, started the phone, and dialed a number. Beep. It only rang. The phone was answered immediately on the other end. Hey, Mr. Lin, what do you need? Qing Xianboan asked cautiously. I don't have any needs. Lin Bei said lightly. But I have about 30 ghost-level ninjas here, you see if your Qing Xian family needs it. It should be good to set up a security team. Qing Xianboan's mind was completely messed up. Ghost-level powerhouse? More than 30? Set up a security team? Just now. Are the ghost-level powerhouses already worthy of the score? And also, use ghost-level powerhouses to form a security team? Qing Xianboan has no idea what to say. This may be the boss. Why, don't you want King Xuan's family? Seeing King Xuan's blog post without speaking for a long time, Lin Bei couldn't help but frown slightly. Could it be? This Qing Xian family also thinks that these guys are too weak? No, no, no. Qing Xianboan said 3 no in one breath. To no. This is more than 30 ghost-level powerhouses. A strong person who can reach the ghost level. With money, it is basically difficult to buy. Usually, their Qing Xian family recruited a ghost class, and they would be happy for days with gongs and drums. This time, Lin Bei gave them more than 30 in one go. If it's because of him, it's going to be dirty. Qing Xianboan believes. His father will hang him on the busiest street. Draw 3 days and 3 nights. Thank you, Mr. Lin, I will pick them up tomorrow. Okay. Lin Bei nodded. He didn't want to waste too much time on such trivial matters. But King Xuan's blog suddenly remembered. Right, Mr. Lin. When you go to the banquet, remember to bring an invitation card. Invitation. Lin Bei remembered. When Qing Xianboan gave him a gift that day, he gave him an invitation for a hero banquet. It seems that these days, a few days ago, he has been busy hitting the Dragon Peak. I almost forgot about it. Just right. He is now promoted to Dragon Peak. If you can see blasting at the party. Lin Bei suddenly looked forward to it again. Hero banquet? Lin Bei smiled slightly, I hope it can be interesting. Chapter 51, Master Qing Xian helped drive the door. Early the next morning, the Rolls-Royce, with the crushing water, stopped in front of the Lin family manor. Ninjas, get in the car one by one. Mr. Lin, thank you so much. Qing Xianboan was very excited and bowed deeply. See this? All the drivers of King Xuan's family opened their eyes wide. Last night, they all received the news. It is said that early tomorrow morning, I will go to City Z to pick up people. Originally, they didn't take it seriously. I didn't expect I would see such a scene unexpectedly. Who? Even the young master of the Qing Xian family had to treat it with such respect. Old Cheng, what is the origin of this boy? Old Cheng was silent for a while, then slowly shook his head. He didn't want to guess Lin Bei's identity anymore. Because every time Lin Bei would break through his imagination. All in all, you know, he is an existence that we must never offend. Hear this answer. The drivers were of course not satisfied, and could only inquire from the grapevine. At last, it was through Kawamiko who lived next door and came to a conclusion. Lin Bei. It should be the son-in-law of King Xuan's family. Mr. Lin, do you want to help you suppress this rumor? Sitting in the car, Qing Xianboan was a little nervous. God knows. Why are these drivers so gossip? Even people dare to say any gossip. More importantly, as soon as such a rumor came out, if Lin Bei shook his head and denied it, then the Qing Xian family. Doesn't it mean that there is no chance at all? No need. Lin Bei smiled and shook his head. He actually doesn't care what others think of him. Not to mention, it's just some ants. If even their discussions are in mind, what kind of energy is there to practice? Just ignore it. Gudong. Qing Xianboan swallowed, with a wry smile on his face. This answer. Is it positive or negative? With a feeling of anxiety, Lao Cheng drove out of City Z and headed for City A. But this time the banquet was not held in the hotel. It is held in the Heroes Association. For this reason, the Association of Heroes has deliberately closed the association. Use the entire association building as a banquet hall. It can be said, heroes or celebrities who can be invited. In a way, it already represents identity. Therefore, near the Heroes Association, surrounded by many low-level heroes and civilians. Although I can't get in. Good knowledge of rising and rising. Call. The wheels roar, luxurious Rolls-Royce charm silver. At the door of the Heroes Association, he stopped slowly. Did you see? That is the exclusive car of the young master of the Qing Xian family. I have had the privilege to meet the young master. The speaker was triumphant. So handsome. The one sitting at the back is the young master of the Qing Xian family, right? No. The speaker is also a little weird. It seems to be the one sitting in the co-pilot. Hey? Don't rich people usually sit in the back? I do not know either. The car came to a halt slowly. Look, they got out of the car. Oh? Why did the young master of King Xuan's family open the door for the young man behind? The speaker's eyes widened in disbelief. To know. This kind of thing is usually done by drivers or secretaries. People with lower status will do it. But how is this possible? The young master of the Qing Xian family, how could his status be low? I must be wrong. The speaker chuckled and swallowed. Mr. Lin, the hero banquet officially begins the night after tomorrow. In these 2 days, let me entertain you to visit City A. Qing Xianboan respectfully helped Lin Bei open the car door. Send Lin Bei into the Heroes Association all the way. Only then left. Chapter 52, Mediocre Lamborghini. Early the next morning, Lin Bei Gong pushed open the door. I discovered that Qing Xianboan was waiting outside his door. Don't knock on the door. Just waited on the sidelines. It turns out that the young master of the Qing Xian family is waiting for this young man. Which beauty I thought it was. By the way, what is the origin of this boy? The girl hiding in the corner was whispering. But how can I escape Lin Bei's ears? Lin Bei chuckled. Although I know, King Xuan's blog post is just pretending to be a gesture. But this attitude still satisfied him. Let's go. Lin Bei smiled and shook his head. Didn't you say that you want to take me to visit City A? Anyway, Lin Bei has been in this world for so long. Has been busy practicing. I haven't really felt the customs of this world carefully. This time, it was also an opportunity. But down in half a day. Lin Bei immediately got bored. One Punch Man really is an overhead world similar to the Earth. The fun in the city is just the same. It is nothing more than drink, sing, dance, and multiplayer sports with female stars. Are you kidding me? If you want to exercise in groups. Lin Bei had already dealt with Tornado and Quoxiu. This is the most prosperous city A. It doesn't seem interesting. Seeing that Lin Bei's interest is lacking. Qing Xianboan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and smiled bitterly. Mr. Lin, if you are not satisfied with it, or if there is anything you want to experience, please let me know. What do you want to experience? Lin Bei thought and cast a glance at Qing Xian blog post. Suddenly remembered. Motor racing. What? King Xuan's blog post was slightly taken aback. Why, no. Lin Bei grinned. Anyway, he really has never experienced drag racing. Maybe it will be more interesting. Hearing this, King Xuan's blog was skeptical. Lin Bei smiled slightly. Of course he would not tell Qing Xianboan. In fact, he already knew the secret of Qing Xianboan. Who can think of it? The young master of the dignified Qing Xian family. Qing Xian blog looks gentle and gentle. Privately will be a crazy drag racing party? Knowing this from the first time, Lin Bei already wanted to break the disguise of King Xuan's blog post. Want to come? It will be very interesting then. Lin Bei was very satisfied with the fun he had had. The sunset is west, and the night is approaching. The restless air filled the winding mountain roads. Yo roar! Sports car, money, flame. There are also young boys and girls who hiss and scream. Interesting. Lin Bei smiled slightly and stopped slowly at the mountain intersection. See this? A girl with an exaggerated dress put her head out of the car window. Boy, do you think you are taking a driver's license? So slow, like an old grandma. On the other hand, the girl flicked her tail quickly and steadily stopped her car at the mountain pass. Get out of the car. The girl chuckled. This Bugatti Veyron is a waste for you. Lin Bei chuckled slightly and said nothing. Since you want to drag racing, he would naturally not drive a luxury car like the Rolls-Royce Phantom. This Bugatti Veyron. It seems that Qing Xianboan's #1 car. After giving it to Lin Bei, he can only drive an unremarkable Lamborghini. This caused the girl to fail to notice him at first. After stopping the car, finally. Qing Xian blog. The girl raised her eyebrows and looked confused. Why didn't you drive your Bugatti today? Qing Xian Boan gave a wry smile. It was hard for him. In front of Mr. Lin, he created a stable and reliable image. This is all ruined. Lin Bei grinned. That's it, it's interesting. Chapter 53, Have fun with you. Met acquaintances. Qing Xian Boan knew that he couldn't hold on anymore. I could only introduce to Lin Bei with a wry smile. This is one of the 3 big families in City A, the daughter of Liang Yi's family. Hao Lianzhai. Lin Bei. Xiao Bei, right? You can call me yes sister. Hao Lianzhai waved his hand broadly. Lin Bei didn't pay attention to it at all. Only when Lin Bei is a cheap relative of Qing Xian Boan. I was brought out to see the world today. Hao Lianzhai didn't take it seriously. King Xuan's blog post was sturdy and frightened. Xiao Bei? Still called Yeji? Hao Lianzhai, this girl. It's crazy. To know. In front of Lin Bei. Even the patriarch of the Qing Chuan family, Qing Xian Chuan, must be careful. For fear of saying a wrong sentence, Lin Bei will be angry. Hao Lianzhai. This is dying. Qing Xian Boan just wanted to say something to save the situation. Lin Bei's obscure Chao Qing Xian blog post shook his head. Don't blame those who don't know. He Lin Bei is not a person with a small belly. Not to mention. Come out to play for fun. He also didn't want to put on a high air. Qing Xian Boan gave a wry smile. Secretly but also relieved. Sister yet. Lin Bei chuckled and said, this is my first time here. I don't know how your drag racing is played. Although Lin Bei has the car skills of Qing Xian Boan. But the rules of drag racing in City A. He really didn't know. Okay, because you call me yes sister, I will teach you. Liang Yi raised his head triumphantly. Lin Bei nodded, showing an humbly teachable appearance. King Xuan's blog post smiled bitterly on the side. Really silly girl with courage, I don't know the real Buddha in front of me. Dare to say anything. Our name is Shiba Bend Mountain Road. Talk about drag racing. Hao Lianzhai's expression immediately became frenzied. 18 Bend Mountain Road. Road is its name. Not only was the road so narrow that it could only accommodate 2 cars. And it's still a terrifying 18 straight hairpin. Ordinary people, let alone drag racing, I'm afraid it will be difficult to climb the mountain. Hao Lianzhai's voice did not fall. Hee, Miss Hao said this to herself, right? A disgusting voice suddenly came from behind. Immediately after. A dark green Lamborghini Poison was like a mad dog, rushing towards Lin Bei and others. It's fast. Just when Hao Lianzhai thought he was about to hit. A chic flick. The dark green Poison is in front of Qing Xian blog post. Stop steadily. Lin Bei squinted slightly. Expert level drag racing ability, tell him intuitively. The owner of this car is a master. The scissors door of the Poison opened slowly. A man in a green suit walked straight to Lin Bei and the others. Condescendingly sneered. Qing Xian Boan, you lost to me 3 years ago. I didn't expect you to have the face to come back now. Why, want to compete? Qing Xian Boan's face went dark. Gritting his teeth tightly, but unable to speak. This nasty guy is called Gu Fengmang, one of the 3 great families in City A, and the second son of the Gu family. Hao Lianzhai gritted his teeth. 3 years ago, Qing Xian Boan and Gu Fengmang were racing here. Whoever loses will withdraw from the drag racing scene in City A. Obviously. King Xuan's blog post lost. Therefore. Lin Bei talked about drag racing. Qing Xian Boan's reaction was so intense. Heard this. Lin Bei couldn't laugh or cry. That said. He really posed a big problem for Qing Xian blog post. What? Young Master Qing Xian, dignified, wouldn't you dare to fight? Gu Feng squinted his eyes and sneered, if you don't dare to compare, then get me out of city honestly. Facing Gu Feng's provocation, King Xuan's blog post was angry. Unfortunately, I couldn't say a word. 3 years ago, he lost to Gu Feng Meng. He is now. I'm afraid it's not even Gu Feng's opponent. At this moment, let me compare with you. Lin Bei chuckled and walked out of the crowd. Since he is going to drag racing, then just have a good time. You. Gu Feng squinted his eyes. What kind of JB thing are you? You deserve to be compared with my ancient edge. Heard this, Qing Xianboan's head almost exploded. Hurriedly roared. Gu Feng Meng, if you don't want the Gu family to be destroyed because of you, you'd better apologize to Mr. Lin immediately. Heard this, everyone present was stunned. What do you mean? Is it because of Gu Feng Meng's words? Will the dignified ancient home of Hoxiang City collapse? What is the origin of this Lin Bei? The Jade Emperor? How wicked! I heard this. But it happened that the young master of the Qingxian family said, "Hee, you are less bluffing." Gu Feng Meng reluctantly laughed, if you can't afford to play, don't play, and use your family background to suppress others. What is it? Qingxian blog is about to cry. This ancient edge? Really stupid. Thought it was a dispute with his Qingxian blog? It's not me that you offend. It's the true next to me. Others don't know Lin Bei's ability. Qingxian blog, don't you know? If it really angered Lin Bei. Not to mention an ancient edge, an ancient family. That is, there are 10 ancient houses. It's not dead enough. Okay, needless to say. Lin Bei squinted his eyes and stopped Qingxian's blog post. This ancient frontier, though arrogant and domineering. There is a word. He agrees too. If you can't afford it, don't play. Lin Bei grinned and sneered. In this case, I will accompany you today to have fun. Chapter 54, 3 Trillion Gamble. Yo roar. On both sides of the narrow mountain road, crowded with crazy screaming boys and girls. Buzzing. The hum of wild engines. It even pushed this drag racing to the climax. Lastly, talk about the rules of the game. Standing in the middle of 2 top supercars, the fiery flag-waving girl showed a wanton laugh. That is, there are no rules. The first one to cross the finish line is the winner. A wave of colorful flags. Silver Bugatti Veyron and green Lamborghini Poison. They rushed out almost at the same time. At the same time, several helicopters rose slowly from the side of the mountain. More than a dozen cameras. At the same time aiming at the runway under the mountain. Next, it will be Xiao Wang and I will broadcast this match in real time to everyone. The host who claims to be Xiao Wang. I don't know what black technology was used to cover the entire mountain. First of all, it is the introduction of the personnel of this drag racing. On one side, we are familiar with the top master Gu Feng Meng. The voice did not fall. Roar. Gu Feng Meng, I love you. Gu Feng Meng, you are the strongest. Gu Feng Meng, the world is unparalleled. Small half a hill. It's all boiling. All are cheering and cheering for Gu Feng. The host smiled. Gu Feng Meng, as the uncrowned king of this track, has won an exaggerated 99 consecutive victories. Tonight, I'm afraid I can easily win 100 consecutive victories. At this moment, the lens just happened to give the ancient edge. What? The host was taken aback for a moment, and he couldn't help but wonder. It's strange, why does Gu Feng Meng seem nervous today? In the lens, Gu Feng held the steering wheel nervously with sweat on his face and hands. This. The people on the hill were silent for an instant. MD. Gu Feng Meng clutching the steering wheel secretly gritted his teeth. This is the ultimate gamble of 3 trillion yuan, can he not be nervous? 10 minutes ago. How much money do you have in total? The boy named Lin Bei suddenly said so. I want to bet with you, bet on your entire wealth. 1 to 1, one pays 100. Then. Don't say it's him. Even King Xuan's blog post was dumbfounded. What kind of self-confidence does this boy have? Can you open a handicap where you lose 100? More exaggerated is. Gu Feng's net worth is a full 30 billion. That means, if Lin Bei loses, then it would be worth 3 trillion yuan to Gu Feng Meng. Gudong. This number makes even King Xuan's blog post a little breathless. But finally, Qing Xianboan still nodded resolutely. Because Qing Xianchuan said to him, no matter what the situation is, it must be at all costs. Support Lin Bei. In other words, these 3 trillion is true. Gu Fengmeng grasped the steering wheel, urine almost gushing out. Although the ancient family has some small money, but he was just an unfavorable second son. The total net worth is only 30 billion. If this time, he can win these 3 trillion. Gu Feng swallowed, not daring to think again. Think again. He was afraid that he would really pee. Ha ha. The host smiled dryly. It may be that the temperature tonight is a bit high, and Gu Feng has sweated a little. Forcibly rounded a sentence. The host smiled and said. As for the side of this game, there is a newcomer who came to this game for the first time, Lin Bei. Cut, he is obviously a hairy boy. To dare to challenge Gu Feng Meng, I really do not live or die. Suddenly, the boos continued. But at this moment, the camera pointed at Lin Bei again. The whole hill suddenly became quiet again. Because. Don't say Lin Bei is sweating. Under the capture of a high-power camera, Lin Bei's bright and deep eyes are as calm as the sea. Come this way. Contrast this with Gu Feng, who is so nervous and about to pee. Sit down. Qing Xianboan couldn't help but exclaimed. As expected of Mr. Lin. The 3 trillion gamble, without even blinking an eye. Everyone on the mountain was silent for a while. Cut, pretend. I really thought that you were a racing master with a straight face. Gu Feng Meng, blow him up for me. Hear this. King Xuan's blog was also a little worried. Although he believed in Lin Bei's strength and determination. Kin drag racing. Fighting is not only concentration, but also technology. According to Lin Bei himself. This is the first time to play drag racing. 10 minutes later. This Lin Bei hasn't fallen behind yet. How is this possible? Everyone on the mountain said in horror. In the camera, Lin Bei's silver Bugatti Veyron is not only not behind. Even, it stabilized the front of the old man. Qing Xianboan swallowed and smiled bitterly. Drag racing for the first time. Turns out to have the level of a top master. Should I say, is it really Mr. Lin? Chapter 55, you know drag racing, but you don't and number 039, T no Lin Bei. Buzzing. The silver Bugatti Veyron looks like a real dragon. Roar on the winding mountain road. Fitang. The dark green Lamborghini Poison, like a stubborn little snake, was firmly pressed behind him. Gu Feng's strength in drag racing is indeed impressive. Unfortunately, he picked the wrong opponent. Lin Bei smiled faintly. He owns. It's not just Qing Xian blog's drag racing skills. More important, it is his reaction and speed that are thousands of times the limit of human beings. Under Lin Bei's powerful control, every turn, he can reach the limit. Ancient edge. Not wronged. But besides Lin Bei, everyone present did not understand. Ancient edge. Why did you lose to such a little-known boy? Suspicious to doubt. Drag racing is ultimately a game where the winner is king. With the end approaching, Lin Bei's name gradually sounded on the top of the mountain. Lin Bei, Lin Bei. Thousands of people hiss and their lungs shook the sky. Buzzing. Both sports cars entered the last corner. As soon as this curve is over, is the end. The host held the microphone, excited. Today, all of us will witness history. The old king is dead. The new king will be enthroned. Facing the enthusiastic shouts of everyone, Lin Bei grinned lightly and didn't care. To him, this is just an interesting game. The other side. Ha. Gu Feng grinned and grinned. Could these guys be so naive to think he is old-fashioned? Do nothing to prepare. Just bet on your net worth so easily. Do not make jokes. That's right. This Lin Bei's strength indeed exceeded her imagination. It is indeed better than him. But in the end, he will only be able to win. Gu Feng smiled grimly. Take out 3 electromagnetic pulse grenade from his pocket. Lost it. Zzz. 3 pulse grenades. The control system of the Bugatti Veyron was destroyed in an instant. Lin Bei had to do his best to barely maintain balance. Don't let it fall off the cliff. And now, Gu Fengmeng had already opened the dark green poison. Crossed the last corner. Despicable. Shameless. This ancient man is simply not worthy of drag racing. The helicopter's camera recorded Gu Feng's actions completely. Suddenly, the entire drag racing hill was in an uproar. Damn, Gu Fengmeng has no for his son. Hao Yang yelled at him violently. Unfortunately, no matter how much scolding, it's useless. It's done. It's a pity for Lin Bei. Anyway, the winner is the one who passes the finish line first. This is the rule. Gu Feng, who rushed to the finish line, was also proud. Just get these 3 trillion. Suffer a few words. What's the matter? After the big deal, can he not drag racing? Gu Feng laughed. Gu Feng's arrogant posture made everyone even more angry. But out of anger. Qingxian blog post, these 3 trillion. Hao Lianjai couldn't help but worry about Qingxian Boan. Even the Qingxian family. Take out 3 trillion in one go. I'm afraid I will hurt my muscles too, right? But King Xuan's blog post slowly shook his head and said weirdly. The game is not over yet. Amount. Hao Lianjai was speechless. Of course she knew that the game was not over yet. But is this different from ending? The old-fashioned Lamborghini is only less than a kilometer away from the end. At his speed, you can pass the end in a few seconds at most. And now, Lin Bei's Bugatti Veyron has just stabilized the body. Although the speed has risen again. But as long as people know a little about drag racing, you can see it all. Such a big straight line gap. The lagging Bugatti Veyron must not be able to catch up. Game. It's actually over. Hear what Hao Lianjai said. Qingxian blog post grinned, you know drag racing. But you don't understand Lin Bei. The drag racing game is indeed over. Lin Bei's game just began. Chapter 56, use the Bugatti Veyron as a discus. Buzzing. The engine of the Bugatti Veyron roared desperately. Accelerate to 100 km per second. But no matter how hard you try, can't catch up. The poison has been ahead of 600 or 700 meters. This is a desperate distance. But it's different from what everyone thinks on the mountain. Not only did Lin Bei in the car not fall into despair. On the contrary, he is laughing wildly. What an ancient edge. Good racing, you just want to play props with me. In this case, don't blame me for opening up. Lin Bei grinned and pushed open the car door. See this? Everyone on the mountain exclaimed in unison. This Lin Bei is crazy. The speed of a few hundred kilometers, open the door. Is he trying to commit suicide? In the helicopter's camera, the Bugatti Veyron is driving at a speed of 300 kilometers. Suddenly, the car door was opened. Then, Lin Fei took a leg. Everyone present was stunned. They can already imagine the tragic scene that will happen next. But there was a bang. As if the shadow of a comet hit the earth, the entire racing mountain shook severely. Lin Bei. He stood firm. Everyone present was stunned, rubbing their eyes desperately in disbelief. What a hell! Someone can stand firm at a speed of 300 kilometers. Even more terrifying is, as soon as Lin Bei landed on his foot, he moved briskly to catch the Bugatti Veyron, which was driving fast. Like throwing a discus. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. The silver Bugatti Veyron almost turned into a shooting star. At a speed invisible to the naked eye. Boom! With the advantage of a front car. Riding on the head of poison. Passed the finish line early. The whole mountain fell into deathly silence. Staring at the silver meteor falling from the sky in front of him. Gu Fengmang was a little startled and swallowed. This, isn't this? The words are not over yet. There was a click. Something fell on his hood. Zzz. With the focus of the camera zoomed in. Only see. On the dark green hood of Lamborghini. The unique silver B logo of the Bugatti Veyron. It is shining. I fuck. Following the host's uncontrollable foul language. Boom. The entire drag racing mountain is boiling. Oh my god. I saw a miracle. Lin Bei, awesome. In addition to the cheers for Lin Bei, there is also a lot of contempt for Gu Feng's nakedness. It's disgusting. Biao didn't win, and even used a bomb. Hehe, this kind of person is not worthy of drag racing. Listening to the discussion around, Gu Feng's complexion was blue and purple. But, in addition to these humiliations, what makes him even more unacceptable is, he lost all his property. Hehe, I won't admit it. Gu Feng sneered nervously. Pointing to the Bugatti Veyron, which had turned into a pile of scrap iron in front of him, roared hysterically. This is not a drag racing at all. This is cheating at all, it's me who wins. Heard this? Hao Lianjai smiled disdainfully. Just like the ancient edge-throwing pulse grenade. As long as whose car passes the finish line first. Who is the winner? King Xuan's blog also stood up and sneered. Motor racing, there are no rules. Gu Feng climbed out of the car in despair. He knows. There are Qing Xianboan and Hao Lianjai for notarization. He can't rely on it. He has lost everything he has. And this must be blamed on that Lin Bei. Gu Feng gritted his teeth. Even if he is no longer favored in the ancient family, he represents the face of the ancient family. Whether it is him or the ancient family, wouldn't give up so easily. This matter. It's not over yet. Chapter 57, 30 billion, take it for spending. Mr. Lin, this is the 30 billion you won. There is King Xuan's family notarization. Gu Fengmang's 30 billion assets was quickly delivered. As long as Lin Bei signs a word, can easily obtain a full 30 billion in assets. See this? Hao Lianjai couldn't help but envy. Although the Hao family had some money, she is still favored. It can be 30 billion. For her, it is also a considerable asset. But Lin Bei waved his hand carelessly. You can hold it yourself as a pocket spend. A fluttering sentence. Lin Bei gave out 30 billion as pocket money. Hao Lianjai couldn't help but stun secretly. This is the first time she has seen such a big handwriting. Then, I remembered that she had just met Lin Bei for the first time. Not only did he regard Lin Bei as a poor relative of King Xuan's family, but he kept asking Lin Bei to call her yes sister. Thought of this, Hao Lianjai flushed with shame. Qing Xianboan seemed much calmer. Get along with Lin Bei for a long time. He gradually adapted. Money, for Lin Bei. It's just waste paper. Whether it is 300 million, 30 billion, or 3 trillion. Even 3 trillion. Qing Xianboan doubts. Lin Bei also didn't even blink his eyes. After trying to understand this, Qing Xian's blog also understood more clearly what Qing Xian Chuan said to him. Go to please Lin Bei at all costs. After all, their Qing Xian family is proud of wealth. In front of Lin Bei, it's just a pile of waste paper. Thinking of this, King Xuan's posture became more respectful. Mr. Lin, do you want to continue racing, or let's go back? Lin Bei smiled slightly. Drag racing is for him. It is just an interesting game. Just now, the game time is over. The hero banquet is about to begin. In exchange for a luxurious Rolls-Royce. Hao Lianjai was surprised to find out. Qing Xianboan got into the cab silently. Lin Bei, even the young master of the Qing Xian family, could be the driver. Hao Lianjai found out. I really have never recognized this mysterious man. At this moment, it is more than 100 kilometers away from here. In front of a luxurious manor, a scarred Lamborghini Poison rushed into the manor with a buzz, shocking the gardener who was mowing the lawn. Why is Feng Meng back at this time? Inside the luxurious manor, there is a middle-aged couple with grace. In front of the mirror, finishing each other's clothes. Seems to be going to some banquet. Humph! The man snorted dissatisfiedly. Why can it be? When you come back this time, you must be in trouble again. I should get his money back, and he won't be able to move. My God! The lady frowned in dissatisfaction. Even though he is a little bit naughty, he is still our two sons. The man sighed. If not for his son, he killed this little long ago. But who is his son? He sighed again. Go, and see what the is this little causing. 5 minutes later. Father! The guy Qing Xianboan worked with a liar to harm me. You must be the master for me. Gu Fengmang cried with his nose and tears. But Gushan is the head of the ancient family. How can it be so easy to deceive? Little bastard, you'd better pass the matter through and give me a clear explanation. Listen to the whole story. People are old and good. I quickly grasped the key point of this whole thing. This Lin Bei. What is it? Chapter 58, The Banquet Begins. As the sky gradually darkened, the famous S-class hero. One after another, they appeared in the Heroes Association. Is that Tong Dithet carrying the school bag? Oh, so cute! The fans who had been waiting for a long time suddenly screamed and cheered. Super Alloy Black Light. Zombie Man. Drive the Night. Whenever a familiar face appears, will cause cheers in the crowd. Suddenly, Bang was here. With an exclamation, Bangu with his hands on his back, leading the hungry wolf, and Chalanzi came slowly from a distance. This is Bangu, who is known as the Silver Fangs, the strongest martial arts master. Everyone talked a lot. But before Bangu entered the Heroes Association, suddenly, there was a gust of wind. A petite body fell from the sky. The trembling tornado. Everyone screamed in exclamation. Tornado is currently, in addition to blasting, recognized as the strongest hero. Coupled with her good looks, unknowingly, it has accumulated a considerable number of clusters and fans. Tornado, I love you. Tornado, you are my goddess. I want to drink your foot wash. Tornado frowned in disgust, and flew to Bangu's side. Bang, will your master come today? Miss Tornado knows my master. Bangu was a little surprised. Okay. Tornado nodded shyly. There was a slight unnatural blush on his face. Fools can see it. This tornado must have happened to Lin Bei. The Kalanzi on the side was secretly speechless. Worthy of being a master. Even the tornado was fascinated. But I do not know either. Bangu shook his head slightly. Before he sent the invitation to the hero banquet, he had already left the Lin family with the hungry wolves. Lin Bei is not coming. He really didn't know. But I think we should go in and wait. With the tornado staying for a long time outside the door, the crowd of onlookers was almost out of control. Seeing Tornado is still a little unhappy. Bangu smiled slightly. Teacher, he prefers to be clean. Okay then. Heard this. Tornado nodded reluctantly, and walked into the Heroes Association with Bangu. Of course. In addition to heroes, this banquet also invited celebrities from all walks of life. The lavender Maybach stopped. A beautiful girl in a white dress, like a princess, got out of the car. This is one of the three people, the daughter of the Hao family, Hao Lianzhai. Soon there were people who knew the goods, and the identity of the girl was broken. Who can think of? Yesterday, she was dressed up as a Taimei, and her mouth was a dirty Hao Lianzhai. A change of clothes. She immediately became a noble princess. Then, the ancient family is here too. Everyone exclaimed. The three families in City A are rarely seen in ordinary times. Two came in at once. Only, the complexion of the ancient family doesn't seem to be very good. Especially the face of the second son of the ancient family. It's almost like a pot of dust, it can't be black anymore. Humph. Gu Feng looked around for a while. I didn't see Lin Bei. He snorted and walked into the Heroes Association. Almost simultaneously, a luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly stopped in front of the Heroes Association. Which family will come here? Are the three big families in City A going to gather tonight? Everyone was curious and craned their necks. Hiss! Someone gasped. The one in the cab seems to be the young master of the Qingxian family, Qingxian Boan. Really? Who is sitting behind? Do not know. Speaker. Frowning, puzzled. In fact, he also has some small money, although he can't compare with these chaebols. But it can be regarded as seen in the world. Once, I was fortunate enough to meet the Qingxian blog. Therefore, he was sure that it was Qingxian Boan in the cab. But the problem is, the teenager sitting in the back row had no impression at all. It's weird. Is wondering. The door of the cab opened with a pop. Qingxian Boan jumped out of the car. Running all the way, open the car door for Lin Bei. Attitude can no longer be used respectfully. It can only be described by humility. Everyone looked at each other speechlessly. The person who spoke earlier also laughed twice. It seems that he really admitted the wrong person. Otherwise, the young master of the Qingxian family. How can you be a driver for someone else? Must be wrong. Chapter 59, Offend someone who should and number 039, T offend. Step into the Heroes Association. There was a faint smile on the corner of Lin Bei's mouth. Qingxian Boan, this kid. At first, he sat in the co-pilot well. It's better now. Even Lao Cheng's job was robbed. However, Lin Bei would not say more. Because ants will respect dragons. This is inevitable. And as his strength gets stronger, Qingxian Boan's attitude will only become more and more humble. Adapt to this change in advance. For Qingxian blog, it is also a good thing. Of course. Lin Bei is also affectionate. Otherwise, how could he treat the 30 ghost-level ninjas in Ninja Village? Give it to King Xuan's family directly? It's nothing more than a reward. Lin Bei grinned. Thinking about. Lin Bei, you are really brave enough to come here. Gu Feng gritted his teeth and drilled out of the crowd. Look at him. I can't wait to take Lin Bei alive. Lin Bei frowned slightly. He did not expect. You will actually see Gu Fengman here. I didn't expect. Gu Fengmang even dared to jump in front of him. Who gave him the courage? At this moment, a middle-aged man with a mustache and luxurious clothes walked out with a smile. First, he nodded apologetically to everyone. At Xiaogu's house, Gu Tian. The little dog is reckless and offended. Please forgive me. Then, without even looking at Lin Bei, he went straight to the Qingxian blog. Senior nephew Qingxian, it's been a long time since I've seen him, is your father still in good health? One sentence immediately suppressed Qingxian Bowen's momentum. Don't answer. Looks very uncultivated. Can you talk back? Immediately, he lowered his head to the other side to call Uncle Gu. Qingxian Bowen smiled bitterly. This Gushan is indeed an old fox who has worked hard for decades in Shanghai. Sure enough, old and cunning. Unfortunately, they picked the wrong opponent after all. When Gu Tian was triumphant and thought he was a clever man, Lin Bei directly ignored the Gu family father and son who sang one harmony. Take a step forward. Past them directly. The Gu family father and son were stunned on the spot. What's the matter with this guy? Why don't you play cards according to the routine? Go straight past the dumbfounded father and son of the ancient family. Lin Bei smiled contemptuously. He is here for blasting. How can you entangle with the ancient family of cats and dogs? Perceived the disdain in Lin Bei's eyes. Gu Tian's face suddenly darkened. If we assume, just for the 30 billion. He beat Lin Bei a few words to find face from them. Forget it, Gu Tian. But if you look down on the ancient family, then this matter is not so simple. Hehe, although our ancient family power is not as good as the Qingxian family, it is not something that a door-to-door son-in-law can look down upon. Gu Tian pinched his throat, yin and yang strange. Qingxian Bowen's expression suddenly became serious. He never expected it. Gu Tian would say such a thing. Fortunately, Lin Bei didn't take it seriously and kept walking. Everything has a chance to be saved. Qingxian Bowen just wanted to say something. Lin Bei, what I'm talking about is you, a tortoise with a shrunken head. Gu Feng arrogantly laughed. Don't think that you are the son-in-law of the Qingxian family, holding a woman's stinky feet. Our ancient family will be afraid of you. These few words, Gu Fengmang deliberately said loudly. Let the banquet hall be heard. Suddenly, everyone in the banquet hall cast their curious eyes. Gu Feng grinned proudly. Now, I think you can't bear it. Qingxian Bowen opened his mouth wide and was all grinned. This ancient father and son. Really stupid out of the sky. Do you know who you have offended? At last, the footsteps of Lin Bei, as the ancient father and son wished, stopped. See this? Qingxian Bowen's face changed immediately. While taking out the phone from his pocket. While facing the Gu family, he said coldly. Remember, the ancient house was destroyed in your hands. Gu Feng was stunned. This is completely different from what they expected. As they expected, Lin Bei is the son-in-law of the Qingxian family. There is no status at all. Even if they humiliated Lin Bei in public, King Xuan's family will definitely not fight their ancient family for a son-in-law. But now it seems. Something seems wrong? Nephew Bowen, what do you mean? Gu Tian carefully tentatively said. It's just a joke among your children, which destroyed my ancient family. Isn't that a bit too much? Qingxian Bowen sneered and only said 2 words. Idiot! You even took this as a joke? I look at your ancient family, it's almost a joke. Not waiting for Gu Tian to be angry, Qingxian Bowen's phone was dialed. Hey! Gu Tian heard it. On the other end of the phone was Qing Xuanjuan's voice. What happened? Gu family father and son insulted Mr. Lin in public. I know. Although there are only 3 short sentences. But Gu Tian was already shocked in a cold sweat. Could it be that? Did their Gu family really hit the iron this time? But it makes no sense. He was ancient, and it was not the first day he wandered through the world. He had secretly bought a few drivers from King Xuan's family. Find out the details of this Lin Bei. I am sure that Lin Bei is the son-in-law of the Qing Xian family. Just did this. Could it be that? Lin Bei is not the son-in-law? But even a normal son-in-law. There is no need for King Xuan's family to react so intensely. Gu Tian was puzzled. But now, there is no time for him to continue thinking. Because Lin Bei already walked back. Chapter 60, Lin Bei, who is it? The black-eyed and black-haired boy walks step by step. Obviously his expression is indifferent. I don't know why. There was a panic in Gu Tian's heart. This panic is as if a frog sees a snake and a sheep sees a wolf. From instinct. At last. In those eyes that are as deep as the universe. Gu Tian found the answer. Lin Bei did not treat him at all. Did not take the whole ancient family into consideration. It's like a dragon in the sky, looking down at the ants. Calm and indifferent. Then, just step on it with one foot. Suddenly, Gu Tian shuddered in fear. How can a C-rank hero have such a strong momentum? Uncontrollable trembling legs. Gu Tian's unwilling roar. If you want to deal with our ancient family, don't think about it in Qing Xian family. The Qing Xian family is indeed higher than their ancient family. But want to deal with their ancient family? It's not that easy. Gu Tian had already made plans to kill the fish and break the net. But the voice hasn't fallen. Master, you really came. Bangu led the hungry wolf and the tea orchid. He walked out of the banquet hall with a smile. Just inside, he vaguely heard Lin Bei's name. Come out and have a look. It really is you, master. Gu Tian was stunned. As a famous martial arts master, Bangu is regarded as a top S-rank hero in the entire Hero Association. Of course he knows. But the problem is Bangu just now. What is this Lin Bei? Master? Are you kidding me? Lin Bei seems to be only 20 years old, how could he be Bangu's master? Not waiting for Gu Tian to recover. The tornado also rushed out from inside, blushing. Honey, we meet again. This time, Gu Tian was really dumbfounded. The son-in-law of Qing Xian family, the master of Bangu, the lover of tornado. Who is this Lin Bei? Gu Tian is going crazy. The Gu Feng on the side has been driven mad. Do not make jokes. This guy is just a little C-ranked hero. It's not the Qing Xian family, I don't even have the qualifications to enter here. Gu Feng grabbed the security personnel passing by, pointing at Lin Bei and shouting. Quickly kick him out of me. Heard this. Van Tem, who became the security captain on the first day, just wanted to do it. The result was Lin Bei. There was a puff. Van Tem knelt to Lin Bei, shivering, Mr. Lin, I didn't expect to see you here. At the same time, the founder of the Heroes Association, the rich man Alni, also rushed over with his grandson upon hearing the news. What's the trouble so fierce? Everyone hasn't had time to reply. Grandpa, this brother saved me. One sentence. The entire venue fell silent. Everybody knows. The reason why Alni created the Association of Heroes was to thank the unsung hero who saved his grandson. That is Lin Bei. And now, Gu Fengmang actually wants Lin Bei to get out? Idiot! Qing Xianboan sneered disdainfully. Then he turned his head and bowed deeply to Lin Bei. Qing Xian family will fully support Mr. Linear. After figuring out the whole story, Bangu did not hesitate to bow and said, My disciple Bangu, I also fully support the teacher. Tornado is even more direct. Read a volume of motivation. The father and son of the ancient family will be torn apart. In the end, Algoni stopped the tornado. After all, this is still a heroes' association. Killing in public has a bad influence. But in this matter, I, Alni, also fully support Mr. Lin. Lin Bei saved his grandson's life just as he saved him. Who wants to move Lin Bei? He didn't agree. The faces of the father and son of the ancient family are ashamed. A Qingxian family, they could not bear it. Not to mention Ad Bang, Tornado, and Argoni, a tycoon who is even better than King Xuan's family. That's it. The whole trademark is over. For the fate of the Gu family father and son. Although Lin Bei could guess. However, he actually didn't care at all. It was like dealing with Li Tianbao at the beginning. The life and death of ants. It doesn't matter to him. What Lin Bei wants to know more is today's banquet. Did you attend the blasting? Alni immediately apologized. I'm sorry, he didn't attend the blast today. Get this news. Lin Bei has some regrets. But not disappointed. Because he just saw an equally interesting acquaintance. Sykes. Or in other words, the behind-the-scenes head of the Weirdman Association has big eyes. Lin Bei didn't expect it. He would actually meet Sykes in such a place. Maybe. Same as Kenos. Want to collect some hero information? Thinking of this, Lin Bei was taken aback for a moment. Could it be that this time now, Sykes has already started planning the Weird Association? If you say so. That weird King Big Snake. Hasn't it already appeared? To know. Weird King Orokai is one of the boos. But the proper dragon top, even close to the gods. Lin Bei pinched his chin. No blasting was encountered in this hero banquet. Catch a freak king as a training partner. Seems good too.